I know it's Saturday. Should I risk going up there and turn the balls? Just to be able to take a little walk or something, maybe. Did anyone tell any of the volunteers at the food pantry? Okay. I have to go. It's like basically conditions of staying here. Okay. And they're not reloading my Snap card anymore as of February. right, and the never ending insanity where that does something, right? So I just myself begin to go, eh, are they sending you here? Or you just like, is that a directive? Because I saw that it was on the EBT, the DTA website about February 6th and people's. Okay. It's not a little bit weird that there would be such an increase at the food pantry I use? Like when there's stores full of food, there's a farmer's market, there's takeout restaurants. So there's clearly not a food shortage. And there's not a shortage of funding and cash and stuff. Okay. Like that's why I don't bother because I don't have it in me. I can't to ask, do you live in Dedham? Okay. Did you just get housing in Dedham? Like you in that hotel over by the plaza? Or, I'm not being a jerk. I'm just, it's a little bit odd, isn't it? Like I'm supposed to be forced to have to call someone to get a SNAP card turned back on. I still use that food pantry, even when the card is on. It's just, that's why I tweeted, you can see the reason for the thermonuclear weapons, whether or not those people are just there on their own or someone told them to go there. There's no reason for it. There's no reason for it. Okay, just because I won't call them and renew a SNAP card, you were asked to turn yours back on. Just what are you doing? Like, is that it? That's what I'm asking. Like, are you just clueless as to what I'm talking about? It's the World Wide Web. Are you just clueless as to what I'm talking about, or it, do you feel that it's your job to force me to have to interact with the DTA office? I don't. Obviously, if people have no other way to get food, you just. I mean, the volunteers seem a little bit like. Let me guess. They shut Mary's SNAP card off again. Okay. I don't know how long some of these people have been going to the food pantry. That's why you can tell last week and this week, just even all the outside food is gone. So I don't see people doing that at grocery stores. There's a grocery store right there, and I'm sure someone's been in the one in Dedham. There's two in Dedham, or three if you count Whole Foods. Okay, so get it? You go, is that like a, that's what I'm asking. Like, why are you people showing up at the food pantry I use? And what's with the strollers? Are those your strollers, by the way, or are those donations that someone can have a stroller? Because I've never been told that someone can have a stroller because I'd take one. Those you guys stuff? Okay. And that's why there's sort of, I would think that I keep going to call them the staff. I would think the volunteers would tell me these are here if someone needs a cart or a stroller. It's been at least what 2 or 3 weeks so far, and no one says that. So I'm assuming people are using them to shop and they're walking. Okay. I don't know. That's why you just obviously this week was better than last week because that was like crazy. Just the rush of, did you, was that the same woman? Did you notice she almost touched more people? She almost did. It's just a thing, right? It's just a thing, right? So they want you to register so you can make an appointment. Like I assume everybody there had an appointment. That's why it went so smoothly. Okay, that's why. That's why you have to make an appointment. And then last week, the people that are the ball busters, because you're supposed to be, that's how it functions. They've been doing it so long, they know how to make it function. When you don't have an appointment, you have to wait till everybody with an appointment shops. So when you have a card and you make an appointment, you'll appreciate that. Even though it sucks the first time, yeah, it obviously sucks the first time. Now, this is back in the day, you just show up there and sign up. And we'd all sit inside there. There was all chairs and stuff in there. And you just sit there and wait for them to call your name. And then they started doing the thing with the texting, and I myself didn't have a cell phone. Right. So the thing with the card is like the one card system. Okay. That for whatever reason, um, the rest of the population cannot figure out how to do. Okay. So, in my opinion, those people are going to transition into another form of life because it's really not complicated to stop shutting those cards off. So, yeah. Um, just all this stuff about made up food shortages and putting people in a panic. If we ever had a food shortage, we wouldn't believe them, right? At this point, because they won't stop doing it. Yeah, that's not good. We have to have a way to, as a people, understand what's going on. And then people don't make as many demands about types of food and stuff. But I mean, clearly, you go into a grocery store, there's food everywhere. Okay, so that it can't be that. Especially, it's like God's talking too, because on the way back, he said something about a farmer's market, and they have one on Wednesday too. And you go, okay, so that's God explaining there's not a shortage of food, it's just a behaviorism that won't stop. So, a one card is that would be like if people were at the food pantry flipping out about you have to have a card. Get it? Okay. I think people do get it, but the people, it's an excuse, in my opinion. It's an excuse to cause a constant problem. There's always an excuse about why they don't Exodus 20. It's a nice. I think I actually have more coffee because I didn't drink it all. little tiny bit of coffee left. So this morning, it's probably just a combination of stress and stuff and what's going on. And I think some of it is like those hot flashes, yeah. So I feel better, but it's like last week I felt really sick, like I thought I was going to vomit. So some of it is going to be sort of like the stress of going there, especially when I know that there's going to be possibly 1 million people. So, like I said, it's too much suffering to be keep doing that to people. It's been going on for at least 15 years, right? Some people probably longer, depending on their economics. Okay. That is, um, it's mania, basically. That's what I would call it because I live with someone who has it. And it's just, there has to be upheaval and drama. They get like bored if it's just everything is regular. They get bored. It's some sort of primate behaviorism, I'm sure, where there's a constant and then they all run around if you watch the videos. Like I was saying, even if we all had to use food pantries, okay, so this business about if people still have it in their mind, like they're demanding food be free. There's only so many ways and times that it can be explained, but I don't mind explaining it again because sometimes people forget. Okay. In 2020, people were given extra money. Some people was called this COVID money, and some people were given extra SNAP food units. I would, by the way, as a reminder, I did not receive either one of those things. Never at any given time was I given some sort of money that was for the emergency, Americans' emergency, this COVID stuff. Never at any given time was I given that. The only extra SNAP I got was when I showed up in Quincy in 2021 in August. Was it the whole year they did it? Okay, that's it. All of 2020 and more than half of 2021, I didn't. They didn't give me retro extra SNAP food units, nothing. So clearly, when I'm in their system, there's no reason for them to have done that but criminal insanity. Okay, so I don't know anyone that got the extra SNAP food. It's confirmed they did because I spoke with them out in Quincy when I went out there in August of 2021. They definitely got it and they were selling it to buy more booze and drugs and sticky butts. They purposely didn't give it to me. Okay, so that can't go on here. That is just profound criminal insane. Okay, so anyways, in 2020, I observed everyone. If you forgot, there's videos all over YouTube and probably Bing videos, all those places that have videos. Um, if needed, some of these morning shows could do a retrospective about what happened in 2020. They have their ways of doing things where they literally cleared store shelves and I couldn't get food. Okay, and then they opened up a drive-through Popeyes in Dedham. So there clearly wasn't a shortage of food. People flew into a panic and couldn't stop shopping. Okay, so right, and that's without the food being free. It's because they had the funds to do it. Okay, so okay, yeah, just I guess you would know if you burned through your SNAP card in the first week and you're not a drug addict and you're not like living outside and you have to pay $9 a pound for chicken that's cooked that someone else already touched, stuff like that, that you probably have an issue. Some people didn't like it that I could live off of, what was it, 174 if you shop the clearance and stuff. I'm not sure if I was using the food pantry then. Okay, but you definitely can. And then obviously, if you add $400 a month for taxable items, okay, just anyways, you can even get clothes because Savis used to take it. Okay, so it really, yeah, and it's just a constant fighting it. And then it turned into, okay, we don't even care if these people still have money. Just give us the one card. And it's just, we can't help you with your problem with what do we do about everybody else. We can't help you with your problem with that. Okay, so in terms of giving it up would be nice, but that becomes a constant. I guess they call that a conversation when there's nothing in the brain to spur a conversation. I can give you other topics, okay? I can give you other topics to talk about. Right, you were told to stop the Holocaust when you elected Joe Biden, and it's now been almost 4 years. I finally got them to stop the renewals on the SNAP food cards. It took me 5 years. I finally got them to stop it, and you immediately shut the card off. So that's a one card system. So that's equality. So as soon as I presented that thought idea, okay, to the whole planet and people personally out in Quincy, Mike, Batman Mike, as soon as I presented the thought idea, okay, this is the thought idea. We all have one card. I mean, they do that at the DTA office, they do it at Social Security, however they would do it. And everybody has the same amount on it. No. Okay, thank you. Next. Everything else is. I also explained about how people have created jobs that the creator creates you to do. And that's what you like to do, not somebody else divvies out your job and tells you what to do. Okay, so people reject that too. So you learn a lot about people, and it helps with social distancing. Okay, like you love money, and your idea of a perfect day is going from this bench to that ashtray to that ashtray, and just smoking vodka. I mean, smoking vodka, drinking vodka nips, smoking cigarettes, and smoking drugs. And then there's some sort of every person that you lay down to sleep with uh, gets to touch your phallus, and then you go to sleep. I am all set with that. Yeah, I am all set with that. Thank you. All set with that. So, um, right. It's just, you don't believe in equality. You don't believe in equality at all. So, these truths self evident that all men are created equal, endowed by their creator with certain inalienable rights. Okay, so you don't actually believe that. So that's a problem in this country. Okay? That's the law of the land here. So, um, right. The people with the ability to enforce those laws are doing so. So, well, that's one of the things too that I will say that I tried to leave here too, and I couldn't. They will not allow us to leave. Okay, so it's possible that people came here and they're not being allowed to leave. Okay, so, um, yeah, just putting that out there. People could have been if they came here from Puerto Rico. It was by my plan. It was supposed to be a choice. It was supposed to be explained to them that there's not going to be personnel to keep an island up to that standards where people and it's a tourist area and people are slaves. because of the reduction in the US military and all of that. And that if those people wanted certain services, they needed to come to here, the mainland. Otherwise, they're free there. Not they were forced to come here. Right. So this is the phase out area by my transition plan, which I assume is God's transition plan, but we'll see. Not a perfect person. Okay. Not it was actually a choice, but some of this is begrudgingly, obviously. I don't really have a reason to go to the store. No, it's just well, this morning I felt more tired, and now I sort of. I guess I'm probably still tired. I feel dehydrated. I didn't drink a lot of water yesterday. I do that. It goes back and forth, and then some days I'll drink a ton of water. So not till the first, but I mean, there's other types of carbs. Like it's been a long time since I've had beans. I probably should probably put some beans to soak because they have to soak overnight unless they're lentils. Because I'm trying to avoid the stuff in the can. I've done it, but I really that's a habit I shouldn't be doing since the other stuff is fully available to me. It's just a laziness, which happens over time when you get in ruts and stuff like that. I'm gonna put this in there. I know that need this business with the salads. Just I don't know if I should worry about it or not. Just it's not going to help build up my arms. It's not going to help build my arms back up. I was following a completely different diet then. So that came up actually last night. So maybe this is the only time where he's saying it. Just I got two more of those egg wrap things to eat, and then I have flaxseed meal. I just have to get flaxseed. I could do it with just the flaxseed meal, but beans I probably could use to eat some beans because that's carbohydrates. Those are acceptable carbohydrates. That's why I said I don't really do. My understanding of keto is not what I do. I think that they just straight out all they eat is like burgers and eggs and stuff from like what I saw Jared was doing. Right, like fats and meats and stuff. He said he sees that when he saw the food I was cooking, then he goes, "It smells good. I can see it." He goes, "But I just can't get myself to eat vegetables." They're very filling. Yeah, they're very filling. It's a lot of food the way that I was eating before I went to New Mexico and right afterwards. I myself haven't been doing it either. I'm not so sure that that's good, but um, yeah, it's a lot of food because I was doing so much walking and I was doing like weight bearing stuff. And when you're trying to put on weight, you have to like sometimes you don't want to be to the point where you're vomiting, but when you're trying to build muscle mass, you are going to be full. You have to force the food, right? So I know when I do the meals, I'm hungry for them, right? It's just something begins to happen where you just But if someone put the food in front of you, you'd probably eat it. Yeah, I don't ever want to get to that point. I would rather just pass on at that point if I get to that point where someone has to just give me food to eat. No, but other people, it's different. They don't have thoughts and wishes like that. So yeah, I guess I should probably do one of my meals and maybe I'll finish up those. I have two of those egg wraps things. I just said that. And then I'll have to do make my patties because that's all straight fat. It's a lot of fat. Yeah. So all you need is like beans and vegetables and fruit. Right, because if you don't eat any carbohydrates, I'm not sure you would actually put on muscle mass. I'm not sure. If you didn't eat any carbs at all, okay. Some of these people have to lose an extreme amount of body fat. So that's why they're on that keto business. It's probably should be short term until they get to their desired weight and then do more of a diet like I do, in my opinion. But people have to do what they feel God is telling them as long as they're not ill. But just, yeah. Salads are definitely like, it's weird because it's one of those things that I noticed that some extremely heavy people eat. Yeah, but someone like me, sometimes it's too filling, even though I kind of get in a thing where I like them myself. Sometimes it's like too filling, but he does weird things. So I think personally, it's better when I have a SNAP food card and I can pick out what I want. Right. People can only accommodate a person so much at a food pantry. It's the same thing as the shelter when that nurse practitioner goes, "You can't do that diet here." I'm aware of that. Yeah. 13 years, I'm aware of that. I cannot do my diet at this shelter. I'm well aware of that. So that's why you're being nuked. Okay. The whole land piece is technically mine for me and my species. Okay. So that's why it's gotten to that degree. And clearly, most of these people have no understanding of that. So, whatever happened to them in 2011 in terms of quote unquote waking up and the books are open, they've got to be new. They've got to be new where this doesn't ring any ring of truth. Even she became frightened. It's each and every time because it's encroaching. You're just not allowed to do it. I don't have wars with you. I don't have wars. I don't have an army of people to do anything about you. You had to basically, I feel, be tricked to causing a war within your own land piece here, right? So that those people would do something about you for my and my species' sake. Okay, because they aren't going to live here at the stuff that's going on. It's not allowable by their own constitution. Okay, so, right, like it was a false it was a delusion, it was a false belief because you had basic volunteers that went, God told us to. That's it accomplishes what everybody wants by doing that. And then the thought process was that's allowable forevermore, and it's not. But sometimes when people are allowed to do so, you give them just enough rope to hang themselves, and then that is exactly what they end up doing. So I didn't do it on purpose. You've been able to view everything that I speak and type for 13 years. That is not something I did. The whole plan would have stopped this from happening. Okay, so some people would say that is U.S. Constitution because it's equality. Watch The Patriot with Mel Gibson a couple of times because some people are confused about the foundation of your nation state here, your country. You're confused about it. Okay. There was no land tax. I went over this stuff at the beginning. Okay. You have to have the support of the military. You have to have the support of the executive force when you're doing something because they have the weaponry. That's what they're for. Okay, so when you don't have their support and you set out to attack them, and you still wouldn't stop what you were doing when I explained it to you. Yeah, just you didn't understand a stand down order. Like we're all dumb. That happens sometimes when your brain is going. We're all dumb because we followed a stand down order, and a prophet who gave them an exact date prophecy that came to pass told them to. I would hope that some of them didn't flip out and blame me because these people have been a problem for you for a while, right? Okay, so I was not doing that on purpose. No, I was in like a disassociation and thought these people were doing a transition plan and their yows are gone. So, no, it would have come to this anyway, but it would have been way worse. You would have had like a civil war. You would have witnessed your own cavalry being attacked by these people, and then you'd still have to be nuked. And they may use traditional bombs and upset all your infrastructure. It would have been terrible. Yeah, you got to think about it. It would have been terrible. This is much better. I don't think people want to. Yeah, like all of your youth and your all your meals and stuff are going and trying to protect you and stuff, and terrible. No one wants that, and then people don't even know what they're fighting over because someone keeps shutting off the internet. So some people get upset when people come and prevent them from causing their battle wars. She came to destroy the family. Just, I'm sure Candy was probably like, so I guess I probably shouldn't go out. It's already 11:30 because I'm gonna have to shell peanuts. It takes me an hour and a half to do it. So I got these dried cherries that Cindy brought over, so I didn't get raisins because I have like 2 boxes of raisins. They didn't have any prunes. I finished those off last night, and then I opened up the dried cherries that Cindy gave me. So I actually took aside the ground beef. This is my third one, and I put the drumsticks in there. So, well, he just bought a bunch of food. Yeah, so you go, okay, I'm just going to quietly take this and put that there and not discuss. I think I did mention something about the snap card again, but I don't know if he was paying attention. Just won't. And then the stuff on the news will not stop trying to make up food shortages. Right, so, other topics, maybe. I know you just go, how about if we talk about something besides telling everybody they're in a famine? But they would probably go, I thought you said to explain to them it's preventing mass starvation. Okay, it is. Can you stop shutting off people's SNAP food cards to explain that to them? It's on the news. It's on the news about it. Yep. Everybody, if you haven't been involved in the court and stuff, everybody wants to now pretend that they're controlling thermonuclear weapons. I don't even do that. I'm pretty sure it's on automatic. Once it's initiated, it's on automatic. Right. So that's what she used to say. It's on Tommy's on automatic. Probably. Probably when you stormed the Capitol of the United States of America and entered federal offices and started printing yourselves incomes and then still refusing to end a Holocaust against me and others. It's on automatic. So, gonna have some soda. It really doesn't feel that cold with the window open. What's the temperature supposed to be today? They're supposed to drop Monday. Okay. Low temps to drop on Monday. Okay. This says 38 with today is 36. So, and then it's going to get warm again. Oh, is that what you mean? Okay. Let me see. Daily. Well, I was saying to him, this is the worst winter yet since I've been back up here because there's no snow. Yeah, it's terrible. I like to walk in it. It's fun. And you just, yeah, well, that's why I was saying, in terms of, is everything still just regular? Because before people were saying stuff about it's New England, just wait a while, stuff like that. Okay, so we're not doing that anymore, right? Um, it's just about staying calm and people who might be having issues with their brain, not trying to run government offices and things. That's all. So we can get this transition plan back on track. I guess I'll shut this off now. That eliminates stress for everyone. That should eliminate everyone's stress. Okay. From my perspective, in terms of how the timeline has gone so far, not, I don't believe it to be a mistake because it's almighty. So helping people understand themselves so they don't flip out and self harm and stuff. Um, God can make you believe anything. Okay, like I went through this in 2011 when I was sent on what's called like a walkabout or vision quest. Not you're all doing that. Okay, all due respect. Because you would have done that in 2011 and you'd have some sort of knowledge to present to me. Tell John the things that you saw. Okay, so you'd have something that means anything. Okay, it's not a procedure that everyone has to do. So, right. And then you can be taken out of that and you go, hopefully, you don't have an experience where you go, what the hell just happened? And then, like I said, you want to self harm or something. And you just go, I don't understand what just happened. Like, how was I possibly thinking that? Because it's a God sent delusion. Okay, so in terms of the people that would not shut it down, okay, and then in terms of why the housing hasn't been freed up and why the quote unquote food isn't free. Okay, and why everyone doesn't have a stipend to live on. So I'm waiting for that to occur. So, not some other thing is going to occur. Not some other thing is going to occur. Okay, so um, I already explained about the food. I did it again at the beginning of the live stream. Okay. In 2020, you essentially freed yourselves and you attempted to murder me. So you cannot be freed. You have to stay within the system until you pass away and you transition into another form. Okay. Um, Eventually, that system will become nothing but the transition plan, as the people that are having an issue with it drop off like flies. Okay, because you're already 4 years into telling a bunch of people they're essential workers to keep a food supply going and to run food pantries. Okay, so, right, trying to pull like a ha-ha on them and not following the rest of the transition plan would have got you starved. Okay, you're not going to be starved. Okay, so you're not going to win a war on the one card system. You're just not going to. First of all, I don't know anybody, honestly, personally, that at some point in time before 2011 or since then hasn't had a debit card, a credit card, a SNAP food card, a Social Security card. Some people have had it, gotten rid of it, got it back again. I think everybody has had one. So that's a bunch of nonsense that you're against a one card. Okay, just this insanity about a one world government and everyone's going to have a chip in their head and stuff. People have tried to accommodate that to get you to get to the point where you do something. They put chips on your cards. See how you're using it and you're not against it? They're not going to implant them in your head. Just, you won't understand an explanation when a prophet goes, you have to remember your debit card number. Does it have your name on it? Does it have a number? Do you have to remember it? Right. That wasn't enough. That didn't satisfy it because it can't be that simple and you don't want to Exodus 20. You don't have to Exodus 20. You don't have to Exodus 20. Okay. So acceptance is good. Oh my God. It was about 5 o'clock this morning. She started screaming at the top of her lungs. So she was clearly up all night long in whatever energy. I mean, a person's got to be. I asked her about drinking and eating. Okay, so she had 2 meals yesterday, and she was given at least a bottle of water in my presence. And clearly, if someone's urinating like that, they're drinking. So apparently, she's explaining to him or telling him she can't walk from the wheelchair to the toilet anymore. That's what I'm gathering. And then she was screaming like that because it's Saturday. She heard him and I talking in the kitchen last night. I went down there to tell him about the food pantries at 10 a.m. if you want to go. And she can hear everything we're saying. So that's why she was doing it. It's absolutely why she was doing it. To make sure that we were up to go to the food pantry because I wouldn't have been awake by 9:30 in the morning. Come on. So I got up at 5, and then it was like, I don't know, it was at least 20 minutes of just screaming at the top of her lungs. And I finally fell back to sleep for like an hour or two. So I am a little bit tired. And it's a good thing it's an off day. So that's like her new thing. And it's just, I said to him when we got in the truck, it's like, this is, I don't know if some of it was my thought and some of it was my speech. Just 89 years of that, right? Like from the cradle to the grave. So if you know someone that is like that, right? Just no one wants to have to be doing that to not end up homeless on the street. Okay, just anybody that has that condition, it's like you might want to ask them about a medical directive. Okay, I can almost guarantee you they're not going to want to have one. Okay, because it's just a personality type. No, you don't murder people. You have no choice but to do it. But this is the end of it. It's a species, and in my opinion, my species females are never like that. Right? It just doesn't happen. It's just it has something to do with being a little bit kind of mentally retarded and manic. Okay, just they're always a victim. They're always like they're trying to be Blanche DeVois like constantly. It's their whole entire life. So don't expect them to change when they get disease and get older. They're not going to. Just anything to be a fucking nuisance. Like literally just refusing to stop urinating yourself. It's just like The Exorcist, right? You just go. So just I think when you're prepared for something, then it's not as bad. And I know his verbiage and stuff this morning. It's almighty. Like God was even telling me in my head, like don't even, you don't even have to say a word. He's just basically venting because I'm sure he knows there's nowhere for this person to go. Because I told her she won't stop with that too. I've got to go somewhere. I've got like she was probably saying that stuff to her husband in 1979. I'm not kidding you. There's nowhere for you to go. They are closing all the nursing homes. You couldn't even get the VA to treat you like 2 years ago. Okay, so it's like a script. I don't know if it because of how things have been with him, he's not really aware. I think that he's being completely controlled by others. I don't think he's aware of that. They are not gonna let you put her anywhere. They are not gonna let you do it. You don't want to find that out, so just leave it alone. Really, you don't want to find that out. Like they will shut off your social security if you try to put her away. Right. Talk to some people that are living in homeless shelters. So, anyways, like I'm talking about, dude, they'll take your trailer, your truck, they'll shut off your money. You'll end up just like me. So, they are gonna, you are gonna do their bidding. So we're waiting for these people to pass away. Because I know you go, because you don't talk to anyone, you don't realize how many people are living the exact same life you're living. Right? Because you don't talk to other people, you don't know that. But I do talk to other people, so I do know that. Right? Just how do you think all these people are not at a homeless shelter with me when I go outside? Okay, like yeah, you're not aware of how severe this is. You got to think, how severe would it have to be for us to be nuked? It's pretty severe. Okay, so um, trying to communicate with the people who decided that they're landlords. Okay, um, they tried doing this before, and apparently it wasn't the time to be doing it. Okay. If you have a population of people that keeps just taking over properties, I guess it's something you have to tolerate. If that's what the issue is, and people are worried that quote unquote migrants are going to just take all the property. We can't care about that. People want to make sure that someone's not going to storm into the house they're in. Like everything is based on people being afraid of everything. Oh, good. Here comes a whole bunch of sun, as they call it. On February 17th, I have to look at the thing. I know it's February, but I'm like, what February 17th? Ba-boom. Um, so, right. So, if they want an update on the city of Quincy, they need to send someone else out there. They have personnel out there. They don't need Mary Gladys out there. Right. I don't go to Quincy anymore. That's all over with. So a lot of those people are not allowed to leave there, meaning God won't let them leave. I explained it for 2 years now. Even when I went out there and suggested that they come out here and get tents and tops, they didn't do it. Not you have to block me. And then some people probably went, tents and tops and then they never came out here. They never came out here. Never seen anyone from Quincy in High Park or Dedham. I'm not kidding you. I saw someone walk by a couple times that could have been that Amy person, but it's probably not. I've never seen anyone from Quincy that I've met at the shelter or anywhere out there in High Park or Dedham. It's kind of amazing, isn't it? You saw me walking back and forth. No one stopped me from doing it. Yeah, it's kind of amaze balls, as I call it. So I don't really want to put the I'm gonna put the robe on today. So just put a jacket on or something. I got this thing. I don't know if that's really gonna be warm enough. I know it's just weird, isn't it? What happened to sweater leather? I still have that stupid bag of clothes. Good God. I know. It would have been gone already. But that's something I should probably work on. Maybe. Yeah, but I have to shell peanuts. Maybe tomorrow because that has nothing to do with bottle returns. Yeah, you just drop it off there. Let me see. I can. That would make another bag of stuff, but that'll be my next goal. Getting rid of that. I took one paper bag for my trash bag. So I guess people need more reusable bags. If the Stop and Shop wants to donate them to the food pantry again, they must have done it already once, right? It's helpful if people remember to bring them with them. I still have my denim saving stuff. I don't generally lose things. People steal my stuff, but I don't. No, not they come in a room and something's missing. Um, the storm into a house, steal all my belongings. Storm into a hotel, steal all my belongings. In 5 months' time, it happened twice. Literally storming in. So maybe other people have had that happen too. Uh, I don't know if they've had the opportunity to explain it to people because they don't have a phone. They're blocked on the internet. It's really sort of it is frightening. Yes, it's frightening and weird when people have lost their minds and they're acting like literal animals. It's at first you kind of feel sorry for them, and I think it depends on who it is. Like clearly, if you're an early first responder and you got sick like that film, then I feel bad for you. Okay. If you're someone just dressing up like you're an early first responder, then I don't feel bad for you. If you're some sort of deranged chap at a hotel that's Father Bill's police staff, I don't feel bad for you, or a volunteer. This is the other thing, too. That one that said she was a volunteer, I'm pretty sure she showed up at the shelter uh, when I was out there this last time, and she's pretending to be another person. I'm pretty sure that's her. The one that was wearing her hair up and she was acting like she was new. That's not the same person who said she was a volunteer at the hotel. Maybe it's not, but you just go. Some people do look like other people and they sound like them. But yeah, that was. I'm gonna change my photo there. I guess I could probably. I don't really like to sit down this early, but I might as well make it 14 more things on myself on my off day. Right. The vigorous day of there's no you have to trust me, there's no possible way you guys want to stay here. Okay? There's no possible way you do. Okay. Like it's not unusual to set up weird things and then say that that's how you become like me when it's not. This is not me. So I know you go, even colonial living. Okay. Like, we would at least be having to make bread and stuff all day. Like, the whole entire day is formulating meals. You just go, everything has to be made. Cloth has to be made, sewing. Oh, yeah, all of it. The dudes are constantly got to be like building houses and stuff. I know it just not a possible way you want to stay here. Some people, that's why probably the thought idea at the beginning was you guys are going to do this like Plymouth Plantation. Okay, yeah, you have fun doing that. I'll be back in the spring. Okay, and be like a hunter gatherer nomadic. Like that's why I think over time. I'm not in charge of all that. I just think over time people would just naturally be doing that because it's just easier. It doesn't mean you're foraging through ashtrays and eating cigarette butts. No. It's just your mom doesn't spend 14 hours a day in a kitchen. Right. Like that's all it means. Like she's not churning butter, making cloth, sewing, cooking stuff at the hearth. That was probably somebody's idea of fun for a while. Not it's supposed to turn into all of this. That is crazy. They don't want to do anything fun. They take it all completely seriously. It's just bizarro. Right, like you could have had people go, this is what we're gonna do, like it's Caribbean night on a cruise, and then these people take it like serious, like they're gonna force you to do it, and then that just evolves over time, and you go, I know they didn't even want to do like pilgrims and stuff. You just go, okay, so what is this? Is this supposed to be Hotel Rwanda? I never saw the film. Like, what is this? Everything involves I'm your prisoner and your jailers. You notice that? You gotta go. Got to go. That doesn't involve any physical, right? That doesn't involve any physical activity. These people made a whole Olympics. That's fun. They made a whole Olympics. There's people that made up a thing where you climb up that mountain. You have to train for it for like a good year. There's people that swim, made up you swim the English Channel. That's fun. Yeah. There's people that climb, dive off of cliffs. That's fun. There's people that make up a competition where you go to a beach and you build these elaborate sandcastles, which you shouldn't be able to use spray paint stuff, folks. But that's fun. Okay? Not, yeah, and now this time I'm your jailer and you're my prisoner again. No, that's not fun. Talk about the mind's eye just being. It's got to be pretty warm by now because this isn't even weird. I know I already checked it. I'm going to check it again. 34. I guess maybe if I was completely outside, it would feel that cold. Was it last night it was 18 or it's tonight? I think it was last night. It might be tonight because it says 19 at 6 a.m. tomorrow. It might be tonight. It's going to drop down that cold. I think off days are kind of like that, right? Where you go, maybe I could have more energy to don't do it. Yeah. I could tell I was kind of like beat this morning, so it's not worth it. Tomorrow I've got to do my 3 things at least. Yeah. So this week is different from the other weeks. Like, so I'm probably have more energy than I had before. I'm feeling like emotionally revived. I gotta say, um, it's really not about other people passing away, but some kind of indication that this is ever going to end. Right. So if you're confused about some people's attitudes because we're all being nuked, um, right, you're either sort of planning to rebirth in this bodily form, or you're planning on going to your heaven. You have a faith in that with God, and not like you're depressed and you have a death wish or something. It's not like that. Some of the stuff you have to tolerate, like some of them they could never be satisfied unless they sort of feel like everybody uh, has accepted that this would never work or something. They'll never stop including you in their thing. So, yeah, just sort of try to numb yourself down to that. They will never stop trying to include you in that thing. Right? Like, for your own peace of mind, you can't, there's only so many times you can explain to them, go, I didn't give up on life. It's just, it is. That would be the one thing that would sort of, so you just have to, it's all about keeping them calm and them being in an acceptance. Right. Like, okay, yeah, nobody could ever solve anything. That's what you're supposed to be thinking. That's for your acceptance. So that's good. So part of the acceptance is seeking out other members of your own species. That's part of the acceptance. And understanding leave me alone versus trying to make me be alone all the time. So, I'm sure most of his stuff is because of just dealing with clearly your mother's decline and concern about what's going to happen when she dies. I'm sure. So try to be happy about the thermonuclear weapons and the fact that the woman is still living. So, and paying that rent. Right. So definitely want to keep her fed and watered, upright. I don't know last time she took a poop, if it's been a couple days. So, right, that's probably why he was trying to get her into the bathroom. And you think that I can do this and do that? And I don't know if she probably attempted to stand up and fell down or something. That's probably what happens in the bathroom. I honestly, it's probably because the brain is like shrinking and shrinking and shrinking to the fact that she doesn't know how to walk anymore. That's what I would call it. It's been going on now for 2 months. It started it right when I went to the symphony, right about that time. So that was December 7th, January, February. It's been 2.5 months. There you go. It doesn't take 2.5 months to die once you can't walk anymore. So I don't know. I'm not familiar with geriatrics, how long they stay like that, but I'm hoping they stay like that for at least a good year. Okay? I'm just being honest. I hope they stay like that for at least a good year because you see a housing key in my hand? So it's some of them. Some of them that are perishing, it's because they wouldn't simply just house me. And it was explained at least 2 years ago the reason they were doing it. And then they go, okay, that means they can keep doing it. Like God said it was okay. Okay, just let me know when they die. Yeah, I just, I'm not sure that's what God is saying, but I can't tell you what God is telling you. Yeah, like I can just go, okay, well, logically, that's not really making any sense to me. Why would God keep telling you to keep me a hostage? Why would God ever tell you it was okay what you're doing when he keeps saying you can't take my children and keep me hostage? Like, oh, so it wouldn't change anything anyway? Okay, thank you. Okay, so this is officially my last bag of peanuts. I got a little bit in this one. That's not going to fill up with me. I guess we'll see since I got the live stream. Since I got the live stream, maybe I'll do 2 pounds and then I don't have to worry about it tomorrow. La di da da, la di da, la di da da da. That trash I took out yesterday felt like heavy. I was like, what is in there that's so heavy? Banana peels? Probably. That was so funny. I'm like, oh, they have a whole box of bananas. That's pretty much all I care about. Well, they didn't. There's so many people. Yeah, I got, I don't know, a couple of bananas. It's not as many as some other weeks, but you go. I got plenty of apples and oranges. I got to burn through. I started eating some of the apples and oranges, but I can go a week for sure. All right. Well, I don't know if I should have. Let me do this. Someone knows. I mean, at the store, it looks like there's tons of peanuts, so. We have to make up. There's a food shortage in Gaza. And then what happens? Right. Well, I think you're explaining to people why they're being nuked so they don't flip out. Especially when they realize they already have a brain plague. I'm not sure that the thermonuclear weapons are causing the cognitive decline. Okay, at least at the beginning, because it was already a problem in 2008. Like increased aggression, right, increased lawlessness, stuff like that. Well, I probably appear calm because there's no reason to be uncalm. Yeah, like I know Devora was asking about that. So, PTSD from people attacking and abusing you is not really the same thing as, I guess, maybe that's what she meant, as people that are just off the charts. Like, what's wrong with you folks? Panic and worry, I guess, is not the same thing as emotional distress because of some jerk. Yeah, just that was isn't it? Is anybody normal anymore? Exactly, just like M said, is anybody normal anymore? I felt like that after the guy's name is Phil Taylor. He's from the UK. They used to be Jim Morrison. I felt like that after that because I just was in a 20-year relationship. Like I got married when I was 23. I met him when I was 22. I didn't really have a lot of boyfriends before that. So, and I'm a homemaker and I'm not in the workplace and stuff. And so I'm out in the world to some extent. I'm not in a work setting, but I'm like socially interacting with people. And you just go, this person's 37 years old. And or was he 36 and I was 37? He was only a year younger than me. And he kept referring to me as an older divorcee. And I was a year older than him, a person that ill. Right. Where you tell him, because he was told, I go, in joking in one of my emails, where I was joking and said, just don't, as long as you don't say something about my age or my weight, I think is what it was. And so, of course, he immediately starts saying stuff about my age. Okay, that's a person who's ill. You give a man ammunition and he immediately uses it against you. Sicko. So, anyways, he may have had some sort of issue with himself where he failed to realize that he was 36 and not 26. So, anyways, I just went, dude, this age is that messed up. I'm fine. I guess I'll become a cougar because I am all set with that. That is what happens when you try to go out with someone, quote unquote, your own age. You just, if you've never gone out with someone that's like younger than you and you didn't understand this stuff, that's why I did that already. Okay. They're not any more better adjusted if that's what you go. So, of course, why would you go out with someone that's, yeah. If you're going to be screwed up anyway, I guess I'll be hanging around with a bunch of 20-something-year-old dudes for a good year. And then I got it in my head. I go, all right, well, I guess I'll be able to go out with and marry someone because I could have. I actually could have if all this crap didn't happen to me. But at 39, I easily could have married a 22-year-old. Let's get real, folks. So, but for the everything that's happened. So, you're never going to convince probably anyone. I'm a female, so I'm a woman. I'm a lady. You're never going to convince a lady that she has to go out with someone, quote unquote, her own age. You're never going to know because many of us have done both things, and you just go, they're all the same. They never grow up. It's something to do with the other species, probably. And there's so many of them, and they won't stop blocking everyone. So you just go, I guess this is going to be it until finally God gets rid of you folks, because never in a day am I intermingling with you. It doesn't matter how many years of isolation. I'm not Susan Adkins. God has made sure that you didn't do that with me and then pull a trailer up to what? Dedham Jail? Dedham House of Corrections? Framingham, wherever you send females? Nah, not today. I know some of the behaviors you just go, okay, yeah, you got brain disease. Next. Like Candy and Norm with the extension cords, and that's the excuse that door is never shut. It is like that. It's like it gets to the point where it's like they're intoxicated or something, and you go, what are you doing? No, we're not doing that. It's part of being mentally altered. Went over some of that again. People can look it up. What I felt I was being told about why they became obsessed with cell phones and headphones. Okay. The pH in the brain, in terms of the brain plagues. You have to think about how LSD works and what happens to people when they're like go acid or whatever, like in kidney failure. They become altered like that, like they're intoxicated. I would think you'd have hallucinations, yep. So That's why a lot of them, they think things are funny and stuff, and that's good because God's getting them ready to go on to the next thing. So they should be feeling no pain. That's good. It's good for them. I set that stuff up early on. That's what that television is supposed to be for. It's not supposed to be a terror machine. It's supposed to be, oh boy, and a penis joke and stuff in a manner that supposedly children don't understand what you're saying. And then you've got to understand that after a while, people that aren't altered can't handle looking at it anymore. And then when you realize, okay, you have to stop keeping me a hostage. Never in a day is that stuff going to seem funny anymore. Okay, just what in the hell, God? Just, it's not funny. I'm glad everybody has a chance to hear the sound of my voice on the World Wide Web again. It's never in a day going to be funny where you make up a procedure where by any means necessary you have sexual relations with me. Okay, that's never going to be funny. I made you touch it is never going to be funny. Okay? That is, I don't even know if that's funny in your own species. It's never going to be funny when you change your names and pretend that you never saw me before and you don't know what I'm talking about. That's never going to be funny. Pretending to tell me that someone died and then go, they're not dead or something like that. Or I helped you moved on by telling you the person was dead and stuff. Never going to be funny. Okay, so that's like, never talk to me again. Exactly. Like I said, I don't know what this thing is about cats, but I never want to see another cat again in my life. But it becomes too much to my ears when people's brains are dying. Like that Delia Duffy was calling Jen her cat. She tried to steal my cat because she had complete dementia. Okay, like it's just not something that's ever going to be funny to me. Yeah, just some people are clearly doing some weird thing with cats still, and that's like funny to them. Every time they incorporate a cat in something they're doing. Okay. Yeah, like I said, someone literally pretended to be my daughter that I don't even believe is living anymore. I believe they murdered all my children, and they don't tell me that. We just went through 7.5 months of it. It's still ongoing with that Brian Buchanan person. So you tell me that they're not doing that. And then on the other hand, telling you other people died, and then you find out a year later they didn't. Just complete derangement of the mind. That's derangement of the mind. That's dementia. That's why it's called that. Because usually this stuff is sick and cruel. Like you have a demon in your head. So anyways, how did I get to that? I know. Already, there goes my mind. Sometimes. That's a good way to cope with it, I suppose. But, oh, that's right. Thank you. Thank you, God. About the Julianne Moore thing. That's what I was just getting. He just blanks your mind like that, like just happened to me. as a reminder that you folks are not, you don't have any brain matter left, basically. That's how I would take it. You don't have any brain matter. I find it helpful to myself because of what I do, in terms of if I start getting concerned about what I'm actually saying, right? Because usually he'll then go, see how you're not actually doing that. Usually I start to get a little bit scared myself sometimes because I don't want to convey something that's not right. That's why I stopped doing the baseball thing after about the third one. I get weirded out by it. I'm too sort of like afraid to say the wrong thing. It's too much pressure in terms of being a prophet, just explaining myself. So I do it, and then he knows I'm doing it, and then he'll blank my mind and go, see how I'm doing it. That's like it's not really new. I think maybe the nature of it is sort of new, but it's not new. He's been doing that from the beginning. So, oh, thank you. About pretending to be my daughter. Okay, so that's him explaining that he's talking. Is that understood? Okay, because he just he made me sort of forget what I was talking about, and then he went right back to reminding me about what I was talking about. Okay, so pretending to be my kidnapped daughter just to then send me photographs of cats. So, when you're a sex offender and your brain is dying and you're psychopathic and you actually hate me and want to harm me, then that makes sense. And when you're depersonalized and you're doing it, it becomes, your brain is just making up things like the stuff where you're a psychologist and you're trying to hit people's triggers. It's part of being sadistically insane. It's almost like a Munchausen by proxy, where the brain is literally making it up. And the person has to be told, okay, what's going on is that you're having an issue and you're sadistically insane. Because you don't, like, it's probably part of God containing you in your binder. Like, I know you're not going to believe this, but this is your daughter Veronica, and all you know to say is something about my two dogs. Okay, because you don't even have any information about me or my daughter or what my life was from 1994 to 2011. You have no knowledge of that. And you say something about 2010, which has nothing to do with when I left Florida. I left Florida in November of 2011 after someone reported me to DCF. Because I was trying to get a marital divorce. So things my daughter would not actually say. I think she'd have a little bit more knowledge about our lives than my dog's names were Zig and Zag. And Alfred's the primary caretaker, and then go, I don't really know anything about you. That's being sadistically insane. Yeah, like as soon as Devora goes, oh, there's a lot to go over. There's nothing to go over. Okay, and you guys are called Nazis. That's what's called a Nazi. Okay. You're psychopaths and you're depersonalized. It's a common thing that psychopaths do after 2 5 star in particular, where they they invent that they're psychotherapists because they've run out of anything to do to me. It gets like that. Okay, it's like an extreme form of psychopathy that's rarely actually seen. Okay, because laws contain you folks, and there's only so much you generally are allowed to do to one of your victims, like sleep with their husband, leave their hair color in too long, give them nail fungus when they go for a pedicure, lose their application for housing, give them an episiotomy they didn't need. Okay. There's only so much that things do before you get arrested. You get what I'm saying? Not you're allowed to take it this far. So it's a really seen medical condition. Not it's new. It's just your psychopathic envy and hatred towards me is never ending. It's a mental illness. When people like you get arrested and put in jail, it's relieving to you. It's a relief because you get redirected into other things. You don't have to look at me anymore. You don't have to listen to me anymore. You don't have to worry that I'm happy and smiling. Okay, it's a mental illness. So there's not a lot to go over now. You don't do this as a job when you have, repressed memories and stuff in your brain. Okay. That's people that don't know what else to do to try to cope with their mental insanity, which is they can't bear to live if I'm smiling and happy. Okay, it's God in a way, maybe not in a way, it's God explaining to you, you can't stay on earth with me. Yeah, I mean, obviously when you get to that level of mental insanity, okay, you're being contained like you're like a John Robert Balto, you're like a Susan Adkins. Okay, just you take obsessed fan to a whole nother level. You're doing it with me because I'm the Virgin Mother and I have the planet's attention. That's why you're doing it to me. It's called presenting. So if you've never been sort of like obsessed with a person like me before, you've done it with other people. If you were wondering. Some people, because of their own denial, when something is frightening, they make up things about me when they can't explain how I'm in this position. Right? I'm not grandiose. It's actually taking place. Okay. It's just, you don't have to worry about it. Been doing this a long time, and God contains them. Yeah. It's clearly going on. It's just there's certain things that happen when people get frightened. They don't want to. Especially after 2021. But that's why they're doing it, right? It sort of doesn't have really anything to do with me, my online presence. If anything, that should help them to stop doing it. Right. Blocking me and stuff actually puts me in more danger because God has given me a 2 5-star and a print of the nail and all this stuff. So it's like, it actually puts me in more danger when they're not allowed to view me. People make up things when they're trying to put a woman aside like she's on the back burner somehow. And eventually that's going to be your wife or something, whatever that is. That business was called out in 2022 by the Patriots. Just continuing to try to get the people with the blocking to stop doing it to me. They were explaining it too. Right. Protecting is you transport a woman to Camp David, you transport her to the safe zone, Kenny Bunkport. Okay. Not this. That's not protecting a person. They were even typing it to me too. That someone might say something bad. So are they telling their coworkers that they were typing stuff bad because they were explaining to me why people are being blocked from talking to me? Oh yeah. It's like that gross Derek guy that goes, "Oh, she's just apprehensive. I'm trying to get at her. I'm not explaining to you. I won't stop trying to put my hands on her crotch. She's apprehensive." That's right. You just go, "Dude, we can see what you're doing in there. Dude or dudettes, we can see it." Okay. So you're trying to explain to her that people are mean and that's why it's going on. So that's why you said all that stuff to her? Whoa. Does anyone know why Indigo, is that his name? That's his name is Indigo. Okay. Did anyone ask or like, what would the fact that he's not actually sober have to do with anything on July 13th? Like if Brian Buchanan was probably dead, okay, what would that have to do with people? Some people are say they're sober, but they're not really sober. Like, are any of you proving that? Did I not have 13 years sobriety? Were you proving that I wasn't actually sober? You guys just have to kind of accept yourselves and right. Like that guy screaming about, I've got to stop judging his friends. I wasn't even paying any attention to your friends, dude. You're mentally insane. Talk about grandiose. You and your friends have absolutely no meaning to me whatsoever. I hope you can see me. You and your friends have absolutely no meaning to me whatsoever. I thought I had a boyfriend that I was proper courting. You have no meaning to me whatsoever. None. I don't know where that was coming from, that I was judging you. Well, how often do you think that people are secretly talking about you? Because you're clearly extremely mentally ill. That's why I specifically told Brian to stop introducing me to scumbags. I have no interest in talking to more drug addicts. Was that misunderstood? Done. Had enough of it. Right. If you folks are not sober by now, you're never going to get sober. Right. I guess if you're sort of like, you have to make up that you're important to someone or you're important to me somehow, I guess you would come up with words and phrases like that and thoughts and ideas. And then clearly flying into rages and stuff because I have no interest in you. It's way beyond boring. Way beyond boring. It's always the same thing. It's like a carbon copy. I wouldn't even have to talk to you. Just Anybody, just go anybody, Boston, Quincy, all those places where they're putting you guys to be put down. Okay, let me guess. Someone diddled you? Okay. I mean, we've seen the intervention show. We know, we get it. So the result of that is that sober people need to be raped. Okay. Wow, that's. You got to rape nuns because do they think they're better than everyone? They're too judgmental. They think they're better than everyone. No one is actually sober. Do I need to experience being raped and then I'll start using and then I'll understand why you don't stop using? I'm never going to understand that. I do understand it, but you don't probably understand it yourself. You're not my species. You're having a brain plague and it's not possible for you to stop using. Okay, enjoy your next thing. Stephen already explained it to me, so I do know why you don't stop using, and it has nothing to do with being raped. You don't want to care about anybody. You can't accept Almighty God helping. You can't refer to a power higher than yourself. You cannot do it because you're all psychopathics. You're all psychopaths. You're all psychopathically insane. That's how anyone gets sober. Not your friend died and that made me realize I was going to die. Not you wanted to keep a girlfriend. Okay? They refer to their higher power. That's the only way anybody gets sober. And you guys cannot do it. It's the greatest commandment. You cannot do it. Okay, so you're not going to be able to stop using. I can make personal judgments about anybody I want. It's my head, okay, that I and my creator run, not you folks do. Okay, I can judge anybody I want, just like I told you. I don't have a gavel. I'm not sentencing you to death or jail. Okay, get your words right. It's just like Brian said. Even the dude himself said it. Okay? You're mad because you know I don't like you. That's why. You know you're not acceptable to me. Right. And you know that I know you're full of shit. And you know that I know what you are. And you can't use personas on me. Even your precious Brian's personas went cricky crumble. Okay? When dudes start doing this, two of them started doing that. This is Yahweh's kingdom come, yo, and you're on my land. Never in a day. No, it's called Fort Laramie. Never in a day do you get away with that. So on July 13th, Brian was probably dead and in a dumpster, and someone just doesn't tell me that. And you can only do so much for people. Like, I wasn't there on a mission. I was courting the guy to marry him. Not I was a do-gooder trying to get a drug addict off drugs. So that's another person that was doing the same thing that Devorah started doing. Did you hear anything? You mean foreclosure? What was the other thing? Did you hear anything about your friend? Okay. Probably has no meaning at all as to what's going on in the brain binder there. That's I know you just go, what is that? Did they ever discuss that with Brian? Was he talking like that too? Because it shows how sick people are. That's what I'm telling you. It's if someone's on an outreach, which I don't do they have sex with you? Because that wouldn't surprise me. You folks have gotten that sick. Are they kissing you on the mouth and holding your hand and saying they love you and stuff? Is that what's going on out there now? Well, it's something that's a topic right there. That is a topic of interest. They've got phones. Get a Twitter account. Let the public know your thoughts, please. You can talk into those things to tweet, just like Brian was doing to look up stuff on YouTube. You guys can get YouTube accounts. You have phones now. So what's the problem? You don't get to approach the bench, as they call it. Right, you just get the questions, and then you clearly have a way to upload your injustice to the rest of the planet so we can hear it. That's not a million questions. Nope, that's not a million questions. Did you folks, including Brian, have any type of discussion about Mary Gladys and who I am, what I'm doing out in Quincy, anything like that? On July 13th of 2023, when I walked out to, I didn't walk out there. When I came out to Quincy, okay, and you folks were standing outside the Quincy Public Library, Thomas Crane Public Library, telling me that Brian, it must be dead, okay, and then you began talking about people not actually being sober, and there's only so much that you can do for a person. Okay. Were we not in a relationship? Is there anybody doing outreach where they come out to Quincy and they ask you to be their girlfriend, and then you start kissing them? You French kiss them. You sit on benches in public view talking and kissing and holding hands. And then you attend this concert outside. They say they're going to marry you. Okay. Is that what goes on with outreach? And then do they convince you to go to a detox center? Were any of you saying stuff like that to Brian? Was he talking like that? That's not a million questions. It's one topic. Why you were saying things like that to me. Okay, just like that Devorah person can't really account for, she probably doesn't want to answer, why she said, you mean foreclosure? Wasn't that the 28th? Within days of what happened on June 25th, that's what she said to me. That's why I would want to know what the hell happened to Brian for closure. And then it was like a week or two later, she started referring to him as my friend. Did you hear anything about your friend? Okay, so you guys are, to me, that's extremely sick. And it's like, are you able to explain why you were saying that? Because you probably don't remember yesterday. And that's all you have to say. I know that Mary keeps asking us the same question over and over again, and we don't know. There you go. That's an answer. It's probably overthinking it to, in terms of the academics, as they call it. I think it's probably overthinking it to go, why is it important that we weren't in a relationship? I think that's overthinking it. I think it has to do with just brain depth and mental processing and mental reasoning. I mean, yeah, I mean, these people are beyond sociopathic. It's like weird. These people with these kangaroo things, just know wherever they're living, because they all sound foreign. There's got to be people like me just going, how are these people this insane? Well, they're in a process of transitioning into another form where there's no personal caring for anyone. Right? Just it's the opposite of their words. Well, that's why it becomes a time of people out there that pretend they can't see and hear me, where you have to hear what God's saying, because it would be conflicting to your, and you'd be becoming weirded out and upset, right? Okay, God doesn't want that. No one actually wants it. So you're having a conflict with your original ideas, right? Because you thought you were all more loving and one love and stuff. It'll make sense when you get there. You're not in the right physical body for what's happening to you. You're actually having a complete disconnect from emotions as the brain is dying. So, whatever it is you guys are going to transition into, you're not going to be like that. That's not going to function even in a primate kingdom. Okay. Because you don't protect your own offspring. You don't protect your own offspring. You don't care about genetic purity. You think that's bad. Okay. And like you honor illness and mental retardation. And then you get mad like we're all mean. Having a scientific mind is not mean. But you're clearly not really used to talking to psychiatrists, and I don't know what type of therapist you've had. They're trained to not be emotionally connected to you because it affects your therapy. We went over this at the beginning. Do psychiatrists have no bedside manner? Because they're not your new mommy and daddy, where you try to get emotional yes and no's from people. That would be someone not trained to be an actual psychiatrist. Right? Just as an FYI, they're not supposed to agree with you when you're talking. They're not supposed to connect emotionally with you. Okay, it's supposed to seem sterile so that you just keep talking, because it's just the nature of your species. You're always looking for approval, and you're always making up yourself based on what someone's reaction to you. So people that are familiar with that, they know that it's a different species, one, and they know that you're constantly in a persona and it's based on approval from others. So they are just like that so that you don't do that. You're supposed to be more open about yourself, because if they kind of go like that, you don't want to keep talking. You go, okay, that's too much. I got to veer off into something else. You had a dude that was supposedly supposed to be courting me, and I wasn't even flinching on the stuff that he was saying to me. Because when it's supposed to be about your past and not you're currently doing it. Because it honestly doesn't matter to me. It really doesn't. But the fact of what he did, and that it's way past 2011, I guess it probably should matter. I'm coming to that sort of conclusion now. But that's part of recovery. That's insane to care what a person was doing before they met you. Especially in this, everything, the world that everybody's had to grow up in. But the person has got to have already gone through a recovery process, and he isn't talking like that and still using. Like, it's almost like I don't know if he was watching YouTube videos or something, that he was that, or he was making it up, but he's clearly a very, very mentally ill individual. Right? Because you go, if that Paul guy was trying to act like everything the guy says is made up, not when he's talking to me, it's not. Remember that insanity? I already explained to that guy. He was trying to depersonalize into Brian Buchanan because he has a disgusting obsession with me. He's like a John Robert Balto. I don't know when. He probably saw me online. That's why I questioned what he was even doing at Father Bill's place and when he arrived there. Okay. And when he actually started hanging around with Brian. So he was trying to depersonalize into Brian, and I knew it. He's not even smooth about what he's doing. He's just a demented, old, gross thing that hopefully is dead already. They just so what did he'll approach you and tell you that the person that you were just talking to is a con artist and lies to everyone. And so what crazy things did he tell you? Okay. Right. And then what he was planning on doing is trying to pretend to be him. That's what he was doing. I go, I'm not. Why don't you tell me what Brian told you about him? I'm not going to do that. Well, no, nor am I. Fucking disgusting animal. Pardon my French. You don't end up in this position and Kita if you're not beautiful. It's the nature of the beast. It's all in the book. It's called envy, which goes way beyond looks, but usually they don't know that at first. So anyways, those are the questions if those people decide that they want to talk to visiting students from UMass Boston. July 13th. If they don't recall, they don't recall. That means you don't remember. Interesting questions for people that use drugs specifically, if not drugs and alcohol. These random people that are showing up on the streets and in these shelters. Okay. Do they believe, and some people will be sent out to talk to them in a different manner because of what I just said. They don't just answer questions. They have to be tricked into answering questions. So watch out that you don't have an illness where you then pretend you're a student from Boston University and that's why you're using drugs, Greg Ryan, and raping men. Because you're going to pretend that you're like them so you can get information. Okay. You don't have to be using. No. It's just to find out if they believe that everybody actually uses. Like the commenter, you're probably the type of person that accuses everyone of using when you use yourself. And the other one is, does it really only take one life event to prove that they would then have to take drugs or alcohol? And it's not really that easy to stop using, Mary Gladys. Those are the questions. It's the same question. It's not 40 questions. And these are way too many questions. No one could ever answer that. It's helpful to them to stop caring what I think and what other people think. It really is helpful. If they could do that without becoming belligerent and violent towards me, that would be great. Because they're a different species, and I don't believe they can stop using. So if you haven't met any of them that are not sort of that mean, they will actually explain it to you. That they tried the whole program, they tried the celibacy program, they tried that, and they can't do it because it's quote unquote too painful. They can't handle the emotions because they're a different species. Yeah, I mean, that's why I told you the people that use opiates make sense. These other people are in a denial, I think, about their. Yeah, it's just, I had that question a couple of years ago, if people remember, because I don't use, I drink caffeine, but I've had cigarettes, but I'm not, I do not like stimulants, right? So I was wondering because I've met a lot of people that use that Adderall and the methamphetamine, which I believe are the same thing. And I recently met people with the crack cocaine, like starting around 2020. So to be sort of that deranged, I guess, and destroy friendships and things, and to keep using it, they've got to be a different species, like they're psychopathic, and it seems to me definitely a mental illness. So if they don't want to be like that, I would say they've got to be on that methadone and the Suboxone strips and stuff, just to keep them calm. If it's becoming that upsetting, some of them do become upset by it. Some of them are full of crap. They're not upset by it. It's like a script, and then that becomes a social club they're in. Like Karen seemed actually upset by it. Lupus Mary did not seem upset by it. That Brian Buchanan person doesn't seem upset by it. He was almost seemed like he was bragging about it. That Paul guy with the hat and the cane seems just deranged, and he thinks that he's like some all-knowing thing. Like that's a position in life where I ruined my life with crack cocaine and stuff. Like that makes you. That's like a martyrdom. Met some really whacked out people, man, in 13 years. So I met another woman who seemed really upset by it, and she explained it was similar to Karen, that it was like destroyed their relationship with their mother and stuff, and it bothered them. Right. So I don't know what if there was a diagnosis or something, because one of them mentioned something about typically being on medication and stuff. So, right. That's what I would expect to happen. Okay, like, yeah, you go, oh my God, what in the hell, God? And then you stop doing what you're doing. Right? It's just these people that's why they don't stop, because they're never ever gonna meet anybody ever in their lives that they would care enough about, that they would care that they hurt the person. It's just not gonna happen. Maybe that would be that guy's answer. But it was just strange that maybe he's told himself all his life that nobody ever cared about him because they were just trying to get him off the drugs or something. It was just weird. Yeah. People that specialize in psychoanalysis do have a tendency to quote unquote overanalyze you. Yeah, I mean, I guess someone who isn't completely just deranged, if they stopped and thought about it, would go, "Yeah, I guess that was kind of weird that I would be talking like you're like a traveling nun, and you weren't actually going out with him." Yeah, like I don't know, is that how they talk? Okay, maybe they didn't know that other. Yeah, that's not a lot of these folks, man. It's like really ingrained. Their entire life is that, and all they know is is a community of people that are not equipped to be treating drug addiction. It's possible it's that, like, it's so ingrained, it's been going on so long now that it's just yeah, like obviously most of their community just treats them like they can never get well anyways, and they make sure you can't. But at this point, for some of you, I have to concur that you can't. Right, you go, this excuse about it's not really an excuse, because they have been doing that, where they're preventing me from being able to do what I typically do from time to time, I'm sure. No one has that level of like instinct and skill without that being built upon knowledge. Right. Like just the whole nature of the Catholic Church says it all about dealing with male sex offenders and people with substance problems. Right. So clearly, I was completely prevented from doing what I typically do, which is frustrating. But there won't be a need for it anymore with the thermonuclear weapons and the Passover. There won't be a need for that type of job anymore. So be doing other things. But It's their job to keep a constant flow of drug and alcohol, mentally ill people, quote unquote, out there. That's their job. None of it is ever intended to get these people into a program that's actually functions to work. So I think people have had enough of it. So for compassion's sake, yeah, it's just. So what I was saying is it's possible that that guy doesn't even understand actual uh, relationships of any kind. Like it's possible his entire identity is that he's uses drugs and has a mental health issue, and that everybody that interacts with him is a nurse, a therapist, an outreach worker. They don't even know what having a friend is that doesn't use. Oh yeah, just that bad. Just a statement like that. It's possible. Right. When you begin to morph and act like, I know you just go, whoa. Yeah, you go, what? We didn't understand why you'd be trying to go out with the drug addicts. Never mind. I know you just go. You are not normal females at all. You just go, okay, well, you don't notice that there's no hot dudes. Okay. I just randomly decided to try to go out with the drug addict. Weird. I don't know if they're doing transference. Is that what they call it? I don't know if they're doing that. And you go, who am I supposed to be? Like, where is that coming from that I wouldn't try to have a husband? Does that go along with all of this was supposed to happen? In terms of why do I not have any children and what happened to my house and why am I even in Massachusetts? Does that go along with that? If I'm supposed to be doing missionary work, why are you holding me hostage here? Why wouldn't I live in a house with my children and then occasionally walk out to Quincy and do missionary work? Okay, that's like really mentally ill. Well, hopefully with the thermonuclear weapons, they're understanding it more and more. You were never supposed to be doing it. So, yeah, that might be why some people snapped out of it in 2020. Not that they were right, because believe me, you go, the whole planet goes, okay, so you removed her from there now, so she was meeting with people at the library, putting rings on. Okay, no, now it's just going to be nothing but news. Absolutely, just those people in a disassociation too. It's pretty shocking when you charge a U.S. citizen as a witch to help a dude get a divorce and get rid of his wife. Like you're just doing it openly and using quasi US laws and regulations to do it. It was bad enough the illegal foreclosures. Okay, so that's pretty shocking and mentally deranged. And then the emails were even presented to you as a population. I explained someone actually sent me a jury summons to 12 Flanagan Place. Like you literally changed my mailing address. Not I hadn't applied for anything. I hadn't even been in the shelter yet. And you did it. Okay, so that's really ill. So that means even just that action and me being flown back up here, you had already gone into some insanity InfoWars about what was going on. Yeah, you did. Just part of mental illness. Anyways, just it's something that you guys started doing because you actually did it to me in Claremont before you did it here. Yeah, just you. I don't know if you guys were reading the Holy Bible or something, and you went bonkers. You absolutely went bonkers, but just part of what God had you doing. Am I on a jury? Am I testing people? Okay, yeah. Anything and everything, but to go, why did someone report me to DCF? Okay. To outlaw Florida alimony? Okay, well, you did that. You needed to do that for 13 years before outlawing permanent Florida alimony. Okay. The way I see it is in the sense, yeah, even when God himself goes, I am talking to her, you still wouldn't stop doing it. So it's part of acceptance in terms of the extinction. Like, what are you doing? First of all, it's God, so he knows. She didn't tell you that Jacob's ladder is DNA. Why the fuck would you report it to DCF? Okay. When did I say I was psychic? I didn't say I was psychic. I don't even believe in that. It's just God explaining to you folks that you've got to transition into another form. If you could please calm the hell down with your binders. Oh, so I had this wicked weird dream. I've had it like twice where the basement of my mother's house is set to fire. Did you call her and tell her? Why did you say that? Why did you, Alfred F. Lagore, say that to me? Because I said I was psychic? Ring, ring. You're a witch, huh? Well, I went over the house and there was an electrical cord that had burnt the carpet and the floor and it was dripping down into the basement. And only because I happened to be there and I could smell that it smelled like something was on fire. How the fuck did I end up being charged with saying that I was psychic and lose all my fucking children? Okay? It's called acceptance. You're a different species and you're not staying here with me. A prophet is not a witch or a psychic. You've had a report from a board certified psychiatrist with fucking hospital privileges since 2016. Believe me, you're done. It went all the way up to a fucking law judge in 2018. Right. So clearly you made a fucking mistake. Thank you. They'll never admit they made a mistake. It's part of being a malignant narcissist. I'm sure there's a whole group of them, and God showed them why they did it. Not I go around going, did you do this? Did you do that? They come right to me and say the shit right to my fucking face. 13 years I've had to listen to it. So, did you think that I was like on an outreach? The indigo guy. Has he ever met anybody in his life that didn't use and he became, like, I guess, paranoid and wouldn't have anything to do with them because he wouldn't believe that somebody would just have an interest in him because they don't use drugs? That sounds like an abuser voice. That's a common thing. Well, it has to do with isolating people. Sometimes the person is just sick and gets envious that you have any friends. Like, say your mother was all fucked up, and she would belittle every friendship you had. That would cause that type of thinking. Well, sometimes he does make things very extreme. That's why you're supposed to question it. It's just something that I do. It's kind of interesting to me and other people. Some people don't have an interest in it, whether it's helpful or not. Nowadays, that's why I'm not supposed to step out of the room. So some people don't like it, but back in the olden days, just so the people out there now know, they actually used to like it. In the early days of before those people, none of those people worked at that place, you know. None of them. Taylor wasn't there. What's her name? Luquette wasn't there. Marge wasn't there. Those people are all new. They weren't there in 2012. No. So those people liked it. Yeah. Because they're not used to a psychiatrist. And when you're a prophet, you go, what? Sometimes I think it's helpful to understand why you do things. Yeah. It's called analytical psychology. Like psychoanalysis, like you're analyzing the psyche. Is there a difference between the psyche and the brain matter? Some people like to really get into that too. So that's why they have questions. So when all people do is go a blah 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 blah, like Charles Manson, a person like me has no interest in that. But it's debatable if he would have talked like that. Right? He was just like, "That's what you're gonna ask me?" Okay. I didn't get a chance to. No. I already said that would be my question right out of the gate. How is God letting you override your binder? Some people might ask, first of all, they'd have to sort of be sane and acknowledge things they don't want to acknowledge. But if they asked you if you tried to do this program, and what happened, because right, it's been 13 years, so like why some people want to know why you guys are still using. Okay, so having an understanding of underlying mental health conditions and brain disease and the environment that you've been subject to. Like step out of the room, people like me being forced out of a shelter, out of rooming houses. We had people reporting that are doctors that were saying that they were taken off of Twitter and they're literal doctors. I saw some of the videos last night about polycystic liver disease and polycystic kidney disease. Okay, so there's a definite problem for that group of people. This is a different group of people. This isn't the people out in Quincy, so don't let your mind get blown up. The people with the blocking. Was there a belief that everyone was going to go through that process? So we're supposed to stop what we're doing and somehow sit down, and then somebody else has a chance, and then they present stuff that God's telling them. Was there a thought process that was going on? How many years of doing that before you can accept that that's not what's going on? It can be difficult, I guess, if you meet up a doctrine and you thought that, say, like your children were going to do that or your cousins were going to do that, and then they're clearly not doing that, but getting sicker and maybe more sort of cognitively impaired. The question is, do I think that God is doing that to you as a lesson for taking my children and shutting me off? No, I do not believe that. Different species, it would happen anyway. It's a brain plague. I don't have a way of knowing if some of those people could have been helped had you not continuously interfered with what I was doing. I don't have a way of knowing that. Does that help? Like, are people having a hard time accepting that these people are going to transition into another form? Is that going to cause more sort of making sure now that they don't get off of drugs and alcohol, and making sure that you keep doing this weird stuff with me? I was wondering about the Brian Buchanan thing because it was so strange. Um, Psychologically, what could be causing that, if that had anything to do with it, like because of his condition, if he could have actually um, successfully went into recovery, if that sort of would bring home the fact that you've made a situation so bad because of shutting me off. Not you were somehow protecting children, shutting me off. Maybe if you had just returned my children to me, maybe if you had housed me, um, maybe if you hadn't kicked me out of that room, you wouldn't have been nuked. I would say that's probably true, but it's already done now. You can't go back in time. So um, it was never meant to be. But I can't make your children my species. Right? They would still have the Passover. It's just it wouldn't be sort of so quick, I guess. And then clearly you wouldn't have as many sick people out there with the drugs and the alcohol. I don't believe that for a second. It was like a continuous getting angry. I remember the way she was in 2014 and 15 when I started my walking program. She flew into a rage that might actually work. She didn't say that was the reason. Oh, you think it's that simple, huh? Just walking? And she just flew into a complete rage at me. So I'd say that's what you folks were doing. When I was put in the room and I wasn't complaining about things, and the Star Market out there did the foods on sale, and I made up a walking program, and people were showing up at the library to talk to me and had recovery rings on. And I could dress in regular adult clothing. Okay. So I would say that you folks did the same thing. So it's never going to work out with you and I. Never going to work out. Every time. It's a species that can't stand the fact that somebody does something you don't do, and doesn't have to somehow acknowledge you. And it's just some sort of weird sickness about something that simple would work, and then you don't have a purpose somehow. As many of you made a livelihood off of people that are on drugs and alcohol and mentally ill and homeless, and that seemed like you were entrepreneurs or something. And it's sort of just this weird phenomenon with the same group of people until they all die, where you're not doing anything. You're inept and mentally retarded. And it's just, you'll keep acting like you have a reason to have those scrubs on and stuff. It's just weird. There's no accountability for anything that you're doing. You don't have to have any success rate at all. And then you just go, now it's sort of morphed into um, you enjoying me saying that these people can't get well, and see, we never could have do anything. And now you want to just put the ball, euthanize them and kill the ball. That's what you wanted to do from the beginning. Everything you've been doing for 15 years is a containment of your madness. It's just strange to set out and say that you're one thing when it's complete full of crap. Like there's no caring that you're posers. You don't care about that. You have no integrity. Say that like Sears and Roebuck had a return policy, or LLB, like if the zipper breaks on their coat in the whole lifetime of you having that coat, that you just bring it in and they give you a new zipper for free. What's your perception of those people? Are they the terrible, nasty, rich people? Why don't they just sell you a $400 coat and then go, sucks being you, haha, when all the zippers and the insides fall out of it? Because they marketed it and lied, haha. How come they don't do that? Like, you're like the people in Florida when they throw one of those box houses together and then they find out that they're all filled with mold that's toxic because they weren't built right. You don't give a fuck because you don't have any integrity and you don't have any pride in anything. Yourselves, your body, your livelihood. You don't care. So that's why people won't lie to get the laundry done. It's just not a natural thing I do. Okay. And I think the obsession with the laundry over there has to do with your white matter in your brain. So because you're so bad internally, everything gets processed in a retarded brain that I'm bad. And it's something that you can use to terrorize me with. Like filling me full of scabies and putting me in a room with coin operated laundry. Sending me to a hotel where you have to pay to do your laundry. Stuff like that. Like you can't hear knowledge about anything. So God knows what those things have concocted up in the brain matter since August when I stopped going out there. Well, because Karen was at this job where she has a pension, that could have something to do with continuously relapsing. It's like 2 doors down from the Prez, and she's always around the same people, and she wants to socialize all the time, and she wants another husband. So a lot of the stuff that she does, I guess I can sort of understand. There's probably some sort of connection to something where it goes along with socializing or something. So a lot of people have that with alcohol. So I would assume some people could do it with drugs, but something, I think probably her work or something keeps her from going over the edge with that business, like some of these other people will. Some people use marijuana as like a substitute for medication. apparently, like, they don't get the sort of ill effects from it that other people do, where you get actually paranoid. Yeah. Not a fan of it. I shouldn't say I always liked alcohol, but that's pretty much what I did. But it's basically like a socializing tool. And it's too sort of like slutty. And then yeah, if I drink long enough, I start to be like not myself too. Some of it I think is mixed in with the end of my marriage. Yeah, I had a lot of stuff going on that I've gone over in the past about when you're in a really bad relationship, you can actually start to wonder if you're homosexual, because you will not accept that you need to get a divorce. It's just some weird thing in the mind that can happen to people. So I went over that. So that can be exasperated when you're drinking. And then it also has to do with abuse and stuff. But I never liked drugs, no. I don't like being, yeah, that's one of the problems with alcoholism. It can take a while. You say you don't like being like out of out of wits or whatever, when you actually are out of wits with alcohol too. But you just don't you don't feel like you are. It's not as bad as LSD or marijuana, but you're still not yourself. It's just part of the alcoholism, part of the denial part of it. Rather than coping for not being happy, why not figure out why you're unhappy and then make yourself happy? That seemed a better option. Well, I do think that people of higher intelligence definitely fare much better in a effed up world, because you have more logic. So you say stuff like that, like, okay, well, that was about a year of that, and that's not really going to work. That's not making the problem go away. So there's not really an option for me where you just give up on life. So I don't know if that's something that these people are doing. That's depression. Okay. And you might be having issues with your brain that are exasperating that condition. Like the John Dubbins had that man in the interview in Virginia Beach, where he was having that emotional sort of, there's no like ups and downs in his speech and stuff, and he doesn't laugh or cry. It's just sort of, right. That can happen with the brain disease. You can seem like more depressed when it's kind of like, yeah. But there's not an option to just give up on life. There's got I have to do other coping mechanisms. To me, that's giving up on life. Yes, all due respect. Maybe it depends on your baseline. Just that's giving up on life, where all you do is drink and smoke ciggy butts and do drugs and carouse. That's giving up on life. Not a fitness routine. And video blogging. Yeah. That's not giving up on life. I remember that. I think it was Cindy called her one day because she was sitting at the dining room table right outside of the room I was in. Well, she's pretty much given up on life. Just sitting in a room going, what is a person to do at that point? I don't know, you just go, yep, that's what it is. Well, obviously completely unaware of even the medical condition I have. Yeah, just gotta check all the news and stuff. I know I'm actually shelling more peanuts. I'm kind of surprised at myself. That's a pretty, well, I don't know. We'll see how long I can keep doing it. That's not many. It's almost 2. So that would save me having to do it tomorrow, because tomorrow I want to do I have the 3 things I have to do. The 4 things, I have the 4 things I have to do. And then if I'm going to do a walk, and then I would have finally broken the chain that I was in with this like 4 days off in a row business. I was explaining to one of the volunteers about last winter and how this winter is better than last winter, because last winter I had that issue with my arm. Yeah, that was, couldn't even lift my arm like this to wash my hair. This year, I'm basically not eating enough, from what I can tell. So that topic came up last night in terms of like arm work, basically trying to get my arms back after a year off. It was about a year off from doing any type of push-ups or anything. So I was eating mad food then, like the Super Bowls and the meals, and then the fruit. Yeah. Well, it's actually not, because the only hurdle, I guess, is you can use walnuts. They always have walnuts, and apparently no one likes them. Maybe we're all walnutted out. I used to do all different ones because of the SNAP card. I used to do pecans, almonds, peanuts, walnuts, cashews. Yeah, I used to do all the peanuts are the cheapest ones. I know, it's like, really? Talk about just, when does this insanity end? So God's keeping them pretty busy by foods acceptable for Jews. And then to some extent, some people are probably relieved this hasn't happened, where they try to force their people to eat the foods. They try to keep me from eating it, and then they try to force their people to eat it. And they're going, we don't want to eat this. We need food. Get it? Oh, yeah. Just, you cannot turn primates into my species. This is not how you do things. You don't destroy me and then turn your children into me. It's like really just horrifying, isn't it? They're totally primates. Why on earth would I have to be like this? I don't. It's just, whoa, never in a day have I seen people. That's probably not true, but I was going to say, never in a day have I seen people that much like a primate that still will not accept that they have brain disease and stop what they're doing. Clearly, it has happened before, but they never get it because there's so much brain loss. And it's worse when there's a huge population of them, because they keep reinforcing each other. And that's all that species does. They don't turn to God. They don't turn to science and logic. They turn to each other, because the brain starts telling them that even science and logic is made up. Science and logic is made up. It's a school of thought. You can change reality with your thoughts. Holy God. and then the mother comes and puts you on a boob and changes the diaper. Right. Some people would say, I know I'm doing it now, that you people have obviously never been on an acid trip. Okay, just some people come out of that stuff and go, I don't know, man. I literally thought I could control people with my mind. Yeah, because that's called an infant. That's an infant under the age of 9 months old. That's what I've been told. Because God is talking to the brain the whole time. The mother's coming, and then the brain thinks that it's causing the mother to come. Just like the light switches on and off and stuff. Oh, yeah. That's why he tells us. Because we don't have recall of that. This story about the woman who was in a coma for 5 years, is it made up? That's why people need to have medical directives. Yeah, I'm sure she probably would have preferred to go on to her next thing. The mother even says how it's been difficult for the woman's children. She wouldn't want her children to have that happen. Well, believe it or not, it really is sort of better for the mother to just pass away, to die. Let's just say the word die, since none of us know for sure if someone said what species they are. It's better for the mother to die than for the children to have to watch her be doing that. And now she has no meaning to the children's lives, and you have a mother who might be sort of ill and has retained her daughter back to her like the daughter's a child still. It's very sad. I don't find it to be actually joyous and stuff like that. I don't find that to really be a miracle. So some people become extremely ill. Oh, it's snowing again. It was snowing, there was bright sun, and now it's snowing again. Nice. Everything is calm on 25 Star TV for a reason. Don't bring me down, Bruce. You're always something like a snake in the grass. One of these days they're gonna break your glass. Don't bring me down, Bruce. No, 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 no. Do. I'll tell you once more before you get up walk out the door. Don't bring me down, Bruce. Don't bring me down, Bruce. Yeah, I think if you're going to make meals where it's basically just a mishmash of various, especially root vegetables, you should be talking like you're Slavic, whatever they call it, like you're a mountain person. Just thinking about something from last night. Now it's all cloudy. I know. Look, it's snowing. Nice. I guess it's getting colder. I mean, it was like total sun a couple of hours ago. I don't know, but that's a good question for people too, if you're in Massachusetts. It's an ongoing live stream, so yeah, people aren't expected to sit there and watch 8 hours. It's for at the time if people tune into it. Last Saturday, a week ago, do you recall the weather? So, in terms of people that started reading the Holy Bible, okay, are they having an understanding of why Jesus hasn't come yet? I would say that you have to wait until you go to your next thing. Yeah, I would say definitely, I'm not making this up, that Jesus would be there. Because wherever it is that people are going, it'll be what the heaven is that their God has been, made them believe their whole life, what they thought it was going to be. Not we can change right here, right now with our wishes and wants and thoughts and beliefs. No. I believe like that type of thinking is part of God explaining to you that when you have a different brain, your entire perceptions of reality are different. Does that make sense? As to if people thought that you could somehow um, change reality with a belief or a thought system. Not there's anything for you to be worried about. Like, clearly God exists. Okay, so the creator. So just making sure people aren't starting to get worried because Jesus hasn't come and it's been 13 years. Not you have to change your thought idea about Jesus. I'm not going to make squirrels where I think like my brain does. And the squirrels aren't going to change how my brain works either. So. From my perspective, everything's going, I guess, the way it would go. I was never given a timetable like that. The only thing I thought that God was telling me is that it was going to take about 100 years for every man, woman, and child of the other species to die off. So we're 13 years into that. Did I ever say that before? Is there anybody living from before 1971? Did I ever say that before? Well, then that's your answer on that. If we're more than 13 years into it. Otherwise, we're 13 years into it. Well, one of the children said she wanted to live to be 100, so I'm thinking that maybe that was like the beginning stages of him explaining it to her. That's a child's mind, and it wasn't 2011 yet. No, we don't. We're not supposed to drink alcohol. No, it damages the liver. And when you're a happy person, you don't really have a reason to be doing that. Does it have a medicinal purpose? Possibly, but that means it's for a medicine for a reason, just like tobacco and marijuana and opiates, opium. Well, I thought I was told that tobacco acts to stop bleeding. Tobacco leaves. Actually, some people, yes, it's like a weird treatment for tuberculosis. People smoking it, and also fish lichens. They like the smell of it. Yes, they're very attracted to the smell of tobacco. Bobby Long. That's why you have to bait your own hook. If you're not going to bait your own hook, why are you even fishing? So that becomes annoying. The great fish off. Then, of course, I won. You got to be there. Some things, it sounds like a tall tale till you see it right in front of your face. Just, Mary caught, like I caught the first fish on the entire boat. Oh. And then all of a sudden, as soon as I throw the thing back in the water, I caught another fish. And then at that point, you go, she caught another fish. Yeah. Anyways, Bobby Long wanted it to be the biggest fish. Never agree to that. It's got to be the most fish, not the biggest fish. Yeah. Anyways, it happened to me at Blue Hills Reservation too when I was like in at that school I was going to. The same exact thing. I caught like 13 fish. It happened when I went fishing with Al too. It's happened to me 3 times in my life. Yeah, it's just a thing with me. Maybe the fish go, I have been chosen. It's Mary, so quick, get on it. Oh. 3 times, yeah. I mean, I haven't even gone fishing that many times, so 3 times. I don't know about the time we started catching all those sand sharks. I don't know if we counted how many fish, but it's just a thing. Maybe God does it every time, and people go, I don't understand what's going on. Like, I'm getting weirded out right now. Anyways, probably in another time and place, right? You have like children go, and then they don't get scared at stuff. Yeah, like thermonuclear weapons. Yeah. Well, it is what it is. The alternative is way more scary, believe me. So you just go, okay. 1,600 years of this. Learn to like those sprint drills. Yep. Oh, yeah, I wanted to go over that a little bit too. I'm not an expert in all that, the exercise physiology and stuff, but just to explain sort of myself. Usually I walk in the snow in the wintertime because why else would you be here in the wintertime? Do you see fruit and vegetables? No. So you can't swim. So because it's fun to walk in the snow. So and it gives you good cardio. So the hit stuff is really cardio. Okay, that's like to improve your cardiovascular system. Okay, like a healthier heart and good blood pressure and stuff like that. And your lungs, your heart and lungs working together. So if you're trying to lose body fat, I would just walk. I wouldn't even jog, but some people like to jog. There's a mental benefit to doing it. If you have a lot of running thoughts, they call it, right, then jogging is good. And it's, you don't have to be like, here goes, oh my God, there's someone jogging right there. No lie. Anyways, yeah, because I've done both things. I really prefer walking, but these jog walk things, it's sort of like sprint walks. Yeah. Uh, I those you got to do outside. Yeah, that's like what I was doing at Memorial Field, which I actually do kind of like. Maybe I'll be able to do that in the spring or something. You just set up a thing. It's kind of like what I did in my backyard for the sprint walks, where you're gonna walk. I would recommend walking the long, like you set up a box and you walk this way, and then to get across, you have to run. It's not really even jogging. You're like basically running, and then you gotta walk, and then you're running, and then yeah, that's, you really don't want to jog at that pace. That's the difference. Like that stuff, jogging, it's like intended to help you slow down your thoughts, and you have to completely focus on what you're doing. I'm not real interested in that, no. So I walk. Like sometimes it's been a long time since this has happened to me. And let's hope it never happens again because I have to have someone agitate me to even be doing that. At the beginning of the walk, sometimes it's like rah, 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 rah. And eventually that rah, rah, rah goes away. And I'm convinced that a lot of people don't want to walk because of it. They make up a different thing, like they're tired, um, uh, right? Like I'm bored or something. No, you don't want to deal with your own thoughts. It is that. I'm convinced of it. You go, "Ah, ah, ah," and then until that goes away, and then it's like that clarity bliss that people tell you about. And then it's just you and God because you're not fighting it anymore. So if you don't like walking that much, then maybe try jogging because you won't have that. I mean, physically, it's until you get used to it, but like the mental uh, elation you'll get from doing that, especially if you're a sedentary person. I could see people being heavy, feeling weird about jogging. You have to try to get over yourselves. Like I used to recommend maybe jog at the nighttime, but you've got to be wicked careful. Make sure you're on sidewalks. Okay. But if you're self conscious, that's what I mean, or go somewhere where there's not a lot of cars and houses. Okay. Right. It might seem weird if you're overweight to jog, but I mean, it could be the problem if you can't get yourself to walk because you have to completely focus on what you're doing. Like you've got to have like a song in your head, a radio on your head. That's why they do those things in the military. 1, 2, 3, 4, sound off, da da da. So that they're not thinking about what they're doing. You have to fight that thought in your head that you can't do it because you obviously can do it. Right, you jog at a pace that you can do. Not everyone jogs fast. Okay, so if you really have a hard time walking like that, you need to jog. So, anyways, you'll still lose weight jogging, but most people can walk a lot longer than they can jog, like physically. So, I would go a mile. I would start. That should be your goal, and whatever it is that you have to do to get to that goal, then you do it. We used to say walk around the outside of your house like twice, or it was like 2 songs, remember? And then after what, a week, you're supposed to extend off of that. You have to make yourself do it. And you have to do it every single day, right? Because you can't take days off. I've been doing this for a decade. And for me, it's still about 3 or 4 days. I start to go bonkers because I'm not doing like any physical activity. When I was in my house, like how was I able to do it in my house? Because I was birthing children and I was cleaning and stuff all the time. That's why. And then as soon as they went to school, I had to start walking. I started walking up. Now here comes the sun again. I started walking around a lake that has a walk path at Claremont, and I started doing those sprint walks in my backyard, and I had a swimming pool. Yeah, it's really different from me. So, especially right now, because those the detonations and stuff are a little bit uncomfortable. Yeah, so obviously meditating is not going to hurt you either. It's just they can prove me wrong at any time. Not that I'll probably ever know, just know that I'll probably never know. But they can prove me wrong at any time by stop using and take up a walking program or a jogging program. I know, because honestly, after last summer and right now, if they don't have it, if that's not helping them go, I guess it is actually going to end. Maybe I shouldn't have just decided to give up on life. I don't see anything that would. I don't see anything at this point that would get them to stop using. In some degrees, who cares? You guys have been doing it that long, right? So you go, that's just your thing. And I keep advising you to just stay away from my species. Don't try to go out with people that are sober. Don't try to prove that nobody can be sober. Get the attitude away where we're all judging you and we don't have a right to, and we think they're better. Who cares? We're not even doing that. That's part of a mental illness, by the way. We're not even doing that. We can't even see you. We can't see what you guys are doing anymore. Anybody like me left Quincy because God told us to. Right, just it's a fallout zone. I might be able to get 2 of these shelled today. That'll be good. I'm starting to get hungry. Some of it's a little bit sort of boredom too, because it's been a couple of hours now. But I can tell I'm starting to get bored. I mean, starting to get hungry. I've been doing so many push-ups. I feel way better today. Oh, excuse me, in terms of that stuff. I don't know. This is better than last Saturday so far. This is pretty good. Hopefully this is on the World Wide Web, even though people are still obviously blocking people from commenting on it. I know I have to ignore it because I'd go mad. I would straight out go mad. So, yeah, because it's like beings that I don't know if they keep telling themselves I'm not talking to them, or like nobody has to listen, like to me, including them, and they're protecting me. And I'm done talking about it. I'm just waiting for it to stop. Anyways, this is better than last Saturday. Well, the truth is they don't want all this to end. That's why. That's the truth of it. Not they're trying to protect me or the public. I'm the Virgin Mother. I'm a calming force here. Not, yeah, just they don't want all this to end. So, just waiting. Anyways, this is better than last Saturday because it's like sun and then it's snowing and then bright sun and then it's snowing. You go, what on earth? I know it's just whatever it is that there is their psychology. That's why it's been going on for 4 years. And I told you I knew that they started blocking me and stuff around 2014 when I put an email on Twitter, and only one email came back to me. And it was just nothing but a person who couldn't even talk in like regular sentences. And they were, again, they were claiming they knew something about my daughter and that they were just trying to help me talk to my daughter or something. And it's like, you are really something wrong with you. But anyways, and even James, right, the person was abusing me. That's all it does is abuse me. And you just go, what on earth? So, this is probably good for people that are on fluid restrictions too, because it's like being on the computer. I can tell from the soda you don't think to drink anything. It's very distracting, like you're knitting. No, at first I thought maybe they controlled the nuclear material. They don't, because they shut off the Facebook and then said 180 days. Like they're trying to demand a 6-month break. And then immediately they were told they were going to get more detonations. So they're not controlling it. If anybody was wondering, it's like the process of elimination. I would have considered that people talking to me like that could be doing it because they're not doing it for me. They're not doing it on my account, is what I'm telling you. So yeah, you could have people talking to me like that are still doing that. So that's why you go, you think those people? They've been showing Cursed on that Pluto free TV. They do. They get in a thing where they play the stuff, but I don't mind it. I watch the same stuff over and over again if it's something I like. Like when they were doing Scream. When I was at the shelter, they were doing the Scream films. So it was like every single night you just put Scream on. And then you watch it for a few minutes and go to sleep. That's pretty much me. I spent the time that Brother Otto film in The Mummy. I would just put that on every single night, and just go to sleep. Yeah, when I lost my cable because of the stuff that Alfred and others were doing, I got Netflix for a while because I had a credit card. I was like briefly working and I had a credit card, so I got Netflix, and you could like hook it up to Nintendo and stuff. So I started watching like weird stuff I never watched before, like Jersey Shore and Hell's Kitchen and stuff like that. I would have never watched those shows before. So, some people, when you pay for cable like that, you probably often find that there's nothing on, but they still have cable, but I don't have TV. I don't have cable TV. So I just have this thing. Yep. Most things I honestly don't care about. But yeah, a lot of things in life amaze balls, but it helps when you don't actually care, I guess. But that was one of the things. It was like as soon as I, as soon as the cable got set back up in that room downstairs, that's when I was forced out of it. I was just about to start watching like the horror films and stuff because it was Halloween time. You just go, what on earth? It's just things that people that are ill and are dying and stuff, it like satisfies their murderous urges. So I have to accept the things that God allows because God's obviously preventing a lot of other things. So it's sort of like to the point of helpless now, but I would think that God has put other things in their minds that are important to them and stuff. It's part of acceptance. So most of them probably because they fight God all the time, they live in misery. So the more brain loss they have, they're actually happier. Yeah, like she definitely in the past like year seems actually, even though she's still being wicked annoying and shit, she seems happier. I think the hurdle of her having to lose so much brain matter so she'd stop attacking me was difficult for her because she had to go through the process of realizing that she was losing her mind. It took a long time for her to accept it. So once she got past that, you could tell that she was a little bit bothered by it, and then it just seems like. So for some of them, it's like a process of what's going on with them. Yeah, I mean, that's rest assured, people like that Greg Ryan guy, he won't even know how to wipe his own ass. Oh, yeah, because he's so violent and dangerous. 28 years old, he said, if that's even true, but he said that's what his age was. I guess it can be difficult to accept that something has happened to your brain and it's caused you to become like aggressive and violent and murderously insane. And not sort of like it ever made sense that people don't have a right to talk about you and stuff like that. Just all the shows we used to watch, like The View, and then people appear in your face because you were just talking about them and stuff, and then um, yeah, it can be weird to sort of like come to realize that that's a part of a brain disease, and then unfortunately God's gonna have to melt your brain even more until you stop doing it. All of them that are like that, say it to my face, and then oh yeah, because she doesn't have the balls to say it to my face and all that stuff that they do, they're all gonna get sick like that, every single one of them. Like that one that came to the room in Quincy, the one that went to the hotel room in Dorchester, they're all, the one that came to the room in Dorchester was already halfway on her way, and it just gets worse and 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 worse until they stop doing it. Ouch. The shell actually became sharp. That up again. See if it snows again. I know. Do I turn the light on? It's getting pretty dark. 2:30 in the afternoon. This might be the end of it. This pile there. And I gotta use the bathroom. Wash my hands. Well, I'd like to sweep up first, but I'm gonna be doing. I gotta go to the bathroom, so. It's a long time without a toilet. Just hours of shelling peanuts. It's part of my recovery program. Yeah. I personally prefer them like this because I know only I touched them, and I explain the texture is different. You can get them salted if you like salt, but these are unsalted. But the peanuts are harder and smoother. They taste better too, right? So probably you get spoiled on these, and then you get the ones you just buy them in the container like that, and you go, "Are these like compressed peanuts?" They probably bleach them or something. I don't know, or it's just because they've been out in the air that long, or the process of shelling them. Yeah, they're definitely. It's probably the process of shelling them, like they've been sandpapered down or something. They're not shiny and hard and smooth. Those boiled peanut things are probably wicked good. I've never had them, but it's probably just tastes like the natural peanut butter, but it's warm. Is it warm when you eat them? Yeah, I can see why people like that. I remember Al talking about it because it's like a big thing in Florida. And they used to sell them on the side of the road. Yeah, like there was still people doing that there. And like shrimp. I don't know if I want to buy shrimp on the side of the road, but they have actual migrant farmers there in Claremont. Yeah, Groveland and Claremont. And you just go, what in the heck? Like they're living in trailers. I was appalled by it. I was absolutely appalled by it. Yeah. And then I think some people try to blame them for the lice, the head lice they had. You think that's from farmers? Why would that be from farmers? I know just the stuff that people make up. Someone thought they were coming from the goats. I don't know if that's true or not. That would be interesting because that would be terrible if lice can live on goats. That would be bad news, wouldn't it? Depends on what type of fur they have because that was one thing I noticed because I had one child that had like wicked coarse hair. I don't think they can live in there. He didn't have it, but he also had the shortest hair because it was coarse. He couldn't do the bowl cut like the other two. So yeah, you go. I don't know if that means that the head lice can't live in heads of coarse hair because they'd have trouble climbing up and down the hair shaft because it's coarse. Yeah, I don't know. The worst of the blonde, those blonde, smooth hair. That's the worst. Oh my god, nightmare. Absolute nightmare. Just being pregnant with twins, right? To the point where you had to go to a hospital and get IVs because you couldn't stop vomiting. And now you have to spend 2 months picking head lice out of the other three children's heads. Oh, God. Never again. I know, just that's probably the worst part about having children is if they get head lice. I swear, terrible. I just remember that, like the realization, because they all used to sleep in the same bed too, and they just used the same hairbrush because we never experienced head lice before. And then you just go, oh God, what the? Yeah, just what the head lice? Oh my God, disgusting. Absolutely, just it's the most disgusting thing. And but you become sort of like a little bit numb to it. Now my head's gonna start itching. You become a little bit numb to it when you're dealing with it so much because you don't have a choice. But it is like the most disgusting thing. It's to me, it's way worse than scabies because you can't see the scabies. That's why. Now it is. It's gonna snow again. Holy crap! This is pretty cool, actually. Just anybody. I don't know what you're doing today if you're just like in a room and not paying attention. So I think it's pretty awesome. Yeah, it's pretty fascinating and awesome. It just keeps going from bright sun to snowing. I thought it was weird. What was it, yesterday? That it snowed and then all of a sudden by yesterday afternoon all the snow was melted because it got so warm. Yeah. To me it's fascinating. Like, yeah, I really hope that you're at least letting people view this, even if they can't comment. And that's up to God if whatever the topics are, by the way. Yeah, it's definitely snowing. No, don't ever worry about that, but it's not going to hurt you if you can take a shower afterwards. Yeah, decontaminate as they call it. That's all decontamination is. You just take a shower. Don't like scrub yourself or your children raw, please. He said it's like solid stuff. Yeah. Am I supposed to guess this one? No, that somebody's watching anonymous videos. The mall factors or police or something. Does it have something to do with what part of the atmosphere that it's freezing like that? Right, like does it matter what part of the atmosphere when it gets cold enough to do that? That determines like fluffy snow and stuff like that, or like hail, like he's talking about. Because I know, I shouldn't say I know. I'm just thinking like in a tornado that it can cause hail. Like, is a tornado in the way upper atmosphere? Or is that sort of like, does that have something to do with it? Well, that's why everyone is supposed to have housing, right? Because they need to be taking a shower every day. The people that are outside, people that take daily walks, and people that are outside need to be able to bathe. I'm gonna have to switch to the other thing, but I guess I can pour it in there afterwards. I only have two empty containers, so I couldn't even do more peanuts even if I wanted to. I only have two of these jars. God must have told him to look at this now because he was telling her about it. Everybody has their personal relationship with the Creator, whether they realize it or not. So they all got to go on their thing about having the talk. Some of it might be misinterpretation. I don't know, based on what he was saying. So coming to terms with things that are not really a choice. So that you made that choice in 2020. So you're either going to try to turn it into candy or you're not. So I think he was just venting, right? So like bailing on a person is not really, yeah. You knew what the person was like when you got into this. Even the discussion about the diapers. So, oh my God, I was watching this thing last night. I almost got the baby fever. I almost caught baby fever by this video because you forget. But then I got angry because I could see the Band-Aids that they were still vaccinating children. I think they said the video was 2 years old. So I was looking up the baby chiropractor videos, which now I can't find. Ones I saw before was just so funny. I don't want to touch my face, but they're like moving it like they're teaching the baby to do like the crip, you know. They're adjusting the baby to go. But it was like a baby chiropractor one. And the baby in it was cute. That's why. So you get the baby fever when it's a cute baby. You don't get the baby fever over every baby. And no, every baby is not cute. They're just not. So anyways, just this baby was cute. And it was laying and it's just doing this with the arms and the legs. You know how they do that? The cute ones. But it's not crying. It's just... like there's a reason to be doing it. That's why it's so funny. Just a person on its back, and it's just... and sometimes they will sort of almost make a little bit of a noise. They're not crying, but they'll just be like... mm. I do. I always liked newborns. I'm one of those weirdos. It's not like I dislike them when they're not newborns anymore, but I always like the newborn phase. Yeah, I like babies. I think babies are cute, but not all babies are cute. But just that's one of the things I find cute about babies. Yeah, just... and then the poor thing later on in the video, at some point they stripped the pajamas off of it because they just live in onesies. I don't know about you, but mine lived in like those pajama, not onesies, but those pajamas that zip up and stuff. That's your outfit for 6 months with me. So, and then you see 2 Band-Aids on the thighs. That means that they vaccinated the poor thing. I know you just go, oh my God, I can't look at it. Yeah, because you just have to go, it can't be my species, but still you just go, oh my God. Even when they're informed about it, they're doing it on purpose now. Because they all have like a Munchausen by proxy. It's no different when then they were all going to kill their kids on a couch with opiates. Right? You just go, oh my God, it's an extinction, but it's just gruesome to watch. So anyways, yes, please, sterilization soon, God, please. Just make them infertile. They'll think it's from the nuclear weapons at this point, right? Jesus, God. Anyways, if it's gotten to the point where no one of my species has been able to have children, they have no more children to steal but people their own species. Get it? Well, I guess God's got to keep them from warring with each other too by stealing each other's children. So, anyways, if you're the other species, all due respect, just you were given vaccine warnings for a reason. It's been 13 years now, on top of the work that Jenny McCarthy did, and probably others. So it's a little bit sort of disturbing to see 2 years ago, one of your babies has those telltale Band-Aids on his or her thighs. So anyway, that's one of the things I think is cute about babies. And then the other one I explained is when you pick them up out of the crib and they do that thing where they go. So if you don't have a baby, you don't know what I'm talking about. If you never had a child, that's just, for some reason, I just think it's the cutest thing when you pick them up and they go. But this is when it's not cute. I explained this to Alfred. Is when they do that past a certain age. That was someone in his family sent a video to us, and I went, "Yeah, something's not right." It was probably God telling me, because how would I know that? Other than I had children. What do they call that? I don't know, just back arching. If they are doing that when they're like months old, that's not, yeah. It's like a brain injury or something. Uh, like CP, cerebral palsy. Yeah, they stop doing it. Like when they're an infant, basically, they do that, and it's, to me, it's one of the cutest things they do. But this child was like, I don't know, 8 months old, and it looks like this at that age. Yeah, like it looks like this. You can tell that it's, I don't know, maybe everybody can tell, but when you've had children, you just can tell that it's, well, just depends on the severity of it. But almost done. Da-da-da. Right. That's a day. Food pantry shelling peanuts. I don't know. I don't even know. God would have to explain it to me. Where you find the peanuts. How many of them actually grow at once? It may take me quite a while to gather this many peanuts. I don't know. But with like, if there's only 12 million people on planet Earth that have the ability to survive a nuclear holocaust. Okay, so it depends on how many people weren't vaccinated. So, and there's probably been a lot of people that don't use Western medicine anymore for probably at least 13 years. I was never quote unquote earthy crunchy like that. Okay, so I know for me that started in 2011. So I wouldn't have a child that was vaccinated had I just started having children in 2011. So, right. I'm pretty convinced that I was told that that is what causes it. Okay. Um, those people, that's a mutation you actually want. And God's not going to allow people to harness our eggs or rape us. Okay. So, that wouldn't put your soul into a person anyway. So hopefully we're at a phase in history where the other species knows that. They've had so much education, even the ones that are, they at least go to elementary school. Okay, so that wouldn't put your soul into a person. They don't, yeah, hopefully they're at a point where they don't want to cycle back here, right? That's why they're Christians. And they don't believe in that because it's not true for them. So I listen to people when they talk. I mean, there's only so many years in your head you can just think that another person is wrong and doesn't know what they're talking about when God's been talking to everybody since 2011. So it's part of acceptance to realize that people are going to be doing different things. Not a person can be that dead set sure of something for that long. You don't want to understand another species at that point. You're in a denial about it. So, well, I don't know. Brian Buchanan might say that's what he was doing. Then why would you be trying to have sex with me, though? Do the chimps not believe that I have a virus? Did he think that I had a virus and he had a virus, so it was okay? How was he explaining that? This on. I don't even want my robe at all. Let's take my robe out. Put one of these away. Take the dried cherries out. Oh my God, talk about flashbacks. I'm not gonna lay down yet, but I got it ready. Talk about flashbacks from being on the ground. Oh my God. Just this whole process, just 3 o'clock in the morning, rolling everything up to walk over to a Dunkin' Donuts to urinate. Oh yeah, and then walk back to a DTA office and put all the stuff out again. Yeah, we're not doing forgiveness and stuff. No, it's called thermonuclear weapons. Just oh, it's snowing nice. I know now. I feel like compelled, like I want to take a walk because I like the snow, not like yeah, like some people get mixed up and they're like, you don't really have to do that, huh? I'm not doing it to lose weight. Yeah, I'm a naturally thin person. That's why I'm losing body mass because I'm not eating enough. Not I have to do that to lose weight. I'd be a stick figure, but because of my medical condition, my belly would be out to here. But if it wasn't for the medical condition, I'd just be like skinny. No, that's why I'm eating the foods I eat and stuff. Which, like I was talking about before, my recall is I like that stuff anyways. I like whole grain stuff. When I was in Florida, I'd go to Walmart and get like the thickest, like it's like they make a bread that has like sunflower seeds and stuff in it, like all that really like thick bread. It's not that I don't like white bread, like if you're gonna make a fluffernutter, or you're gonna uh, no toast. I used to always order like pumpernickel when you go out to breakfast if they had it. Yeah, like a seeded rye or a pumpernickel, even a wheat bread. Yeah, no, never white bread toast. No, no. Mm-mm. Now it stopped. Could you imagine if I like, yeah, I'm gonna take a walk and I put my coat on and started walking? I'd go, what in the heck? We'll see if the no, it's still going, but it's not like it got to the point where it almost was like real snow there. And then the maybe English muffins. It always yeah. Remember when you used to go out to breakfast to like Bickford's or IHOP? The conflict. I know the conflict because I probably could eat that much food, but typically I'm not paying. Yeah, like usually like I'd be like I was either like a teenager. We used to do that once. Where I think someone asked. It was probably her and George, and that it was like, "What do you want to do?" I'm like, "I want to go out to breakfast." That's generally the only time I eat breakfast is if I go out to breakfast. Yeah, that's probably my favorite meal to go out for eating for is breakfast. That Jen actually took me to IHOP. That was a nice thing she did, and I got to have one of those triple vanilla things. I think that was 2017. They did this thing where it was different flavors, and one of them was vanilla. So, like, the pancakes had like vanilla butter on top of it. Do you remember that? And it was like vanilla pancakes, and then something else had to have been vanilla. It was good. Yeah, I like IHOP makes good pancakes. I do actually like pancakes, but I have to go out to a breakfast to eat them. I've made pancakes for my children. Yeah. I think when I was going from anorexic to bulimic, I started making myself pancakes because I'd go like 3 days without eating. And then it's just like a storm of eating, obviously. That's what causes bulimia. So I recommend not doing that. Anyways, um, breakfast is my favorite meal to go to a restaurant for. Yeah, on the cruises, to go to breakfast, but typically I don't eat breakfast. No, but like a special occasion or something. So then it becomes the what am I going to order because I like everything on the menu. Yeah, it's like a you go. Well, I wouldn't do it now, but I always would get sausage links. Yeah, I don't really like those patty things. Would always be sausage links. I don't like bacon. No, I would never order bacon at a breakfast. Never if I liked bacon. I don't understand the thing about bacon. The only time I ever ate bacon is I used to eat it raw. Yeah, when I was bulimic, that was one of my things. I'd be like, and I would only eat it raw. I would. I know maybe that's from being an Eskimo or something. That's the only time my hand to God, that's the only time I would eat bacon is it's got to be raw. Otherwise, I know it's weird. I never knew. Is that an actual food that they do? It's got to be that. I know because people go, "What the hell are you on? You were eating." It's cooked, you know. Bacon isn't that. It's like smoked. That's not raw pork. Anyways, yeah, I don't think so. I'd have to look it up, but I would only eat bacon if it was raw. Yeah, I don't like bacon cooked like that. Yuck. Yeah, no, I don't like bacon. So I used to question that about what's with the bacon stuff. Like the bacon burgers, I take it off of it. Yeah. So, anyways, smoked shoulder, like pork shoulder, I like smoked pork shoulder, pork picnic, but I won't eat that stuff now unless there was nothing else to eat. When I'm sent to that shelter, that's what they feed me. They do it on purpose because otherwise they'd starve you. They're that sick. You know, they force you there and then they just feed you like pork loin. At the hotel, it was like 3 meals in a row with pork. It's kind of a trick that God does so they won't starve us. Yeah, it's different than it used to be. Like uh, they would rather sicken you, I guess, than starve you to death. They're that sick because then you're not around for them to harm anymore. So as an adult, you can't care, right? You can't care. You just go like Jerry. I'm sure gets it, right? You just like they're feeding us this constantly because they know that they think it's like torturing us emotionally. They were told it makes people sick, so they won't stop feeding it to us. But it's better than starving to death. Okay, so anyways, just a little bit of knowledge about how sick these beings are. Okay. So, anyways, pancakes are good. I don't like waffles. I've never liked waffles. Uh, it's probably different when you cook them at home and they're not those Belgian waffle things, which I remember that big thing about the Belgian waffles, and everyone's got to do Belgian waffles. They had them on the cruise, make your own and put all this. No, no, thank you. Please don't. I'm all set with the waffles. So it's got to be pancakes. I don't do sausage links anymore or ham, but that's what I would have had. So I don't know. A T-bone steak. Yeah, steak and eggs. I think I used to get steak and eggs. That would be yeah, I would go with that. If I wasn't worried about price, I'd go with steak and eggs with the pancakes on the side. And then it becomes, what am I going to do about because I know I'm only eating it once in a while. That's probably part of it. If I was eating it every day, it wouldn't be like this. Where you go, I don't know, man. How do you choose between an English muffin, bagel, and cream cheese, and toast? How do you pick? It depends what you're going to do with it, I guess. If you're dunking eggs, you have to dunk eggs. It's always eggs over easy. Yeah, you have to dunk the eggs. Eggs that are cooked like that, I might as well just eat a boiled egg. Why did I have an egg fried? I don't understand people. You know, people that fry eggs and they purposely break the yolk. What is that? Anyways, you gotta dunk it. You have to dunk. Even if they did, what do they call it when it's not over easy? Where they flick it with the oil. Do you know what I'm talking about? There's a term for it. I can't think of it now. It might as well be that, even though it's a little bit runny. Ugh, that's better than an egg all the way cooked. Yeah. So if you're gonna cook a yolk, boil an egg. Yeah, like poached eggs. Yeah, I don't do poached eggs either. I'd eat them because clearly it's just a poached egg, but is the yolk solid in a poached egg? I don't want that. I'll just boil an egg and de-shell it myself. Hash brown, sure. Is it gonna have egg on it? Then the yolk has to be liquid to put on the hash browns. Yep. Hash browns aren't vital. You know those ones where they fry the potato? That's good too. But um, no, I wouldn't generally order that unless it came with something. If it came with something, yeah. It would probably just be steak and eggs with pancakes and then some sort of crunchy thing for the eggs. Like, I know, but then I want a bagel and cream cheese too, get it? Because I'm only eating this stuff like once a year or something. So it becomes like, I don't know what to order. I could probably eat all of that, to be honest. But the other meals, I've never been big on restaurants. I feel weird doing restaurants. It seems weird to me, except on a cruise. No, I like to cook. I had a neighbor once where, like, her idea of making it life is never using your kitchen. I like to cook, so that would be weird to me. Yeah, no, you don't have a bunch of children if you don't like to cook unless you're really out there. Why would you have a house that I was living in if you don't like to cook? Yeah, if you have a house, just know this about you, what people's perception of you. If you have a house and you have a like a gas cooktop and you don't cook, then people just go, "Oh my God, this person is complete trash." Yeah, because that's a chef. That's how people cook. That's why I had the way I had it in my house, which is I had to have propane to live it because they don't have natural gas there, but I wanted a gas cooktop. So you have that, and then you have an electric oven. That's what a person does who actually cooks. You don't have a gas oven when you cook. You have an electric oven. So just know that if you have one of those ranges like that with the stainless steel and stuff and the knobs and you don't even cook, people just go, this person is obnoxious. I know, you just go, you walk into a house and go, how long were they living here? Yeah, that is. You expect to have to replace certain things when you're buying in a house. I don't think that helps. I mean, obviously, you just go, wow, I mean, I guess I'm getting a good deal here because these people should not have been living in a house like this. And then there's people laying on the ground. That's what I said when I saw those pictures of what they did to my house. I just went, you might as well do like you did to what's her face there? Marie Antoinette. I know. Just go in there and, like, I don't know, paint the walls blue, put a trash can in my kitchen. You might as well just go in and take a poop in there. I know, it's just you take a poop in my shower, all that stuff. You just go, these are animals. You know who you are. I've only posted the address 1,000 times. I don't know why anyone, unless it's the veteran that I. That's what I said. I go, if you're gonna take my house, at least give it to a disabled veteran because it's wheelchair accessible. Was that weird? I know. Could you imagine the rage in people that are psychopathically deranged? What would I say? So if you're a disabled veteran, I mean, I kind of doubt anyone did that. I kind of doubt anyone gave you my house while they were holocausting me and my children. But if by chance they did, well, I'll do all apologies about the decorating. And then you later on sold my house. You didn't give me my house back. You sold it at that point. Okay. So you're some sort of an animal then. Like you took over a house, made it look like trash, and then sold it and made sure those photographs were all over the internet for my eyes because you're sick. So, yeah, I'd say that's a person that's deranged. Yeah. So, anyways, it was a paving company from New York City. Yeah. So they may have done an LLC or something. Some of these people are way out there. I know you just go, obviously, hello. They don't feel any shame or embarrassment, these people. I call them things, just like Dan was. Dan was calling them its, and I wasn't sure what he was talking about at first. He's not talking about people that say that they're homosexual or bisexual or something. He's not talking about that. No. He's talking about other species. That's why he's calling them its. So if people were wondering, right, if you're the other species or you're a person who believes in bisexuality and transsexuality and stuff like that, sex change operations, and you thought that's what he was talking about, like he's an ignorant bigot or something, he means you're a different species. He considers you an it, not a person. So the people that were holding us hostage in a shelter, not the general population, by the way. Right? So sometimes people don't know what people are saying, and then they probably go around telling everybody that that dude is a bigot. How are we in a shelter like that? So we're bigots? Are you proving things about us? That's what another thing that they do. Once you go, okay, so what you're saying, Virgin Mary, now that we finally calmed down and will listen to what you're saying to some degree, is that there's people that are two different species here, but we all thought that we were the same species, like people. Yes, yes. It's in the Holy Bible. In my opinion, I felt that that's what God was explaining to me. Uh, that is the parable of the wheat and the tares. Okay. In mimicry, it's a biological fact that there's species that mimic other species for their own protection. So that has something to do with a lot of the differences in our beliefs, like a way of life and differences in belief. Okay, so about the psychopaths, the ones that were holding us hostage. Okay. Once you realize that these beings are psychopathically deranged, okay, typically you have psychopaths in a population and your laws eventually catch up to them, or they at least keep them in control. They may they may troll on the internet and say weird things, but they can't actually do what they've done to people because they have a fear of going to jail. Okay. So when Satan is let loose for a little while, which is what's happened here, um, it it comes down to this each and every time. They will do whatever they believe they're allowed to do and not end up in jail or scorned by the population. Whatever they feel they can get away with doing, they do it. Okay. And they go on psychopathic missions to harm people that they can't stop envying. So you could have people that would literally find out where you live, um, foreclose your home, make you lose your work, um, send the health department to your house, send DCF to your house, animal control, um, elderly abuse, anything. Yep. Okay. So a group of people here, probably on every land piece, was told by God to just go like this, like Ron Goldman did, and just allow them to do it, but just keep staying out of their way while they're doing it. Get it? Okay, so what has occurred legally within your world is they committed treason and crimes against humanity. Okay, it became first they were foreclosing on people when they were told by your leaders to stop doing that. And the banks were paid off and nobody owed any bills. They wouldn't listen. Okay. So it started out with that. And they also infiltrated various workstations within your government. It starts out at the lowest level and then it breeds and works its way up the more that they get away with. Like working for the Department of Transitional Assistance, working for DCF, things like that, like I explained to you. Working for the Department of Education, working for the Department of Mental Health, um, various nonprofits they set up for themselves. They created an entire alternate government over the United States of America by what they've done because they were allowed to do it. And now they're being put to death by thermonuclear weapons in a very grand mass scale all over the land piece. Okay. Quincy is one example of it, so you can sort of get an idea of what's happened, in my opinion, planet-wide. But I mean, you're here in theory in the United States of America, in North America, okay, but specifically the United States of America. Okay, because obviously Canada and Mexico supposedly have a different governmental system. So we'll just to keep it simple, within the United States of America, you have a major city within the United States of America that believes it's its own city and can basically do whatever it wants to anyone at any time. That's sick now. Okay. They've taken over two federal offices, the Social Security office and the DTA office, and have been printing themselves incomes while still denying Holocaust victims an income. They refuse to stop shutting off our SNAP food cards and making up it's time for a renewal. They won't stop trying to force us out to their city like an arena. So they're being put down. They set up something called Manat Health and Bay State Health. I think Melissa told you about it. Okay. Where they're like basically their own medical system. Okay. Like it's really every facet of the way that your entire government works, they infiltrated into. Okay, so and it's not just like they want it to be Republicans or Democrats or socialists and change your government. They're psychopathically deranged and they're murderously insane. So you don't have to worry about them coming attacking you and your homes and stuff like they did to me several times. You don't have to worry about them doing that because they're being put down. They're being euthanized, as I call it. Okay, so if you were wondering what's going on with the weather and aches and pains, I don't really notice heavy hair loss. and I don't have any bleeding of the gums and mouth sores, but last winter I did. So I don't know if the body adjusts to it in that amount of time, or it's just it may be that because it almost to me seems like more material this winter, but like more nuclear material. But I'm not really being affected by it like I was a year ago or 2 years ago. It's just something I've noticed. It took a while for me personally to notice any symptoms at all. And then I only really had that for about a year. So, right, if you have some people, it can sort of go unnoticed for a while if you have other medical conditions or you're older. If you're having like joint stiffness and stuff, and probably mostly the joint stiffness. People aren't really, I think it takes people a while to realize that it's not bursitis or something. Okay. Um, right. I did notice more people walking, so they seem to be listening to that, and hopefully it's helping. If they were just starting to experience that now, um, uh, I would say it starts out in the knees. Yeah, like your knees basically won't, they get to the point where they won't even bend. If you are sedentary, especially. Yeah, they get to the point where they won't even bend. It's the body's immune system. It's the reaction to the ionizing radiation. So, um, eventually, when they loosen up, they might crack a little bit. So, last year also I had shingles. So that's why for me, last year was worse. So, I do think I have sort of more fatigue, I guess you call it, this year. But last summer, I had the issue in my shoulder blade in my back where I had the shingles the year before, and then it feels tight. Basically, it's tight, and then it will crack. You just go, and you can actually feel it and hear it crack. So that traveled from July all the way up into my brainstem. So I'm not even really having that anymore. So I don't know if it's just your immune system goes to nothing or your body just gets used to it or something. But um, last week, was it last week or the week before, that because I took so many days off, my legs actually started to hurt from not walking. So it gets worse the longer that you let yourself just lay around. It definitely gets worse. So if you don't have any reason, like you're not elderly and you don't know you have a medical condition or something that would cause you to be not wanting to get out of bed, you really need to try to force yourself to get out of bed. Sometimes people do get ill, and people can get ill suddenly, and that can be sort of probably scary, right? You probably do have some of that going on because one of the things that I'm learning through people discussing it on YouTube is that apparently you can have lung cancer and just be completely unaware of it until you're just about to go. A couple of years ago, we went over that. There was some person that got a diagnosis of lung cancer and died like 3 weeks later or 2 weeks later. So that can happen, right? So I would think the person would become increasingly more fatigued and stuff, like the Jenny Apple videos. So yeah, I mean, well, eventually a person will actually probably comply to standing up and stuff until they literally just they're not physically able to do it. I don't know. After her showcase last night, and not to keep veering off into her, it's just she woke. I would assume he woke up too at 5 o'clock in the morning. She was just screaming her head off at the television. So I don't know if Jenny Apple would be doing that. But I think I'd like to have a little bit more soda before I lay down. Even though I know it's 3:30 now, but it's my off day, so I have all night to do my 2 meals. My hamburger's still thawing out. All right, so let me go do that. And then, yeah, I guess maybe. Well, no, that doesn't make any sense, Mary, because if you're going to fill this up and then that's lacking sense right now. Yeah, sometimes I do that. I might as well do that. What have I got? Maybe just lemon lime. I'll pour it in with it. Oh yeah, that's right. I suppose I could, if I'm gonna go out tomorrow, I probably should walk out to Dedham so I can get my coconut salsa and I can get my flax seeds. You can get flax seeds everywhere. It's the flaxseed meal that's difficult. Maybe some more sunflower seeds. All right, so pour this in there. And then this is gonna go next to the bed along with my food. I don't really feel hungry yet, yeah. But let's see. Gonna have my tissue. Usually about this time. Every once in a while, it's a little bit earlier than this. Well, one of the things about polycystic liver disease and polycystic kidney disease is uh, your kidneys and liver get so big that it sort of like compresses other organs in your body. So if I want my bodily systems to function, I have to lay down. Because if I don't, then I start to get bloated. Like, because my digestive system can't function. So, in terms of crimes against humanity, because sometimes people still don't want to accept what's going on and they don't want to believe that thermonuclear weapons could be used or how serious the situation is because it's not happening to them somehow. Okay. When you knowingly force a person for no reason to be outside in either sitting up or mostly sitting in a chair. It's not even standing up, but either walking, standing, or sitting upright all day and night when you know that the person has a medical condition like this and you've actually witnessed the person get a larger abdomen and start having swelling in my lower body because of it, you're going to be killed, as you call it, by the people who have thermonuclear weapons. There's not enough bullets in your executive force's guns. So clearly, when I'm outside like that repeatedly, and then I'm like this, and my legs are all swollen up, and then my eyes start to swell, they can see me, whether I'm blocked on the World Wide Web or not, and don't have a phone. Okay, there's police officers in Quincy that see me. They see that being done to me. They even got to the point where they started making us sit up in a chair all night long at that shelter. Okay. They're that sick. So that is pretty horrifyingly insane. Okay. So, anyways, it's similar to forcing people to walk continuously till they fall down and die. Okay. Unfortunately, there are beings on earth that look like people that get that sick because they believe they can do it. Okay, so it's just the nature of that species. It's just there are laws put in place to keep them in line, and they prefer that. They really don't like being allowed to do whatever they want because you see how bad it gets. And then it makes them more and more deranged because nobody's it to them it seems like nobody's stopping them, and they feel more and more sick and insane and stuff. And you're like, can you just like maybe bloop yourself or take medication? Excuse me. So sometimes people, if you've had a lot of people in your life that are histrionic and stuff, um, you have to see it, I guess. You have to see it with your own eyes to realize it's going on. Because no matter how many times I repeat the same thing explaining it, yeah, it's just a fear. It's like a fear in the brain that makes people go, that's not happening, or nobody would do that, or nobody would allow somebody to do that, or no one's nuking us. Um, when you're trying to murder people by making their intestines what come out of my throat, um, it- we're being nuked, believe me. Well, people are being blocked off of the internet, obviously. So I don't know if any of those people are ever going to be allowed back on to explain to you what's going on where they are. Okay. Well, all right. I guess at some point I'll start eating, but. In case people were wondering, it goes beyond sort of even the medical diet. Just say something like this, even though the Paul guy with the cane and the hat is a dude. Okay. Say that they had people in that shelter when I was there, right? The first night when this happened, that don't have any medical condition and they actually keep turning down housing. Um, like, say that you collect Social Security and you refuse to pay a rent like Karen Corbett does, okay, and you're just basically hanging out at Father Bill's Quincy. I don't know if you're meeting dudes there. Um, right. And you refuse to use your Social Security to just pay rent. Okay. Um, when you found out that I had to sit in that dining room upright all night long, why didn't you just give up your bed? Yeah, that was like they've got that dude who because whatever they're making men, supposedly do it too before I got there. Okay, because when I woke up in the middle of the night, there was only 2 people still sitting in a chair, me and that woman, Grace. The rest of these slime balls took mats and put them on the floor and left us like that. That's how vulgar and disgusting people are, just as an FYI. So, the people that collect the Social Security and refuse to pay rent so they can party all day and night or whatever and find boyfriends and girlfriends. Well, you're right where you need to be. That's for sure. The I don't put my friend Melissa in that category, by the way, right? Because I'm not sure she was actually offered housing. I know that Father Bill showed her some room. She wants her own apartment. She has an income, and she probably doesn't want to take housing before me. Other people, they clearly, that's not why they're there. Like Paul with the hat and the cane. How many dudes have to sit upright in a chair all night long because that guy just doesn't feel like taking his housing he was given and he has Social Security? And you see what he's like. So if you thought a head count at a shelter was how many my species you have there, it's not. And I thank God for that. These dried cherries will last for a while. Well, you have to do the intact peanuts first. They're the special ones, yep. So when you have them, then have them split, and you can eat those first. If you need to lose body fat, no cherries. Dead set serious. If you need to lose body fat, you're supposed to just be eating the nuts without any dried fruit. And they most definitely have to be unsalted. Yeah. Well, I'll give you an example of an asshole. You ever heard that word asshole? Who later on apologized. So I think he realized he was an asshole, or just his girlfriend at the time made him apologize when she found out about it. Um, when you are talking to me about your problems because you have a big fat round gut, um, and then I say to you, okay, if we're talking about stuff, I don't remember the leading up stuff about that topic. And then I say, did you do a cleanse? And then you go, shut up, like I'm a fucking retard. You're an asshole. That was another one. I think he was one of the ones about he can't eat. Why does they have to be unsalted? Because they have to be unsalted. That's why. If you're a thin person, sometimes you don't understand what fat people are actually like until you start talking to them like that. And you go, and nobody can help you. That's why I'm not a dietitian. That is why I decided to change my major. My friend graduated and started working and told me. And then Candy's neighbor asked me to help her when she found out I was going to school and majoring in nutrition. And I went, I'm not doing this. Well, I wanted to do sports nutrition anyway, but just I guess I forgot about that. And I just went, I am not doing this. I changed my major. I was going to do nursing. I took, was it night classes? I started taking night classes and then I applied to Simmons, which had a program to be a nurse practitioner where you got a degree in nursing, then you worked. It was through Tufts Medical, and then you got a master's degree. But I contemplated pre med, and I thought I was being like quote unquote grandiose at the time, and I was only 23. I was already heading in that direction. And then once again, Almighty God had to put a stop to it. My whole life, just not allowed to have a degree, not even a bachelor's degree. It interferes with what I do. Okay, so how does she, quote unquote, know all that? Not who cares, some they already knows that. How does she, quote unquote, know all that? Not keep deleting a Facebook page, trying to hide it. That's why I can't have a degree in anything. Nor can I work and like I'm a psychiatrist. That's crazy. That's what Nazis do. You can't be a peer counselor. Um, Mother of God, you all you have to do is get a certificate program to be a drug counselor. They don't even do that. Spooky. It's like a psychiatrist. It's not a psychiatrist. You don't even say it right. No dried fruit. Well, because you're not hungry. Not only is this a carb, it's like a concentrated carb. Right. When you're trying to lose body fat, if you're overweight, like obese, no dried fruit. Cognitive behavioral therapy can be difficult, especially when they start talking to each other. And then she said, no carbs. If you saw a big, huge, morbidly obese man have an argument with me about carbohydrates, right? Would that change your mind about some of the stuff you're saying and thinking? Who goes, you have to have some kind of carbs, Mary. Really? What's keto? They don't have carbs. I have some kind of carbs because I'm not overweight. I don't have to lose body fat. I don't know where it would come from. They're trying to lose body fat to save their lives. So stop telling them the wrong thing. Um, no, you don't have to have nuts if people are allergic to it or whatever, or you have an issue, you know, your teeth. Got you. Maybe eggs, hamburger, eggs, chicken, like ground chicken, ground turkey. You have a food processor. Okay. Um, If it's only because they're hard, have you tried boiling them? If it becomes like a soup, maybe lower the temperature because there's got to be a way that you can soften some of these nuts up, especially cashews because they're pretty soft. The thing about the butters is there you gotta go to Whole Foods, which is wicked expensive because you don't want anything in it, right? It's got to just be ground up. Like if you got a food processor and did it yourself, at least then you could control the oil content and you'd know what kind of oil's going into it. Or butter. Yeah. Don't use margarine. They try, butter's expensive. Um, the only time I use butter is when I'm frying the steak. Yeah, that's the only time I use butter. And you can use oil if you have to fry stuff, but you might want to use butter if you're trying to make your own, like ground up nuts and mixing it with something. You might want to use butter. Yeah, you definitely want butter. You know, definitely don't want to use margarine. One of the things that Jen did, just to give you an example of people's behavior, after raping me and like trying to humiliate me and just all that stuff that Brian person was doing too, where they try to just like bring you down and then they get an elation from it. She then was trying to copy my diet, but she couldn't copy it right because the whole thing is like an envy. I know you just go, are you aware of what you're doing? Okay. Well, I just explained it to you again. Not you want to go out with me. You're psychopath. You're having an issue with psychopathy. I saw her with the can of nuts, but it's salted and has dried fruit like pineapple in it. I started out in Florida. This is an FYI because I was working on my fitness and stuff, anyways. Be, that started in like, I don't know, the diet part of it, probably like 2009, I think. I started getting that trail mix from Walmart that has chocolate and stuff in it. It's terrible. Don't eat that stuff. Um, and I'd pour some of it into a cup like this big, and I would allow myself like two of those. And all of us, I dropped 8 pounds in a week. 'Cause it's all water. Uh, Even though there's salt and sugar in that, from not eating carbs, because that's all I ate was like spaghetti and stuff. Yeah. So if you went on a low carbohydrate diet, that's the first thing you notice is all of a sudden you would drop a bunch of weight at once because it's all water weight. Um, you do have to make sure you're drinking enough water when you're on a low carbohydrate diet. You don't get if you're on a low sodium diet, you don't get thirsty really. Like not like before. If you're on low carb and low sodium, I think you get used to it because I still get thirsty, but I think honestly, it's so ingrained in me. Yeah, it's more like it's hard for me to tell unless I get really thirsty, and then it seems weird to me when I get really thirsty. It's probably regular thirsty. At this point, I've been doing it so long. Yeah. Now that I had to think about it, it's probably mentally so ingrained in me to drink. So, like, had I not set that system up, I might be in trouble. If I was going to depend upon thirst, I'd probably be in trouble. Yeah. Because I know I have coffee and then I have so much soda. I limit myself if I think I'm drinking too much soda. Otherwise, I don't think about it really. I usually take my walk and then I drink water the rest of the day. And so I kind of will notice and go, wow, I really didn't drink that much water. And so usually it works itself out. But if I notice it's been a day or a day or two, I purposely make myself drink more. Don't freak yourself out thinking you must be losing your mind. It's because you're not thirsty. People with dementia will do that. So if you know you're not on a low sodium diet and you're like, I didn't drink anything. Yeah. If you know you're eating carbs and you're eating salt and stuff, I think people will actually take a marker, like those little bottles. Um, what are they, 16 ounces? And they'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever it is you looked up or your doctor told you you should drink per day to make sure they're drinking it. Make sure you're drinking it. It's always better to start doing things just because you want to. Yeah. Like writing things down, having a schedule of when you buy liquids and stuff. Because otherwise, is that from today or yesterday? That probably starts too. I'm sure that probably starts too. Well, if something ever would have happened and you were on fluid restrictions, I would say the first thing you want to do is stop eating salt and then probably carbs, whether you have kidney disease or not. Because those two things, sugar, well, three things, sugar, salt, and carbs are going to make you thirsty. I just know it from myself from doing all this. So, yeah, because you go, why are you on fluid restrictions? Is it like cirrhosis of the liver or something? Because I know Blair had something going on with his liver and he was put on that Lasix stuff. And he told me he was so like dried out. Right. So you don't want to make yourself even more uncomfortable by feeling like you're dying of thirst. So, I could only imagine. Like end stage kidney disease. It's probably like nothing but like egg whites and soy. It's probably like egg whites and tofu. Where you just go, yeah, this is maybe paprika on it or something. Paprika. Because all those the salads and the vegetables and fruit all have liquid in it. Oh yeah, just I'm sure it must just be like, and like the other stuff will start to make you nauseous, right? Like meats and stuff. So it probably just becomes like egg whites and tofu. Yeah, just yeah. Oh, it's egg whites and tofu again. Okay. Maybe some dried fruit as long as it's not making you thirsty. Make sure you're not putting yourself on fluid restrictions unless a doctor told you to, mm, or you basically filled up with fluid. Yeah. I'm not on fluid restrictions. When I get bloated up like that, it's for a reason. It's not from drinking water. Nope. I just explained it about 10 minutes ago. It's all right if you forgot. When I can't follow my regular diet and rest program, then I start to swell up. I can't be made to stand or sit up for that long in the day because my organs are so big. I have to be able to lay down so that my digestive functions can function and operate, and everything goes like this. And it also has to do with my blood pressure too. But I also can't do this 24 hours a day either. So thank God Almighty, after what, 12 years, 11 or 12 years of this, finally, there can't be any more excuses. And it's just doop doop. And people don't have to worry about it, even though we're subject to it, right? In terms of God is real. So whatever is going to happen is for the best. So I'm definitely not negating sort of like the weirdness of, are we gonna, are we all gonna die? I'm not really convinced of that yet. Right. So, right. I'm not really convinced of that yet. It's just, we'll wait and see what happens. I'm sort of still hopeful that there'll be basically a population that does, and then this business with the housing and the one card system or whatever. I said before, I don't even care if people are still getting Social Security and stuff. It's like, but everybody else needs to have that card and stop shutting it off. Not only stop shutting it off, but like every single time it seems like something's going to finally click, you have someone who's putting a stop to it. So I'm waiting for those someones to die. Right? Like housing, a telephone, even the 401, right? And then the SNAP food. Like, what is the problem? So that means they're still flying into envious psychopathic rages. Okay. It's just, I wasn't even in housing, just even a phone, 401 a month, and a boyfriend. And it was just all hell broke loose again. So sad. Well, I believe in Almighty, so when Almighty God has had enough of it, then it will end. The quote unquote scariest thing so far was when they brought me to that hospital in 2021 because I could not believe how insane people were. Oh, yeah. And then just God, the grace of God going, just do nothing and just, yeah, you just, okay. I would say that was the worst in all the 13 years of what are these people actually going to do? Oh, yeah, just what do you that's why that insane dude, he showed you how insane he was. These people have you in a hospital where they could just strap you down and start and put a fucking needle in your arm and start medicating you for no reason. They're so fucking gone. You just go, okay, so this is a real virus. Okay. That's your reaction to this. Okay. Mm-hmm. What is SNAP? It's a program, supplemental nutrition assistance program. That's how I get my food. Okay, so you don't recognize me? Okay, even from the internet? All right, okay. And your security? Okay. And this is about stripping me naked, standing up, sort of like Marie Lagoa. And then I've got to have that thing up my nose and a face mask on. Okay. Remember Diane from the shelter? I would say her scariest moment was the second time no, the first time they lit the place on fire, the hotel. Just, she came up to me and she goes, "What's with all the sandwiches?" So she was freaked out about it. I don't know. I did I tell her about my medical condition? Maybe they were talking about it. Like, yeah, like everybody at the place, I think, was stunned, going, "What is going on?" And they kept knocking on my door and offering me more and more food. She was probably like, why are we getting fed like 57 tons of lunch meat? That's not cheap, right? Because they were trying to kill me. Artificial nitrates, like my pee started smelling like nitrates 3 weeks before people started flipping out because they were literally trying to kill me. I was all over the internet, folks, about how bad lunch meat is and stuff. Remember that? A couple of years of it. Amazing, isn't it? It's like psychological suggestion, and you go, "So that's all you're gonna feed her now?" Oh my god. Like, does it still seem like all of this is a mistake? I know I know that there's people that sick, right? You just wonder how is anyone letting them get away with it? They're not. That's why they're being put down by nuclear weapons. So you don't really have to feel bad for them and just don't go out there. Don't go to Dorchester, don't go to Boston unless you have to. Don't go to Quincy, don't go to Weymouth, don't go to Plymouth, don't go to Hull, don't go to Hingham. Those are all don't go to Brockton. These are all places they've been housing people. Don't go to Stoughton. I'm just informing you for your own safety. If you're in housing in those areas, there's nowhere for you to go. Right. Don't start flooding airports and stuff. Mhm. We're all subject to it. It's going from sunburst to snow to sunburst to snow here in one given day. I'm not in a boron bubble myself. So I've explained some of it. Did you start watching Jenny Apple's video blogs? It's she went 2 years explaining it to you about the lung cancer. We will find out now, won't we? I had shingles last winter. Huh? Scott Connie had shingles like in 2013, and he's not dead, according to Cindy. So that's why I asked, like, you're talking to him in real life or on Facebook? Just make sure it's him. I just saw Jared like a couple months ago over there at the bridge. I don't think he had shingles, but he's not dead. I know that. I don't know if he'd be able to talk to you on Facebook. I tried that. I tried talking to him on Facebook. Probably not Jared. You don't really want to know how sick people are, right? Just thermonuclear weapons taking care of it. I questioned it when they started telling me weird stuff that Cindy's son was doing on Facebook. I went, say you had a child taken from you and you haven't had contact with them, not even photographs for 13 years, right? And you saw this weird stuff on Facebook where someone's saying that they're them and they're clearly not them. Like, would you actually question yourself and go, I guess maybe it's been 13 years, so people do change? Or would you, like I did, and went, what the hell is this? How is any person that sick? It's part of depersonalization. They get that sick. There are people that made up their names are my children's names, and they have Facebook pages, and they're clearly not my children. There's people taking people's photos and trying to make Facebook pages. There's people that locked people out of Facebook, like happened to me, and then they go into their Facebook account, pretend to be them. Why won't Yahweh let you pretend to be Brian Buchanan and all hell breaks loose? God has his limits. That's why. I can answer the question for you after I posed it now that 7.5 months have gone by and you seem relatively to have calmed down. There's only so many times I can explain it. It's called depersonalization, and it's something that primates do when their brains are sick. Okay? Because you can be anyone and anyone can be you, like Brian Buchanan and that Paul guy with the cane we're talking about. When you take the time to listen to them, you can learn things. Um, I hope not, but someone might say that. I hope not. Like when you go, make sure that they don't try to touch you and kiss you and stuff. Right? Don't get emotionally involved. But some people might go, if he didn't think that you were his girlfriend, he never would have stayed around you at all, even for 5 minutes. Maybe other people that were around him for 2 years would say that. They might go, that's Brian. Like if you're not using with him or going out with him as they call it, he won't even talk to you. Right. It's basically just, hey, like when Alex was trying to get a cigar from Jerry, he'll talk to you for 3 minutes or whatever, and then he'll get more and more agitated, realizing you're not going to give him anything, and then he leaves, like Jeremy did that day. That wouldn't surprise me if people said that. So they would actually not know him at all. Right, like, say someone I don't wanna insult Kat because maybe she does know him, but as a suggestion, because 'cause I've seen how people like that are. If he, uh if she just knows him casually and she smokes, right, and she would just offer him a cigarette and, like, not really realizing that every time she talked to him, she was doing that, that's why he was talking to her. It doesn't mean something's wrong with her, it's something's wrong with him. Otherwise, it would be, "Hey, how you doing?" And then because she doesn't offer a cigarette, he leaves. That's probably what usually happens, with me with these folks. Okay. Right, just, so I would never have even a 5-minute conversation with them. They just I have no money, I don't smoke cigarettes, I don't put out, not like so I don't put out, so I can't get them money for cigarettes. I'm sorry to tell you, but a person that sick, their only every girlfriend is introduced to friends of his, duh. Just like I said, right? You just go, that person, all that's in his mind 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year is getting drunk and high and smoking cigarettes. He's lucky to eat in a day because he doesn't even care about food. He doesn't care about sex either. I think he probably has biological responses when he's that close to a person, and he may have mania, right? And I think that he developed some sort of actual hatred for me, not like, right? Just whatever words and phrases were said or something, and things he didn't like to know about himself. I mean, clearly the whole interaction, but um, about the depersonalization, that's right, thanks. About the Janis Joplin thing. That's you learn stuff about them when you go, "Okay, wait a minute. I just told you that I met her. She was a friend of mine. So why are you showing me that some girl on a phone that's like 10? She can't be two people, Brian." Okay. So that's how you find out. Obviously, he thought that you could be more than one person, because why would he even say that? I began to wonder if that word had a meaning. I mean, it seems aphasia to me. Then we're at the concert. You look just like Janis Joplin. Oh my God. Am I turning into her? Like, does that word mean something? I know, what in the hell? The little girl? Or who are you talking about? Shower curtain. Oh yeah, so that video last night where they were taking the fruit and then standing up and running, they literally move like that. You haven't seen them outside? Okay, well, consider yourselves lucky. I don't see them around Dedham or High Park, no. No, you have to go where they have homeless shelters and services for the homeless. Okay. A lot of them are not homeless. They prey upon homeless people like myself. That's what I'm explaining to you. Most of them, they've all been put in housing. They're not homeless. These people are like Alyssa Colby, where they have a Section 8 of their own, and then they hang out at their mother's Section 8. And their brother's got a Section 8. Their father's, that the mother screwed, has a Section 8. They've all gone fucking bonkers. And then they were telling you that about tents and tops. There's 100 people showing up to a street where only they say 15 people live. They prey upon the actual homeless, not their homeless. They will go into a shelter when they're not even homeless, looking for homeless people to prey upon. So, anyways, when just picking up the watermelon, running, that Brian guy walks just like that. Isn't that a cartoon character? I've seen that sort of movement before. That's probably where they got it from. Just that was like surreal. I watched it like 4 times last night, laughing, going. Because the first one, I could see and the camera kept going off of it. It's like, no, go that way. Because I was going to go see how that one stood up and ran like that. That's Brian. Yeah, you just go. Some of these people like literal chimps. Maybe are those chimps in those videos? I think I gotta say, when you realize what they are and you don't have anything to do with them other than you're at a zoo, those people are actually more entertaining than the big ones, the great apes. Yeah, the great apes are always miserable all the time and screaming at each other, and those people are just insane. They'll be mean and they will tear you to shreds. Those chimp things, you don't want to be near them, but whoa, they think they're having fun. That's exactly what they do. But there's so much disconnect in the brain matter now. They would take a piece of watermelon and throw it on the ground. They go like this. Or like he took the potato chips and then tried to give them away. He will take it, but you ever see an animal go and run with it and then go and throw it? That's what Brian Buchanan does. He did it with 2 bags of potato chips. But if you came out and gave him a bear, he'd go like this. And then he'd stop running with it. I am not kidding. All I can do is make it funny because that's the only way your brain can actually like cope with what's going on. No, the way that God's explained it to me, that's why I'm not suffering with it like some other people might be, because you go, they're not people. They were suffering their whole lives because of the binder. These people have like barely any brain matter left. And they're probably almost like happy. And then they just reside themselves. That's all they're going to do. They're going to sit in the same clothes. Like, even when they have a place, that's what I said. Some of these people have housing. Like, we get it. You don't want to sleep in the shelter, Brian, but I mean, can't you go there once a day or every other day and bathe and change your clothes and eat? It didn't make sense anymore when we were together, right? That he wouldn't come into the shelter, right? Obviously. So, anyways, like, that's all they want to do. That's why they don't want to go into their housing. So they're probably going to be really strongly encouraged to go into their housing if that's not already happening. Like I saw begin to happen in 2020, because they're preying upon people like myself who don't know that they have housing. And they were actually letting them into the shelter. Yeah, so it's like, we can't let you in here anymore. You have to go to your housing. Is that what they were doing with what I saw in 2021? We can't let you come in here. We don't let people eat dinner here anymore that are in our housing. We don't do that anymore. Because remember, they were doing that. Yeah, just, it doesn't matter. That don't none of that matters. But I'm saying in the past, yeah, none of it matters now. What matters now is making sure that someone like myself is never out there again. That's what matters now, not that other stuff I was just talking about. Right? We're way past that. Way past that. It's just making sure that someone like myself never ends up out in Quincy again. And then whatever they're doing currently in Boston, right? Just, that's why the housing has to be given out, right? Just no more people that end up out in the street and they end up at Quincy Center, because it's a kill zone. Right? It's a kill zone, and the people in the shelter itself are not even homeless. They're like playing play games and stuff out there. So that's why I said I would never go back there again. I'd have to go into Boston, into a shelter. Yeah, I'll never be in Quincy again. Um, so it's got nothing to do with the snap card on and off. So, anyways, um, they won't leave. I just explained it. That's where their housing is. That Brian guy told me he was there because the alcohol was cheaper. So that's a way to keep them out there. See how that works? That's what I was saying. They made that one liquor store cheaper than other liquor stores, and then people will literally stay in Quincy for that. They don't even care what's going on. They don't care if they're being nuked or not. I know, you just go, whoa. The only thing they care about is using. It's just people that don't have a lot of brain matter left. Well, you think about it in your mind, what are they supposed to do when in their mind now they're literal chimps? They're literal chimps that can't enjoy eating. Like, they're not even just like out there just mowing huge bags of popcorn or something. Remember that chick at the Maybe it was cheap. It was like a bag of popcorn like this big. I'm not kidding you. I think it was Chicago at the train station. So she might have not have been able to afford food and that was cheap or something. But anyways, you can't even buy a Brian Buchanan a huge thing of that, and then he just sits there all day. Because a regular chimp, you probably could. A regular chimp would probably be satisfied with a huge bag of pumpkin for the whole day. But nope, they don't. That's what I'm saying. Like the stuff they're doing, you just go, these are not people anymore, right? I guess you don't know that unless you interact with them, right? Just that's literally all they care about is cigarettes, booze, marijuana cigarettes, crack cocaine pipes, Adderall pills. All of their conversations are repetitive or they're about drugs. They're about drugs, their interpersonal relationships, some weird drama that just went on with other drugged out people down the street. Oh, yeah, you just go, you're 36 years old. Okay. When's the last time you took a shower and changed your clothes? That doesn't matter. Okay. Guess I'll check your fake news. The sun's out again. 4:30. Sometimes it can be hard to tell the difference. Like people like Dawn, um, she may have just been sort of like shell shocked by everything. It was like worn down by it, or like physically tired or something. She didn't use. The last time I went out there before they took her away in an ambulance, she was smoking cigarettes, which surprised me. I said that to her too. I go, "You're smoking?" That was 2020. I was like, "You're smoking cigarettes?" Like I was just the whole everything that was going on out there was just surreal. So, anyways, clearly all hell broke loose after they kicked me out of that room because that was February, and by July you go, "What is going on out here? You're smoking?" Okay, yeah, just um, I only did it for 2 months. That's what I'm saying. Like you could just become like worn down, I guess, by it. But I don't think you'd be smoking cigarettes and smoking drugs and drinking booze, you know, and refusing to eat anything or drink any regular liquids. I don't think you'd be doing that. She was eating food. People would offer it to her. She would say she didn't have the energy to walk down the shelter or walk over there, but she still ate and drank stuff, and I don't remember using not even cigarettes until 2020. I could see that she was smoking cigarettes. That was probably Gross Derek maybe that got her on that because he had money somehow and used to buy packs of Marlboro cigarettes. He may have started offering her cigarettes or something. I don't know. in 2020. Was it 2021? No, it was 2020 that Earl told me that that Gross Derek guy was doing good. He was in North Quincy and had a girlfriend. That's what he told me. I don't know if that means a John or an actual girlfriend. I remember at the time I was like, I don't care if he has a girlfriend. It was like weird. Yeah, some of these people got a little bit really weird, and I don't know if it was because of the stuff I was doing. Like, that's what I'm wondering. It's like, did you people start thinking that I was some sort of a psycho or something? It's like a psychiatrist, not I'm a psycho. But a lot of you have a lot of underlying mental health conditions, yes. Like you people are definitely mentally ill. And having to be repeatedly subjected to you as a population of people can really negatively affect a person's psyche. People that say someone was stuck in that shelter with you people for years, that would really negatively affect a person's psyche because to them, that's all that they're seeing on the whole planet is you people, and you're very mentally ill, especially when you don't have internet service and you don't have a phone. It's all part of the crimes against humanity, by the way, but you just go, yeah, you just go, I don't understand, but I do understand. Yeah. Like, you're not people that Exodus 20. I'm sure there's been people in every city on this land piece that have experienced that, like me, that Exodus 20, and they just go, okay, so none of you people, Exodus 20 has the Bible. Okay. But I think some of them tried to tell themselves they did or something. And it probably kept them calmer. Right. I'm sure there's probably a lot of people that have been raped by them in whatever city we were thrown to. But it probably could have been worse because these people are psychopathically deranged. Yeah, it probably would have been worse if they didn't think they were doing it for some God reason. That's why I said I am not going out to that city again. Yeah, just after what happened out there the last time, never. Another popular restaurant. Okay. Cold outside. That's why it keeps snowing because the air temperature is so cold. It's supposed to be 29 degrees by 7 p.m. Okay, so after chemo, everything hurts? Okay, let me see. Is this an actual story? Okay, Michael. This is the guy from the Today Show. The daughter has brain cancer. Is that it? So she's having anxiety and panic attacks. Yeah, that's why people have do not treats. So she's literally having chemotherapy in New York City. Okay. I would assume we would never hear anything about her. None of her blogs would be viewable to us if she wasn't. Okay, because it seemed like the only reason that stuff was viewable was to try to piss off people. I got to say, because we were discussing about people not having hospital services, and then it was like a plethora of all these people that are all having cancer treatments. It's almost like the Jimmy Carter parade. Okay. This looks like, excuse me, the same news as yesterday, which I guess, I mean, usually they still do that thing on the weekend, which is funny. They just leave it the whole weekend the same thing. Okay, so two teenagers have been charged in the fatal Kansas City Super Bowl parade shooting. Okay. And these are all people that volunteered to be in a fake courtroom. Like you did a casting call and they're aware that it's not real, but you all are going to do your fun thing you do, and you're not involving my species in it. I really prefer you don't involve your species in it unless they want to, like a casting call. Two very nice young men were waiting for her at the airport in 1971. Here's how she chose between them. Someone's trying to terrorize Jared. Yes, Jared, we're still doing this. Tapper reacts to Kushner's comments about Saudi crown prince. I don't know. I don't know if someone goes, you're still doing that? Like some other thing. I don't know. I don't know. Like some other thing happened. Fox News, and then I'll look at the local stuff. Eventually, I'll put my headphones in and do my tweeting. Likely next NATO chief has clear message for European leaders complaining about Trump. Okay. Yeah, let's hope we have a clear message. Yeah. Is this fear? You can't hide. Anti Israel protesters caught on video shouting outside Ted Cruz's home, harassing family. Well, that's one of the things those people is the person's name Ted who said you can't hide. Someone wrote that on one of these internet responses. Is it one of the things from is it from the chat? I think it's one of the chats. Chuck Maloney, the deadliest sniper in U.S. Marine Corps history, dies at 75. NASCAR truck goes airborne at fiery 12 vehicle wreck at Daytona Speedway. Some people would say that. Here we go with the some people again. Why bother shooting people and arresting people when thermonuclear weapons will annihilate them completely? Like, remember when people thought that there was some sort of a new fun game going on where you shut off a US citizen's means to live and their communications because they have a firearm? And then you start pegging away like you're gonna take their children, like the whole Aaron Carter thing. He shows you he has firearms, so you start pegging away at him by putting him in an internet prison, reporting him to DCF repeatedly, reporting him to animal control, reporting him to whatever public health for walking on his property. Okay. Remember when that would people thought that was a fun game where you do that to a person until they flip out and go to a grocery store and kill 3 people? And then that's on the news and that's exciting and that's a lone wolf. Remember those days? Okay, why do that when thermonuclear weapons annihilate you all? Like, how many of those before you go you probably never do, right? It's all based on, um, I don't know what it's based on. Right, like, there's never a point of worrying about a society gone that insane, where you go, "How could this possibly" like, isn't this, like, the 10th time where some veteran is just flipped out and like, who are these people? Why are they shooting people at grocery stores? And oh, yeah. Just you're putting people in internet prisons and doing this stuff to them until they somehow flip out, met them at a train with a knife, and that's a fun game. Yeah, it is. So, anyways, obviously the people with the nuclear material became aware of your game, and now you're being put down. Is that a clear message or do I seem like Aaron Carter because I mentioned that? Do I seem like Aaron Carter or am I gonna what would I do? I don't have firearms. You already pegged me at a train in 2021, but yet you didn't move on from me. You still tried to do weird stuff. And then you've got these people out in Quincy showing up in Quincy Center because I say I'm going to be there, like a dragnet. No, you just go, so what do you think about the thermonuclear weapons? There's no way in hell that all of these people I know you just go, "Whoa, that is cool." That's the power of God right there. Just you really don't want them to flip out, but it's a wonderment, isn't it? You just go, "Okay, so you like, you don't" yeah, because they will all go into some other think thought. So some of the stuff where then they decided that they were controlling the thermonuclear weapons, you just go, "You're not controlling the thermonuclear weapons." Ding, 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 ding. I mean, Brian Buchanan might maybe should be he's at the is he in a grave, controlling him from a grave? Who knows? I seriously doubt the guy died. I seriously doubt it. But anyways, that person on 857 cell phone number thinks they're controlling the thermonuclear weapons. Like a drugged out, demented old man that hangs around with that Brian Buchanan person thinks he's controlling nuclear detonations. That's not fascinating. He can't even talk. Do you see those text messages? He's probably hitting. I didn't even know that people did this until this last time I went out in Quincy. I type everything. I didn't even know people were doing that. And then in the madness that exists, when you do that, they started making the words say different things. Like that's their next fun game because people have gotten so cognitively impaired they can't type. So now they're gonna edit and alter everything that you say into the talk typing, and where the madness never ends as God is containing people till they finally die. Just that level of madness just makes me go, click. Oh yeah, just click. So anyway, that being that answered a phone going, stop calling this road, it's harassment. Okay, that being thinks they're controlling thermonuclear detonations up in the stratosphere, for fuck's sake. That's how sick people are. All it takes is them watching like John Dubbin's live streams or anything because they depersonalize. It's the most bizarre. Apparently, in a jungle, that's what they're doing. Yeah, when you're watching this stuff from the outside and they don't speak words, you don't get it, right? Because you'd have a monkey, my hand to God, go, right? And that's like the lead monkey or something. Then the next monkey comes and goes, or you go, "Oh my god, isn't this so funny?" It's actually not. It thinks it just did the same thing. It thinks it completely mirrored what that monkey did, and it's being that monkey. It literally thinks it just went into its soul like a spirit and did the same thing. They're that mentally retarded. Oh, yeah, just yep, and everything that's all they do is copy another, and it's like they think they're doing the same stuff when they're not. You ever see, like, I don't know, Tootsie? Say you saw Tootsie or, Mrs. Doubtfire. Say you saw Mrs. Doubtfire, right? And you're like, "Oh, isn't this so funny? It's Robin Williams being an old woman," right? Okay, but say that Robin Williams, by doing that, thought he looked like Farrah Fawcett. That's what they're doing. He believes he's Farrah Fawcett in Mrs. Doubtfire, that he is acting just like Farrah Fawcett. And so he's experiencing like Farrah Fawcett's a suit you put on for Halloween. That's how they view other people. And that's all life is. So, yeah, it's really going to be a relief when these beings are off of planet Earth. So, usually when people are hardcore mentally insane and have full-blown dementia, they don't run a society. But sane people are sort of just kind of um, hanging out and trying to maintain some kind of life and sanity here while we wait for these weapons to kill these folks and for God to lay them to rest. But it really is that sad. When you see people doing it, like in you, like you have some kind of a background of these people's history, and you know your interactions with them, and you know words and phrases you've spoken and things that they're being exposed to, then you see exactly what they're doing and you go, oh my god. Everyone gets that moment that I got when that Kaz woman put her hair down and is talking to me at a desk and going like this and telling me that her mother was an Indian and stuff. Like she's pretending to be me in a video she watched of me on Facebook. Then you go, just like I did. I went, oh God. Yeah, like it's like it's just freaky when people are that mentally ill. When someone's screaming at 5 o'clock in the morning that someone, how dare you sell my coins? Those are my coins or something. Because she's watching like QVC or something in the middle of the night. Um, when you, yeah, when you experience people that mentally ill, it's a little bit kind of startling. So, and you're not really, when you spend a week at Bournewood Hospital and there's patients in there that tell you that we're going to live on Mars after a certain amount of time and stuff, and you're like, okay, like you kind of like, that doesn't really bother you in the same level. Like when you meet people that are wicked mentally ill, it can still be kind of a little bit scary. But when you're in a mental hospital, it's not you were just placed in a house with the person and this person is in charge of you. You just go, oh my God, how is a person this ill? Like these are the people running this place. So yeah, people went into a panic. And then most people calmed down, except that from what I could tell in Quincy, they were still doing weird stuff out there. Right, because like the whole population is getting sick like that. It's like your invasion of the body snatchers going on. So there's definitely something going on in terms of a brain plague. So when people don't listen to things that help keep yourself together longer, and you have to seek out God because y she's relied upon having other people like her son to continuously put words and stuff in her head. Like, I don't think she fully understood her diagnosis and what was going to happen to her. Another person can't be sitting with you 24 hours a day. And it's just a constant, what am I doing? Well, I don't know what I'm doing. And like this, I know you just go, just keep a television on, Barbara, and watch it. Yeah, like ever since she stopped walking around, for the most part, she actually seems emotionally better off. Right, because she would get up and start walking around the house doing all this weird shit, like she was still cleaning her bathroom, brushing her teeth, and stuff like that. Cooking meals, laundry. It was like she thought she was still doing that when she was just doing these weird nonsense behaviors. And every 2 seconds, Mary, are you okay? Tommy, where are you? Um, Ringing the doorbell, walking around, like maybe just stay with the headphones or stay with the television. What am I doing? What am I doing now? You just go, what the? Other Mary started being a little bit like that, right? Like, um, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what time of the day it is. Uh, I am what you call 100% hands free. Right, just okay, what were they saying? Snow squall warning issued, intense snow bursts. Okay. Till 3:30. I missed the I missed the whole report, but clearly I was experiencing it. Um I'm what you call completely hands free, meaning I don't have a person that I'm responsible for. Okay, because someone decided that I don't have any children. Okay, and I don't have a father, he died, and I never had a father, but the person who fathered me died, and she has a caregiver 24 hours a day. Okay, so I'm what you call hands free. So it was a little bit for at least the second, maybe the fourth time where there would have been a person that I would have been willing to help take care of, that other people felt that then you steal it from me like a monkey. So I am kind of like this at this point. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I have no idea how sick people are anymore in terms of, am I allowed to even have a social friend anymore? It's gotten so bad that a group of demented, deranged, insane people would do what I just experienced in Quincy, even to a social contact of mine. Okay. It it's they will not listen to anything. So I don't know if again, some of these people could begin like it's a mandatory check-in to my live stream, okay, where they can be reminded about a stay home, stay safe order. Okay, because it's just some of the stuff is so wildly insane. That's what I feel like now. Like, remember when I was at the hotel and it became any person that I talked to, like the next day I'd see the staff talking to them, right? You just go, those types of people have got to be put down. So, right, I mean, I don't know what they're going to do. It clearly some people have definitely lost their jobs. They've lost their right to work because of it. But then some of these people are not, they're not on anybody's payroll probably, right? So that's why all I can do is report like I did exactly what happened to me the last time I went out in Quincy. All of the people I interacted with, everything that took place in this internet prison, every person that texted me on a telephone or called me. Okay. And then you go, and as you can see, after 7.5 months, they still don't even clear up one question if a person is living or died. So it has to do with severe brain loss. People that sound like they're conversating when they speak words and stuff, but they're actually not. Yeah, because I think if you're taking social distance to that extent, you have severe brain loss because it's such a weird behaviorism that it should seem strange to you, right? Like you're so progressed in your transition, but yet you're still roaming around talking words. I wouldn't care what was going on. Everything is an excuse anyway. You could have people going, "We are in a state of emergency and we're subject to thermonuclear weapons." I don't care. That's like when that chick at the hotel for 10 hours would not give me a sanitary napkin. And then I got to hear about how some people don't have water. That has nothing to do with why, when I asked you 8 hours ago, you didn't just hand me a sanitary napkin. And now it's been 10 hours in a pad. How disgusting that is. I don't care who doesn't have water. That doesn't have anything to do with you walking over to that building and getting sanitary napkins and handing them to me. That has nothing to do with anything you're saying. Like anything that happened over 13 years, like if children died and you didn't tell me, just like I wasn't told that Al's mother died. Candy saw it on Facebook and told me. Okay. Just like you won't tell me if Brian Buchanan died or not. Nothing out, there's no reason on God's green earth for it, but that you have severe brain loss. Severe brain loss. No, it's not because his name is Brian. It's because you will not tell me if the man is living or he died. Because I believe you don't know what I'm talking about. You have no mental processing in your brains, and you don't know what I'm talking about, and you don't even know how to go. I'm not sure what you mean. Right, like, you would talk to me like that, like I just said, "Sky's on a blue, tailed monkey's bum." When I vocalize and have conversations with other people, they seem to be able to understand me just fine when we're talking. I can understand what they're saying, they can understand what I'm saying, and they don't, like, repeat back what I just said, trying to clarify my question. They don't look at me like I just said shit hockey on a roller skate. Interstate 93, Interstate 95, Interstate 495, Route 1. Yeah. If you look that up on a map, is it like a circle of some kind? Okay. Well, no, because it's just it's one of those things where it's amazeballs by the people that are nuking us. And this is why I said there's no stopping it, so try not to be worried about it. The more time that goes by, the more dire the situation is. Okay, because they have to either realize that they're being nuked and they're in a defiance, or they're depersonalized like those people and think they're controlling it. Okay, or they've lost so much brain matter they still don't understand they're being nuked. Right, that's how dire the situation is. So those people probably, if any, they don't feel regret. If anything, they probably regret not doing this sooner, because clearly a lot of people have suffered a great deal, and a lot of people have lost lives, uh, having it take 15 years to get to this point where we were all trying to negotiate for this not to have to take place, when it clearly had to, right from the, I'm sure, because I'm explaining to you that by 2008, that is why Barack Obama was told to be a president, because it was already that bad. Okay, so yeah, just uh, they had to they yeah, you just go every day that goes by becomes more dire in terms of having to put these people down because as they get sicker, it gets worse before it gets better, and they're being disabled, and they're not gonna be able to care for themselves, so you can't just disable them and wait another 6 months. Okay, so again, that's part of the beauty of me going back out there, even though people weren't expecting me to go out there again, and they weren't too happy about me showing up there. Okay, right, because I did get to see some people and the rapid decline in the 6 months. You're not gonna need to do another 6 months. Right, because you go, there's not a possible way that anybody with any brain matter left can't realize we're being nuked by now. Yeah, just after the past 2 weeks. So you go, and then you saw what happened with the DTA card, and I know, and then people are flooding a food pantry when there's nobody in a store. Like, there's the people shopping, but it's not busy or anything, and there's plenty of food. Why is this food pantry being flooded with people where I am? I know. I'm not necessarily blaming those people because I have no idea where they're coming from, right? And you just go, are they housing people in Dedham on purpose, trying to block this woman from getting food? The thought definitely crossed my mind. The only way we're gonna know that is people using other food pantries going, "It's the same amount of people it's always been, it's the same." Say you go every week, you get to notice, you meet people or whatever, you just say every week it's smooth and blah, blah. We're not having that going on in Dedham, okay? So you go, are they purposely now sending people to this food pantry to try to starve this woman? Okay. Well, what do you think's going on today? Okay, because they clearly can see every week what's going on at a food pantry. They know if that's not going on other places, you know. Just FYI, or right, or if it is, you go, why are these food pantries getting overwhelmed with people? There's plenty of food in the grocery stores, right? So this could have been something going on today that wasn't exactly planned. It's just as soon as that report is given, right? Just it's another week. It just all of these people. Someone knows if that only started about when I reported about the SNAP card. Someone knows. Right, it's just crazy. It has to come to an end, people. I mean, this is no, I'm not. I wouldn't jump the gun and say that because I have no idea, but the food pantry does because those people all have to fill out paperwork that says what their address is and if they have incomes and stuff. Okay, so the food pantry knows. Not I have to have internet access. Uh, excuse me. No one seemed panicked at the food pantry. And I saw this news last night. I tuned in and saw that they're trying to get people panicked about food shortages again in Gaza. That's probably why people aren't panicking because they know what a grocery store is and they go, okay, so this is either it's made up or that's the result of people that wouldn't listen, when told to remain calm, right? About the urges and stuff, and that there's literally nothing going on in terms of that, right? So you go, if you went to McDonald's right now, is there food? Okay, well, that's what I'm saying. Is the Popeyes open? I was in Stop and Shop yesterday, right? There seems it's Stop and Shop, so but there was plenty of food. Believe me, I know after 13 years you go, there's a reason why. Is anybody buying steak that costs $9 a pound? Okay. That too, even though clearly I don't really want to get into that, but if you have people that are destitute, okay, and then people are having them shop at a food pantry, and then those people clearly have money, that can't continue to go on either. Okay, so someone said something in the news the other day about people in Boston are being told to quote unquote let migrants into their housing. No, no, right. Like that's all part of the profound insanity right there. So, there's plenty of available housing. So you guys are really, really sick. Okay. So that's what I was saying. Nobody wants that for society. And if anybody does want that for society, you're not getting it. That's why thermonuclear weapons are being used. So, like forced integration or something that's getting like really super duper gross. Anyway, most of it is kind of like made up, but the things, because a lot of the stuff that they say on the news is not actually what goes on in real life. Excuse me. Some of it too is, say that you're like wicked, like kooky, and you start to believe that if you write a weird story that people will actually do it. Like, say you were told that people are that sick, that when you run news stories that they actually try to initiate that. Like, say that you were told that I noticed that people, after they were told what the people, the criminals were doing in Quincy, that they tried to do it in their own homes. Okay, say you were told that I witnessed people doing that, and then you started running whacked out stories thinking you could control populations doing that. Do you think you'd end up being put down by thermonuclear weapons? Right, it's one thing where you've got a propaganda going that's meant to keep the population entertained and calmed, but not you're trying to force weird things to go on. Like, you're directing mentally ill people to do more criminal acts by telling them people are doing that. Well, it could be part of the Nuremberg, like, trials, like, you were already doing that. Like, maybe you started doing it around 2020, um, when people were expelled off of Twitter. I went over some of that where there was some sort of belief perception that, if you controlled the internet, that you could control the whole society and people's thoughts and behaviors. Authorities investigating suspicious deaths of two people inside New Hampshire home. Okay. I'm gonna see what's after I check the I know now it's getting late. Oh good, there's something from Quincy in here. Let's find out what this is. Lowell man charged after allegedly shooting another man in Quincy. Okay. So why is someone from Lowell in Quincy? Start off with that before I even read the story. I think it's a good topic about what I was just talking about. Okay. Uh, that's probably been going on for a very long time. It's sort of like Tents and Tops, where you tell people that there's an area. It's sort of like the combat zone, where you tell people there's an area where certain behaviors are acceptable or they're widespread, and then you watch wackos show up there on purpose because of it. People looking for fights, people looking for prostitutes, people looking to rape homeless people, destitute mothers on the ground, stuff like that. A Lowell man is facing charges after allegedly shooting another man on Friday in the Wollaston section of Quincy. Okay. It sounds like they have a lot of problems in Wollaston. Um, I remember it's not where, I mean, it might be, but you're not really seeing it when you walk down that street that goes right on the beach where the boardwalk is. It's when you walk like you're going to North Quincy. Is it Adams? That's not Adams Street, is it? Does Adams Street turn? Right. It's when you walk that other street that's parallel and you just go straight like that way, like to get to Ocean State job lots. And it goes like up the hill and there's that big dip and stuff. It is spooky over there. It is spooky over there. Jen took me over there a couple of years ago, right? Because she supposedly was looking at a room in a rooming house. She's the one who explained it to me. And I don't know if she found this out from Joanne. Okay. There's got to be like rampant prostitution and drug use and just whacked out stuff going on in Wollaston. This was like 2017. Jen took me over there. And they have like rooming houses where it's like there's cameras all over the place and shit. You thought Father Bill's Quincy was wacko? Oh, yeah. Just there's people that will place a room for rent or whatever. And then you show up there like you're supposed to meet someone at that location. And all of a sudden, here's some completely this I cannot make this up. It's so insane. Just if I was at this mindset then, oh yeah, I would have just completely flipped out on this person. I was a different person then. And sometimes when you see stuff that's shocking, maybe it's God protecting you, I don't know. Where all of a sudden there was just piles of money all over the floor. I mean the ground. And Jen and I walked by it and we're like, what the fuck is that? There's money all over the fucking ground, right? And then all of a sudden, like, of course, we didn't stop to try to pick it up or anything. And all of a sudden, this fucking guy pulls up in a car and gets out of it to like pick up the money or something. No, I don't think that's what he was doing. He is the person who put the fucking money there. Oh yeah, just people that are completely fucking gone in their head. I don't know if he then rapes you or something, or he accuses you of stealing his fucking money. Jen and I were just like, what the fuck did we just observe here? Oh yeah, because whoever she was supposed to beat at that rooming house never showed up. It was probably that fucking person. It wasn't even a real ad for a rooming house. My hand to God, and I don't know what the cops are probably just completely fucking overwhelmed because this is all put on those apartment searches. Right? You go, who do I report this to? Oh yeah, just because people have been sick like this for so long, it's so out of hand. There's nothing anyone can do that other than what's being done. And clearly Almighty God knows about it. Right. It's the time of the end. It's the end of a species. And you can't drive yourself insane over it. Don't drive your executive force insane over it. You just go, listen to the things that people tell you, things to avoid and not do. Right, just don't go to Quincy, right? It's just from what I can say, the whole city of Quincy they're like brain gone, and just criminals will probably go where they go, where they think there's victims. So just let them think there's victims out there, right? You just don't go there. But yeah, like that was some weird thing that happened. I'm pretty sure that's Wollaston and not North Quincy yet. So, yeah, just imagine a female that size. She's only like 5'1", and she was way thinner then too, so she possibly could look like a little kid. She's so short and petite, right? A female trying to rent a rooming house, and she looks up something online and shows up at the place. People literally that criminally deranged, probably raping people right in the hallway and just leaving you there. Oh yeah, just why? I know you do. You go, why? Why would anybody? Because they're just gone mentally like animals. Yeah, but that was like the weirdest thing. You go, is this the Twilight Zone? Like, why is there money all over the ground? And then I realized why there was money all over the ground because here comes some fucking dude. Yeah, you just go, yeah, it's time for us to leave, Jen. Yeah, no, let's go. Obviously, no one is showing up here to show you a fucking apartment. Yeah, that was like, it's a good, God probably told her to bring me with her. Oh yeah, a dude like that would just pick someone up that size and put her in the car and you'd never see Jen again. Oh yeah, just that was fucking surreal. Anyways, that was about 2017. So I'm sure it hasn't gotten any better in Wollaston than it was then. So, that is supposedly where that Greg Ryan guy was living in the woods out there. Okay, and you saw what he was like? Yeah. So, I have no idea what that is. I don't know if there must be a lot of drugs that go on there. Yeah, just, "Okay, so I gotta go to Wollaston. Bye." I did the first 2 days hanging out with the guy. But that Paul guy is crazy. Okay. Does he go to Wollaston? He probably does. Nothing fucking surprises me. Because it's one train stop and they don't even pay for the fucking trains. They just go bloop and you go right from Quincy Center. The next stop is Wollaston. What are you people doing there? Nope, never in a day am I getting on nope, never in a day would I get on a train, get off at Wollaston, and then trying to start investigating what they're doing there. Remember when Jen and Joanne were meeting there? My hand to God. People do really fucked up stuff. So, that train station was closed for a long time, and I don't know if people were living there. Is that how they ended up sleeping in the woods there because they were living at a closed train station? Something caused some of these people to migrate there. So it's probably gone way downhill even from 2017, right? That's when people told me that they saw Jen and Joanne meeting each other up at Wollaston, like they were secretly meeting at Wollaston. And you just go, how are people this sick? And then they're in Quincy Center separately telling all these people that they're getting a divorce and stuff. And you go, they're mentally ill, right? They're mentally ill people. I don't think they talk to each other anymore, but uh, yeah, Joanne went off into other pastures. But you just go, uh, okay, right? At first, I didn't believe them. I know you just because you go, how, no one can be that sick, right? Nope, they are that sick, right? People do some weird stuff because of their mental health issues. It's like a deviance where they can only be together if it's in a secret and people don't know about it and stuff. And you just go, oh my God. But, anyways, this business with Wollaston, you just go, you would think you're going to buy a house on the beach or something that's right on the beach until you realize the place is a cesspool. Uh, okay, so now I'm going to go back to this. This Emmanuel Lopez has the good beard thing I was talking about. Right, you got to have the good beard. All right. Saturday snow squalls and chilly weekend weather. New England's unsolved who killed Will Smith. Oh God, parts of Orange Line suspended. Remember in 2022 when they shut the Orange Line for a whole month after shutting off my Snap Food card, and then we all got like severely nuked because that was stop trying to come out here. Yeah, I realized it when I went out there in the spring. That's when I realized it because I went, what's wrong with you guys? Okay. So, well, then some people would say that the nuclear material does affect your cognition. Yeah, that's so pure energy. Yeah. Try to get closer to the creator because it's almighty. It's just you have to accept it. And the other species doesn't like that. Yeah, so like I said, some of these people get down to the point of being led around like they're in that film, The Cell. Remember that with John Cusack? Because they keep fighting and resisting God. So, um, what I experienced at the airport, it's probably like that. Yeah, like just completely mentally confused about what you're doing. Completely mentally confused about what you're doing. Just an absolute refusal to stop trying to find Phil in an airport. Yeah, like, uh, in order to do the job that I do, I was placed in different types of like mental health situations. So Yeah, like I do kind of recall it because he sort of like reminded me about it. It's wicked scary. It's wicked scary to just sort of like but it's like so hard-headed. Like I'm probably only thinking about it like in this aspect right now because you just don't want to accept like a reality. You don't want to accept something. You have to have something you're not going to have or something and just back and forth in airport. It felt like days. I'm not exactly sure. I think it was probably about a day and a half. Like my hand to God, a day and a half. Like you think, is that weird to go a day and a half? You guys have been doing this for 13 years. It like a day and a half, just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Maybe he's over here because God's doing it to me. Maybe he's over there. And I just kept doing it. Yeah, yeah, maybe walk over here. I'm getting like scared thinking about it. Yeah, like maybe walk over here, maybe walk over here, maybe walk over there. About a day and a half. So you guys been doing that for 13 years until finally you just, I guess, basically flip out. You basically flip out and you just finally sit down. That's what I called it. Like I literally sat down. I mean, it's like exhaustion too. Like hallways, and it's the same places. And I would like keep thinking, I would keep believing it. I would keep believing it and keep doing it and keep doing it and keep believing it and keep going over there about a day and a half straight. One airport in the same area. Right. And then finally I just like sat down. I remember I was in like a completely like enraged. Yep. So I'm not sure at what point I actually bowed my head and said thank you for the lesson. I'm not sure if it was before the next part or after that, where it was lay down, right? Like, I don't really like to get into it because some people try to do it to other people, and you're not supposed to do that, right? Like, just lay down. Can I get up now? No, not yet. So, anyway, it's basically almost like, I guess I would think maybe like a military. Yeah. It's complete submission to Allah, not another person. Yeah, so no one is supposed to be doing that to a person. That's why I have like these flash nightmares of people that used to be in the military that have lost their mind. Get what I'm saying? You cannot, quote unquote, make a person my species. Okay, just that's a madness. So anyway, that's why you don't take strangers to the mountain. I don't like to explain to people what happened to me because you've seen what they've done. They put their children in rooms. I didn't put myself in a room. I know you just go. No one took me to the airport. They took Brian Buchanan to an airport. No one took me there. No one took me up 9 Mile Hill. Anyways, the person themselves goes, what the fuck? Some people just have dementia, not they're on a walkabout, right? So, anyways, I just remember Jen. She texts me, is something about thanks for the lesson or something. Oh my God, you're not me. She was already doing it from the stuff I had been doing online and explaining it to people. Yeah, just, excuse me. You're not me. So, yeah, that was about a day and a half, not 13 years. So. Yeah, that's true. That happened to me in Claremont too, where I was just completely laying down like they do at the church. You literally do. You feel like you can't even move. It's just a whole thing that God does. He will literally do that to you, where you just completely just you can't even move, and then it's like you have to listen to what he's saying or whatnot, and then he says you can get up. So do they do that in the military? That's why. No, as far as I know, I don't have any military training now. So that's why they do it. Do they ever make them walk like that for like a day and a half? I don't know if I would recommend that, but if someone could sort of like eat and drink and sleep, you weren't preventing them from sleeping or eating food and drinking, but like they literally every time they were trying to get you to let them use, they walked. Right. Say that you go, we're going to walk from here until whatever. Say we're going to walk 5 miles, right? And then you still don't give them drugs and alcohol, but they can eat food and drink and sleep. I would definitely advocate for that because I don't see how you'd be harming them. As long as it's not they're walking 50 miles or something. And you definitely don't let them use afterwards. It's not a way to, yeah, no, but say that it doesn't matter what they say when you get there. What are they going to do? So you know what I'm saying? What are they going to do? All they can do is flip out on you. Yeah. I mean, if you're a person, say, I don't know about firearms, but yeah, I mean, are you taller than they are? Like, how much damage are they going to do to you? Right. You just go, there's not really much they can do at that point. It doesn't matter how much you scream and yell if you don't have anything on you. So you get what I'm saying? Then they don't, you know what I mean? They probably would. A person that desperate would probably keep believing you. At least for a day and a half. If they're not as smart as I am, they might believe you a lot longer, but after about a day and a half, you just go, "What the?" The other thing too, I don't know if I pointed this out to people, that I had been taking lisinopril. I don't know if that has any meaning, but I wasn't taking a huge dose of it. But I was getting so dizzy that I would have to crouch down because I was gonna pass out, and I was only on 5 milligrams. And I told my doctor about it, and he told me to keep taking it. Right, so I don't know if that has anything to do with it because I didn't have it when I came up here, that I was sent on a walk like that. So, it was probably that vitally important to get me away from lisinopril. And then it happened again when I went to New Mexico because I think I explained what was happening to me. Yeah, I was thinking about this last night. And then at what happened in 2020, there wasn't that much time between May and February. So I could possibly be dead from cardiac arrest from my potassium levels being that high. So because I was on 20 milligrams of lisinopril. So all those people with the ACE inhibitors with the face masks, hopefully all those people got it and listened when it was explained. If you're on an ACE inhibitor, um, when you're in menopause and if you have PTSD, you might not know it. Or if you're on this type of diet, I was blaming it on all three of those things. Like you do it, I guess you don't know what a hot flash is, so you sort of like think it's that maybe. And I definitely had diarrhea. I thought it was because of the diet, right? And then was that about it? That's basically the two things I recall. A lot of muscle cramps. I was getting a lot of cramps in my legs. I guess I was more muscular then, but I was getting a lot of cramps in my legs. And I started having diarrhea and like that hot flash feelings. And then in February is when I started getting horrific hives on my arms. Just itchy, burning hives. So finally, God said something about the lisinopril. So I stopped taking it and the hives went away. And then I tested it out by beginning taking it again and the hives came back. So it's definitely from that. Yeah, you can develop an allergy even after taking it for years. So, well, it sucks if that's what you're taking for your high blood pressure, but um, that was not something for me to be taking. Maybe a nap. I feel nappish, nice and relaxed. Excuse me. I got the overhead light off right now. What am I going to watch? I'm sure he did. I was going to say, hopefully, he completely changed her bed when we got back from the food pantry because he had her in the wheelchair. He probably mentally, him and Cindy, or it's God doing it, know that it's been a couple days since she defecated. So that's probably why he either put her on a toilet this morning or attempted to. No idea. Either she got up from, because the wheelchair won't go through the bathroom door, the wheelchair's too wide. So she either got up and took the couple of steps to the toilet, and then when she got back up again, she fell, or she attempted to get up. And yeah, I'm thinking she actually made it to the toilet. That's what I'm thinking. And then she got up to start heading back towards the wheelchair and then fell. That's what I'm thinking happened. I heard him saying to her that you're stepping in it. Yeah, that there was something on the floor that she was stepping in. So I could hear him yelling it. So how could you be stepping in something if she wasn't standing up? And then I was on my way down the stairs to go to the food pantry. So I could see that she was sitting on the floor in the bathroom. And then he had to physically pick her up and put her in the wheelchair. And when he's doing that, she starts going, like someone's hurting her. So that's like the new thing, apparently. She's been like that for at least 30 years with several different people, and she was like that with her ex husband, too. Yeah, people don't really change. It's weird when they get old like that and they still do the same stuff. You just go, I don't think that Brian Buchanan person will live to be 89, but if he did, he'd still be doing the same stuff from the friggin' wheelchair, just like she does. So, yeah, like these people don't mellow with age, as you call it. It just has to do some of the stuff is because it's a mental health issue, but some people never grow up. They never mature and go, "Oh my god, remember when you were like um any of the stuff I've talked about, remember when you did that like completely like psycho chick thing where you tried to go out with some dude that your friend said she liked? These people are still doing that and they're 40, 50 years old. And then some of them, it's like the same woman, every person that woman likes, they try to go out with. It's really, yeah, you just go, you people emotionally stopped at about 16. And the only reason I was ever screwed up like that was because of the upbringing I had. I know you go, how are you still doing that at that age? Right? You just go, oh my God. Some of it is sort of like probably your upbringing, or it's like normal sort of maturity thing. Because typically you wouldn't even be dating when you're 16. Right? So it's kind of like, I guess, copy and competing with the friend, maybe because you didn't do that with your siblings or something. In like a normal, healthy, functioning family where you have a little bit of sibling rivalry, it's some sort of distortion of that, right? But you just go, that is some of these people, it's a way of life. I think one of the more gruesome aspects of that I've seen is the people that when they get a boyfriend, they have to compete with their ex with the child birthing and stuff. Yeah, I've actually seen that one a lot in people that I know firsthand. Right, it's not just observances; it's people I've known, so I hear what their conversations and stuff are. It's not subconscious. They're consciously doing it, and they will tell you that they're doing that. And you just go, "What the?" Some things people do subconsciously, and someone else will point it out and go, "Is it possible that you're doing that because his ex-girlfriend did that or something?" They know they're doing it and they still do it. That would be like if you were going out with someone, right? And he said, say he said, because this is what Jen did to Joanne. Say that she told her, okay, that she has a whole fantasy fetish or something about a woman being in a man's shirt with their leg with just no pants on with the legs, and you've got really great legs and all this stuff, right? And then you came to found out that she said that to another person. Wouldn't you be sort of like mad and mortified? Yeah. That's why I said as soon as I saw Joanne show up in Quincy with short shorts on, right, and like some kind of heels or something, I went, "Oh my god, she told her the same thing." She's not, but like say that Jen was a dog, right? You'd go, you've seriously never gone out with a dog before, right? Okay. Yeah, just that is it's sad. It's sad when you find out that someone says the same exact thing to every person. That's why it's a never-ending sadness and horror for the other species. I don't believe that my species does that. No. Like, that's not even being a good dog, by the way. Like, maybe it's not exactly a dog, but you have to have some facet of truth to what you're saying to the person. Yeah, like each person, you should not have a group of females or a group of males get together and go, "A da 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 da, a dee da 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 do," that went out with you, and then go, "What the hell, Mary?" That would never happen to me. Yeah, because I don't do that. I know that for a fact I don't do that. Right, so, yeah, like, that's crazy, like, that's what Gross Jim Morrison does, he says the same thing to every person. Yeah, that's one of the things because some of those women talk to each other. They decided that they were gonna take part in that, whereas I usually don't. Yeah, because it doesn't matter to me, and I have no interest in being friends with this other women that was sleeping with him. That to me is gross. Yeah, just I have no interest in that. Once I realized that a person is a straight out scumbag, like I had already got rid of the guy before I was even talking to used to be Janis Joplin and her friend. I found out a lot more, but I had already decided in my mind because in Portland was before New York City. I had already ended it with them. Right. Like, I don't know if they knew what was going on with me being in New York City, but my roommate did. That's me going, you bastard. Right. It was already over before I got there, but I did find out a lot more. So I don't care about stuff like that with that Brian guy. Nope. It's a totally different thing, which it's better because, like I told you, I know exactly what I would do, and it's not worth it. Exactly what I said. Don't bother getting up, or just no, don't get up. Boom, 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 boom. That's all that those people are looking for, right? They're just extremely, extremely sick. That's all those people would be looking for. Because I know for a fact I was visible all over the internet. I wasn't visible all over the internet like that when I was hanging out with Phil. And the whole nature of what he was doing, the females didn't even know each other. We didn't know each other and we never met. We never met. We didn't know each other. We didn't know he was seeing other people. It's just the whole way that he did it. It was nothing like what just happened to me, right? I feel like anybody like that, somebody else just beats the fuck out of them. I really do because it's almighty. So I don't waste my time doing that stuff. But like I said, refusing to tell a person if a person is dead or not is pretty fucking whack. So breathe deep. No, I mean, it, I honestly would prefer to stop talking about it. So I'm waiting for God to be done talking about it. Yeah, it means something to something because it does come up, right? But you go, it has something to do with the reason for the thermonuclear weapons and about the too much suffering and explaining it to people. But like, I doubt God has any caring about these people realizing that they're just going to die and that in essence, no one actually cares what they're doing. and they're not like competing with me for stuff and stuff like that. Just after all that stuff that was on that Facebook page, you can tell how sick these people are, right? So, like, I think people like that would try to display their relationship to me. I really do. After what I saw on that Facebook page and just how he was acting with that Greg Ryan guy, yeah, because you got to think in your head. He brought that guy to Quincy Center to shove that in my face, and then he started hanging around with Toilet, knowing I would know all about it. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know if people like that get disappointed. Like the look on Delia Duffy's face when I showed up in Quincy Center, and she starts talking to me about Jen, and I'm just looking at her, and she goes, "You didn't know?" And I go, "No." She goes, "It's all over Facebook." And I just go, "I don't look at your Facebook pages." Just the look on her face, like that was the only reason she was doing it. That to me is humorous. Okay, so let me get this straight. After you told Lupus Mary that you were going to get us all kicked off of Mound Beach in 2020, okay, you started screwing Jen Vickery, and you put it on Facebook thinking I would see it. She's my rapist. I didn't even know you were doing that. Like, when did Jen come into this, by the way? Like, where did she come from after I left here in August of 2020? Because by that point it was like a whole entire year because I know just some of these people are so sick. It's like I was just attacked in the house that I've been staying in and forced to the street. Okay. And now you're here in my face telling me that you've been screwing my rapist that you think is my ex-girlfriend, and you just had a look of disappointment on your face because you just now realized I knew nothing about it. Almost like Joanne, when Joanne goes, "I'm sure you've heard," and I'm like, "I don't even know what you're talking about." Loons. So yeah, since that's happened to me not once but twice, you get numb to it, right? So you can sort of predict people's behaviors when you realize that they're all primates and they have severe brain injury on top of underlying mental health conditions, and they're all on drugs and alcohol, so they make up realities in their head. Okay, so which one of you people has been romping around with Brian Buchanan since June 25th, thinking that I somehow know about it, or you're in a competition for me or something? Right, after telling me that he's probably dead, I guess probably to get rid of me or something? Wouldn't it have kind of made more sense if the person just broke up with me? Or that doesn't make sense? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, is that not a possibility in the profound insanity that you just break up with the person? I mean, I could see people being that sick, given many of the things I've observed in 13 years. Everything becomes elaborate and complicated like that. And when you're like end of life drug addicts and you're psychopaths, it's like that film Rush where you have to keep making up stuff. and you basically live in some sort of a fantasy world. Like, just anybody out there that's been romping around acting like I'm ill or something, and I don't have any pull, like that Darlene person said. Like, and you've aligned yourself with a bunch of people who have been found guilty of treason and crimes against humanity against your own countrymen. And you've aligned yourselves with that because they put you in a rooming house. Like, what do you people think of that? Like, if you live on Waters Street, or you live over there at Lawrence Street and stuff, and you cozied yourself up to those people because they were giving you things. She does that too, so it's just indicative of your species, in case you didn't know that. I feel that you people do that even to your own family members. It probably becomes normal to you that even your own parents, right, could be thrown right under into a shredder if they weren't giving you stuff. Right, like symbolically, if the Virgin Mother had children, right, you would throw me right into a shredder because a literal monkey came and offered you housing. Like, say that just a violent, disgusting animal could take me out of my house and throw me in the dirt mud and give you my house if you interact with them. You do it. That's how you ended up in Father Bill's housing. That's how you ended up with Section 8s. And a lot of you, that's how you ended up with incomes because that's exactly what you did. Right? A lot of you people threw your countrymen right in a friggin' shredder because you don't care. So, anyway, you're being put down because you're betrayers of the United States of America and your own military, your executive force, completely your police officers, the US military, um, apparently homemakers, innocent women and children, women that actually are innocent, and they're not like your crack addicted mothers that are whores, because those people all have housing and incomes. Right? It's a huge um, fallacy based on this population in Quincy that any of those people like me are on drugs. I mean, after 12 and a half years of meeting you people, like I said, you people would leave Melissa in that shelter for 10 years. I told you when I met you people in April and March that I had been dealing with those people for 12 and a half years. And you went, oh, well, I'm taking a fucking voucher or I'm doing this and I'm doing that. You do that. Well, I learned a lot about homeless people, that's for sure. Now I'm going to take a fucking Section 8. That's clearly not what Mary Gladys did after being there in March of 2012. Like I was on a fucking learning lesson. I'm on a vacation from my mother's fucking public housing unit because that's how I was brought up. That's generational welfare. That's a third generation of it. That's a third generation of it. She thinks she's not a welfare person when she's lived on VA disability since she was 19. Okay. But she was married when she had her children. So her husband bought a house, and then she was attempting to pay the mortgage after they divorced. She didn't get a Section 8. Okay. And then she has a daughter who never owned a house other than lying and saying she was going to care for her till she died to inherit her house. And then at the last second, when I'm not doing it, fuck you, and put her house in foreclosure purposely. And that's a thing you do. Okay. And then her daughters both got Section 8s. They don't work, they don't have husbands that work. And now one of their daughters has got a Section 8. So you people are being put down because no country can actually sustain that. People are not going to have 14-year-olds bagging groceries at a grocery store so you people can get Manny pennies, whatever the fuck you call those things. Okay? Not going to happen. So apparently, there's people that have mental health issues that believe that that's normal now. I don't know where they came from or how long they've been interacting with people that come from ghettos, that that's normal. I always thought it was weird, right? Just, I don't understand what this is. What housing are you people demanding to get? Just pay rent. But all I can tell you in terms of that is it's almighty. They're there for a reason because they're being euthanized. I know for 12, like when I first showed up in Quincy, I was like, first of all, mortified there was veterans in a homeless shelter. I couldn't understand how there could be disabled veterans in a homeless shelter. And then over the years as they go on, you talk to these people, not the veterans. You talk to these people and they're completely deranged. They're mentally ill and they're all on drugs and alcohol. And they're not nice. No, they're amoral and they're not nice. They're psychotic. And you go, okay, so you're here for what reason though? If you have Social Security, why are you living in this shelter? You need housing? Oh my God, you people are mentally ill. Why didn't you just pay rent? Because it's so expensive in Quincy. I mean, that's definitely God making them stay there to be put down. That's a containment that God set up. It definitely is. Why the hell they would insist to stay there and then believe that they don't just pay rent. There definitely was a confusion between them and me. I don't know what their perceptions were. I don't have an income to pay a rent. So, no, I don't understand you people. And then, like I said, that one chick who isn't even from the United States of America, she came here from Albania. Okay. She collects Social Security and she's from Albania. Okay. Apparently, her and her husband moved here, and she is a mental health patient. And so she lost custody of her children, and she has supervised visits because of her mental health issues. I interviewed her. Okay. So I get it. She's clearly abusive and she's highly medicated. And she had to move into a room that she thought I was kicked out of to get her into any type of housing. Okay. Um, right? And she works. She collects Social Security and works and had to be given a room where she doesn't pay for anything that she thought I was kicked out of because she wouldn't just pay rent or move back to Albania. And then she goes around because she did it to Scott, the police officer, and telling it's probably mostly dudes all these sob stories about herself. right? It's fucking maddening. Oh yeah, these people are definitely mentally ill. They've got nothing to. They're not my species. No, I don't know what Sean did, but I know myself. For the first 5 years, I sat in a room in Dedham, Massachusetts, typing and stuff. I wasn't. I didn't even have health insurance. I wasn't pursuing Social Security. I had a SNAP food card. Uh, when I was first kicked out of her house, Candy was trying to get me to lie on forms to get DTA cash, and I wouldn't do it. That's how I ended up homeless the first time. Like, I'm homeless, but you get what I'm saying. That's how I ended up out of 12 Flanagan Place the first time, was because I wouldn't lie on governmental forms to get an income. That's exactly what happened. She even got the forms and said, if you say that you're paying rent, then you'll get more money. And I wouldn't fill out any of them. Did I? I don't. Did I? I don't think I had a SNAP food card yet either. Did I? That's why they threw me out. I was only there from November to March before they threw me out the first time. That's how I know you're not my species. Right? Just, it's called renounce. And I explained it. When I showed up to there in March, some dude walked me over to the Social Security office when it was at Harvard Vanguard to apply. I told the woman about Al and the children, and she acted like that was fucking normal. You people have been deranged since I came up here. Okay, just, anyways, that shouldn't have been normal, and you didn't call the cops or anything. Well, there you go. Some Asian chick. She goes, well, you can collect his Social Security when he dies or when he retires. What about my children, though? Okay. Like, wouldn't I be eligible for, since that's all you people fucking care about is money? That's what children are. That's what a husband and an ex husband and children are. They're money, right? Yeah, they are. So, why wouldn't I have children that are all minors and get EBT cash and emergency housing? Why would I just sit in a fucking shelter in Quincy, Massachusetts, waiting for Al Legore to retire and get half his Social Security? Why would I do that? Anyway, you're finally being fucking euthanized. Thank fucking God. So anyway, after that, I did not put in for an appeal until 2016. And that's when I applied for housing. And then I had to do the whole thing again in 2017. Okay, so one of the things that people started doing at this homeless shelter, by the way, in case you didn't know this, because they're fucking psychotic and have no reason to be there, okay, including Jen Vickery. Okay. They purposely attack you and shit until you leave because someone told them that's how they stop you from getting housing. The people themselves that are not actually homeless, they're psychotic. It's a holding tank to put down a population of people that are psychopathically insane. Apparently, they started doing it before I got there because people told me about it. Someone put it in their heads to do it, and so that's what they do. And you go, okay, so then what happens? After 12 and a half years of doing that, what happens? Do they finally kill you once and for all with the thermonuclear weapons? Yes. I don't think any of them could explain like what would happen in their reality if they stopped doing that to me. I don't think they can explain it. So it's not just me because I was told about it probably in 2012. Okay, at least by 2016. The population is psychotic. When you collect Social Security and you keep going back and forth from your mother's house to a shelter to make sure that I don't get housing, you're psychopathically insane. Like you show up at a shelter to terrorize a person until she leaves so she can't get housing. So you're being euthanized, you're being put down. People become obsessed with people because you're supposed to just be once listening to God's message and reading his book. But there's not enough brain matter in you people's heads to do it. You're probably thinking like that because uh, primates try to destroy other people's genetic lines. That's what you do as primates. You try to destroy other people's genetic lines and make everybody your genetic line. So that's probably the root of what you're doing. None of it is even regular Neanderthal thought, honestly. You're very, very reduced in the brain, the whole population of you, especially the ones that have been doing that, right? Where you go, she's never going to get housing now because she left again. You're a monkey, and it's kind of amazing that you can still speak words. Oprah Winfrey wanted to talk about this monkey thing, so it's being explained in depth again. Okay, because there's a population of people doing that, and they've been doing it for 13 years that I know about in one city in the United States of America. They see you on the internet. All you have to do is tell them that you're going to the shelter because that's what I've been doing since 2016 or 2012 even. In 2012, I didn't know I was gonna end up at that shelter the first time, okay? So, obviously, every time after that, I've gone to the same shelter. They show up there on purpose because they know I'm there. And then they attack me until I leave to make sure I don't get housing because they're psychopathically insane. It's a primate behaviorism as their brain is dying in their skull, and they're psychopaths. I would say anybody with that type of psychopathy where you become obsessed with the person and you go on a mission to destroy her and stuff, it's probably the root of it is that. You know that I don't look like you and I'm not part of your genetic pool. So it doesn't make any difference to me. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what they think the housing is, but clearly you prevented me from having children because I have nowhere to bring my children to. But it's just part of God explaining to you guys what's going on because clearly you're going to get lung cancer and die now. So that's all that's going on planet Earth. Everybody that's had that happen to them at that shelter, it's not your imagination, especially if you've been online or they, yeah. Um, it at first, you might have thought they were just at the shelter still or something. They show up there on purpose to make sure that you don't stay in the shelter because they don't want you to get housing. It's like, clearly, that shouldn't make any sense. I mean, I don't live a life like that. I don't even know what those people do when I'm not in Quincy. I've mentioned that for 13 years. But there, when you're psychopathically obsessed, that's what happens to you. It's almost like, you ever hear of those people every time their ex gets a new job or something, they have to stay on top of that so they can bring them back to court to get more child support? It's like that. I don't have anybody in my life that I've ever been like that with, where you just constantly, yeah, that is, you got to let it go. I mean, clearly, you go through a certain period of time. If you were in a relationship with the person, you go through a certain period of time and then you just let it go. Yeah. Um, I don't know if people sort of got confused about what was going on with this Brian Buchanan thing. Okay. That's a totally different subject, like I explained. Right, where you, it's the Julian War thing, where you literally cannot answer that question. So, hopefully that's getting a bunch of people to agree to stop working and maybe keep control of their behavior and stuff. Because you know in your that you don't know what I'm talking about. You don't even know what I'm talking about because it's been 7.5 months. Like, say that I interviewed you in and around May, and you told me that you forgot the winter before that. May is the fifth month of the year. Okay. So by the fifth month from January, winter ends in March. You don't remember 5 months ago, 4 months ago, 3 months ago. That's an admittance of a person's cognitive loss. Okay. So if I asked you something about Brian Buchanan and you refuse to answer me, I know why you're doing it. But she probably would go, I don't know who that is. Sorry, I don't. I've been having a lot of issues and I don't even remember, like, I'm not remembering things. So I kind of like choose not to talk about it, but I just don't even know. She might actually say that given she admitted she didn't remember 4 months ago, but other people don't. That's the problem. Even a I heard your question on YouTube and I don't even know who Brian Buchanan is. Or, like, this would actually be even worse. He's sitting right here. I mean, I don't understand what you're talking about. You're so psycho. That happens. And then if anybody is sane around them, they'd have to explain it to them. At that point, go, okay, so um, it, he's sitting right next to you, so she's psycho. Okay. People are that mentally ill. So that means that that person has no recall of last summer and hasn't admitted that to anybody. If you can see this and you were one of those people, okay, you have severe brain loss. Oh yeah, I was just reminded about a person named Charmaine. Okay, how rapidly she declined. Okay. And she wasn't apparently able to express that and explain it to people. She went, it must have been about end of April, right? It's sometime in April where she knew who I was. She would see me at the line when we were waiting to get into the shelter and say hello and stuff. She sat at the dining room table, had conversation with me. Okay. She went from that in April till screaming at me on Hancock Street in July and had no idea who I was. I'm not kidding you. So again, in about April, she's getting in the line at me at with me at the shelter having conversation because I met her briefly in 2022, the year before at the crypt. Okay. Sitting in the dining room having conversations. That was in April. So by May, a month later, I was sitting on the bench at the library talking to her. She didn't know who Brian was. Okay. Even when he came out and I go, that's Brian, she still didn't know who it was. Okay. So then by July, she didn't know who I was. And she was screaming at me as she was going into Hancock Liquors. And I told her to stop yelling like that. And I go, you don't even know who I am, do you? So some of them start screaming and stuff like that too. So I'm glad I'm not out in Quincy. I'll tell you that right now. I'm glad that basically my interactions are once a week at a food pantry. And for the most part, the volunteers there all remember who I am. I know you just go, whoa, because I'm there every week. I'm there once a week. So, anyways, honestly, wouldn't you almost prefer to have that rapid of a decline? I don't know what happened to her after that. She might have brain cancer, right? She could have brain cancer and nobody knows it because that's pretty rapid. Yeah. Had I not spoken with her in April, say I just spoke with her in May and then July, I would go, wow, this chick is like completely, it's because she has dementia or brain cancer or something. Like when that Mike guy said he hates her, she's wicked mean. I've seen her with her boyfriend when she's drunk and she screams and screams at him. That's why he probably had just met her. He probably just met her last spring because I doubt she was like that. Yeah, just whoa. It's something to do with the Quincy area, and that I think that population, I would say it's the drug and alcohol users, but I saw some weird stuff at the grocery store, but I don't know how many of those people were housed by Father Bill's Quincy. Yeah. Um, so tomorrow I have to do push-ups, abs, bicep curls, and jog walks at least if I don't take a walk. I think I should at least walk to Stop and Shop and return bottles, and then that's more that I've done in weeks. Because I was taking like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday off. Yeah, that's crazy. He must be getting ready to give her dinner. So that's good. This morning was my one day I have to do anything, and it's really not like it's that early in the morning, but inevitably, you don't wanna get up, and especially after someone screaming at the top of her lungs at 5 o'clock in the morning, and it takes you a good 30 minutes to fall back to sleep. Yeah, you just go, "Truly?" I know, I thought about doing my hair today, and I have a few things I would like to do. Because I noticed that I don't know where it came from, but I noticed in her showers one of those foot things. You gotta be careful because of fungus, but I could put, apple cider vinegar on it first or something. Yeah, because I've never done it before. It could definitely use to do something to my feet. It's probably got something to do with age and stuff and all the walking. It's just I need to, like, soak my feet, use one of those, like a pumice stone or something, and then, clip my nails and stuff. Just I used to because probably because I can't take baths. That probably has something to do with it. I used to take a bath like twice a week when I had my house. I have scrubbed out the tub here, but it's like a pain in the butt because you have to use one of those stopper, like the all he has is one of those flat stoppers. And then the water heater is like I couldn't imagine a bunch of people living in this house. Yeah, it's definitely not the best water heater because she never bathes. He very rarely takes a shower, but once every like 2 weeks. And so it's like I take a shower and I go, oh my God, something happened where I don't know if he turned it down because of the electric bill or something, or it's just a coincidence because all of a sudden, maybe it's because it's winter, just I remember one day it seemed like the water was wicked hot, and then all of a sudden he probably turned it down. He probably noticed it too, and you just go at first, I was worried that the water heater was breaking because that's what happens when it's breaking. All of a sudden, you go, "The water doesn't seem as hot as it used to," and then the next thing you know, you have no hot water. Every time you build a house, just know you're gonna have to replace the water heater within the first year of living in it. I don't know where they get these water heaters from. Yeah, it's just one. It's like a racket. Anyways, don't even get me going. I had 3 houses built, so there's no way that's coincidence, right? Some of them I think are caught using used air conditioner stuff, and it's a brand new house. I know you just go, "Whoa, why?" I know it's just the same business. Why do effed up stuff like that? People are just that is definitely some kind of mental illness where you gotta screw people. What's it gonna cost us when we build a house for you to not do effed up stuff like that? That's what causes people to become their own contractor and build their own house. One of my neighbors did it. He contracted his own house because maybe they had already done it too. We had already had 2 other houses built in Florida, but we still subjected ourselves to it a 3rd time. Well, you had to buy your lot separately, right? You could get your own builder, but what happened is one of these people went in and bought lots in the neighborhood, so you had to build with them. Yeah. We could have built with whoever we wanted, but we went with the builder because we liked the house. So, it just seemed it probably wasn't true, but it seemed easier to do it that way. Sometimes you secure your financing and stuff a lot easier if you do it like that, right? Just the neighbors are probably like, "Yeah, why did you do that?" I mean, you pretty much half contracted this house yourself anyway with all the changes you made. We even had to go to a granite yard and pick out our own granite. We picked out our own faucets, everything, the windows. My neighbor's probably like, "I don't know, like, why you even went with them," but The same neighbors who showed up at the house in between February and November going, they probably thought I was buried in the backyard. They could tell something was wrong because not the house on the outside wasn't even being maintained. Guess what? The house on the inside wasn't being maintained either. How many times you sent children off to school without even having their hair brushed? I'm sure the neighbors knew something was wrong. Anyways, terrible. Well, it's all part of the damnation. I had a horrifying upbringing myself from day one, but it obviously got way worse when I was about 8 years old. So I know how that goes. You can't permanently corrupt my species. So, and clearly, this is a very difficult time for my species to be living through. Even though it probably seems hard for the other species, there's no way it's as bad as it is for my species. It's just it's not exactly like I'm not one of those weird people that always hated the United States of America. Right. So in terms of like people being happy that you destroyed the United States of America, I am not any way like that. Right. It's very, very sad. It's just like I explained, it's like the most terrible of a species. The perceptions are because that's their reality, not the perceptions are wrong, but their perceptions are that they destroyed your friggin' country just for the sake of doing it. And they don't even have like an organized plan of what to do. They keep trying to run a pseudo United States of America now. You just go, oh my God. It's like a land of psychopaths. So it is very sad. So those people, you just, for the most part, it's a facade. I would totally view it as the world ended in 2011. Okay. And like, these are the saddest of your species. And Almighty God is going to make sure that they're not turning this place into, you know what, zone central. They are not going to be living here. Like, yeah, you're not going to be like raising children in this monkey utopia, this like drug infested wackadoodle, this where they're happy that nobody has like an intact family and stuff. It's like, no, you people are being put down. You're not going to keep you leading over harming people. Oh, good. So you're open to it. Ah, no one's sober. No one proper courts. No one's married anymore. That's how they are. It is. It's a sickening, impossible task because they're so damaged. That's what I said. They cannot do a recovery program. So then that's all they want to do is prove that nobody can. That's their entire mission in life. Break all rules because they don't understand what's happening to them. It's like helter skelter all over the place. It is. It's just they don't understand that their brains are dying in their head. Charles Manson. I actually had a dream last night because of it. I had a dream I was somewhere. You know what it was almost like now that I think about it? In the dream, I wasn't conscious of it, but it was almost like Salem. You know that one main thing with the stores after you cross that the street goes like this and you cross and it just goes like this. That main it was like that main thing, right? And then all of a sudden, I realized there was some doorway that I'm supposed to go in. Like the doorway wasn't actually defined where I was supposed to go. Um, and then I see this dude, and in the dream, I think I thought it was Brian. But after I woke up this morning, I go, it's got to be because I was watching those Charles Manson things. Because he had like more, like you notice the beard, and it's more sort of like white. It's not even like, but I go, oh my God, there's some street. Oh my God, that's like, oh, that looks like friggin' Brian. Like, oh, he is alive or whatever. And he's just like some street dude still. And then I was like, "Okay, I'm gonna go over here." And so then I couldn't figure out which, door. It's hard to explain because it wasn't even really like a door, but in the dream, it's like doorways. And then I go in, and it's not. I walk into this thing, and it's this big room where they're, giving out coffee. There's, like, all these coffee stations, and they have, like, the silver things where they go, "Psh." And it's like a whole bunch of like black dudes that are like teenage and college years. Like they set up their own coffee station or something. But it was like the other door. I don't know if the other door was like a bar room or something. Yeah. I don't know if the other door was like, I don't know, it was like maybe something like that. Like, yeah, like there's the Brian Charles Manson monkey beard thing that makes you stop and enter one of these doorways. Like you've got to get away from it. It's like a neutered male blocking you. And then you can't get to the doorway that you thought you would go into. You thought it was like a package store or something, and you walk in and it's like it's the coffee area. But there's like 30 of them. It almost looked like when you go to vote. Yeah, it looked like the voting precinct in Astatula. It was, like, not huge, it was just like a room, like the size of the food pantry, but it didn't have anything in the middle of it. It was just a big open room, and then there was, like, 20 or 30 different people, like, there would be, like, a person, and they must we would assume different flavor coffees. Maybe it's a Starbucks? I don't know why in a dream it wouldn't just be a Starbucks. I mean, doesn't my brain know what a Starbucks is? Don't walk over here. Ooh. And then you can't find the liquor store, and then you're in a thing. Black dudes with coffee machines. Psh, that was last night's dream. I don't have dreams that often, yeah. 8 hours, 8 hours of talking. 8 hours of talking. 8 hours of talking. I missed my live stream when I couldn't live stream for like 2 weeks. And then that Facebook, I figured I could actually link up to Zoe Woody on the phone. And then they deleted the whole thing, just like the YouTube channel. You just go, I guess I said it was going to get worse before it gets better. So I know what happened in 2022 during a nuclear bombardment. And no, they're not supposed to be doing that. No, it's like a panic reaction because we were already told apparently they're doing it again in California. So whatever goes on, they won't do the stuff that I and other people do. They're not doing sprint drills. They're not walking. They're not up in their cardio, they're not doing more push-ups and stuff, you just go maybe draw a picture, what's that thing? Um, Table pawn. Oh, there goes the shoulder, that should feel good. Table pawn? What's that? It's called, paddle no, it's not called paddle boards, is it? Where you have the it's like tennis, but you're on a table? No, I mean, I'll do it, but that's kind of hard. Racquetball is fun because you have to run around, and it's not as hard. Yeah, I don't find racquetball to really be that difficult, but yeah, that's more athletic than this thing with that's not athletics. That's I don't know what that is. Reflexes, hand-eye coordination. That's why they invented that, probably not to be mean, but it's for people who don't want to run around a room, jumping up and stuff. That's racquetball. Right, Michael Florian? He likes it's basketball, right? Basketball and martial arts. Okay. I don't do basketball, but that's a pretty athletic sport. You got to run back and forth, run back and forth, run back and that's all you do, like soccer. They got to invent stuff for that too, I'm sure. Like that what's it called? The air hockey? That's why they have that. That's why you play air hockey and not actual hockey. According to the woman who gave the tour at Versailles, she said that's how they invented a pool table because the king had such bad gout he couldn't play croquet anymore. It's not a bad thing. Some people do both things because if it's a bad inclement weather day, you want stuff to do. But after a while, you got to get out and do physical stuff. Like some people would say, like polo, they made up because they couldn't play field hockey. I know you just go, whoa, when you think about it. I don't mean to embarrass everybody who's played polo, but you go, yeah, like who invented that? Someone with no legs? Yeah, just because they couldn't do field hockey anymore or ever. So this woman's going to invent disposable mattresses where every day you just roll over and get a new mattress. Just Velcro clothes, right? Just Velcro clothes since she can't figure out how to take clothes off without 20 minutes, 2 hours, 4 hours of screaming. So just Velcro clothes that maybe they dissolve by the urine. Yeah, how about that? When you piss yourself, your clothes just dissolve, and then your son just rolls you onto a wheelchair, and the whole bedding gets thrown in the trash, and then a new one's put there. That's what she's going to invent. That'll be her legacy, dissolvable clothes. I thought at first Velcro clothes, so when he rolled her off of it, they just grip right off of her. An entire wardrobe of those styrofoam things that as soon as they get wet, they dissolve like those candies. Just start making clothes out of them. Yep, and just every mattress is like a sponge, and you just throw it out. Everybody's house, by the time a week goes by and on Tuesdays, it'll be 7 of those things. 7 bed sponges stacked up with just styrofoam arms because all the other clothes dissolve from the piss. That's good. That one's going on Twitter, I think. Yeah, sponge beds that are disposable sponge beds and dissolvable clothes. Yeah. Nope, they can have a regular top blanket, whatever, you'll wash it 1 blanket a day, they can have a blanket on top of them, but it's gotta be dissolvable clothes. Those people invented those Johnny things for a reason. They open in the back for a reason, in case you didn't know that. You just usually, it's either snaps or they don't even snap all the way. Did you notice that? You can't snap a thing. You ever wear one of those things going, "What the hell?" That's why. I know you never thought in a day that, well, some people are probably that sick, but you never thought in a day anyone would be that mentally gone, right? Just, "I'm gonna untie this." There you go. Oh, it looks like your clothes do come off. Disposable sponge mattresses, do, 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 do. All up and down Sprague Street, every house. Like this thing, but it's a sponge and you stack them out there. And then a truck comes like they were doing at the hotel, because people think that stuff is actually like, here comes a truck once a week. Bloop. Instead of oxygen comes, 7 foam disposable mattresses come that are like sponges. Bloop. Isn't that gonna be kind of uncomfortable? It's once a day. How uncomfortable can it be to sit and piss and poop for 3 days? Pretty uncomfortable. Like, and that's somebody else's fault too. I know, just oh, believe me. If you've seen some of those people out there, that's what would happen to them, and someone like that Charmaine woman would be just she'd be screaming and yelling at you and trying to scratch your face while just sitting. She can't even move around anymore, and she's covered in pee and poop. "Okay, mom." Oh, yeah. Trying to scratch at you and spit at you and stuff because they don't have any brain left. They have no brain left. It's called a leper, and they're all gonna do that. "Ah, how could this be happening?" That is what she talks like. You just go, "What the" you don't even bother asking or talking about it anymore. Just in your mind, you probably still say it in your mind, "How can a person be that insane?" Is that what they were saying Dawn was doing? Maybe, right? You just go, "How on earth can a person be that insane?" Like, it's difficult. It's like, I don't have it in me to keep explaining it to her, like, "Okay, something has happened where your brain is sick." Okay? Um, it may be like, say that you had a doll or, like, a video of babies. If you know someone that's already having a problem like that, you could that's a good idea about babies and stuff, and the babies have the dirty diaper and stuff, okay. So, people don't stay in the same clothes for more than a day, okay, and when they have urine on themselves, they need to change the clothes when the urine is on the clothes. I know, it's just Here's a big, big warning sign too. Um, she said that she doesn't have to bathe because the germs protect her from sicknesses. So that's a warning sign. I know it's difficult for people to hear these things because they're not people. Okay. They had a binder on a psyche that's a primate, so that makes sense to her because she's lost so much brain matter, she's not aware that she's not living under a tree. Um, that's one of the things. And then that Jack guy that was up at the library that wouldn't stop making up excuses to pull his pants down, he was trying to go out in the rain to bathe. Like he thought he could wash himself in the rain. Okay. Um, right. We don't wash ourselves in the rain. There's really not enough rain to be doing that. What, you'd have to collect rainwater maybe? If it was like downpouring, but you've got to have some sort of an indicator that it's going to keep raining. Okay. Especially when you can go into your housing and there's a shower. Um, he had some sort of gout or something going on, or some sort of organ failure or something. I remember his feet were swollen up. But he was also out in the heat and being forced to sleep at that alcove and stuff. He didn't want to stay at the hotel. And I think that they were unable to explain to people why they didn't want to be there. So I definitely explained it and then they closed the thing. Yeah, because they didn't have the ability to explain it to people and they had nowhere else to go. So they were afraid to explain it to people because no one helped them get away from their abusers. So that's why they were acting like that. They were all making up excuses to get kicked out of the hotel and they couldn't express to people why they didn't want to be there. Right. So all of it, I believe, was excuses. Charlie, too. He purposely got caught with alcohol so he'd get kicked out of there. Um, Jack said he was smoking after hours or something. I didn't even hear them say they couldn't smoke after hours. Linda said she didn't like the food, that it was better at the shelter, and that she walked from the hotel to the shelter, and Judy made her turn around and walk back to the hotel. Okay, because she didn't want to be there either. So they were being completely abused there. They were basically sending people to a hotel and acting like they didn't know what went on there. And then I found out by being in the hotel that they go from the shelter to the hotel. They were well aware of what was going on. I never saw Judy doing that. She would just pick people, she would just drop people off. I don't know if she picked them up from the hotel. She was transporting people from the shelter to the hotel. I never once saw Judy sitting in that room. Yeah, so I have no knowledge that she actually was present at the hotel, and that's what she told me, that she had nothing to do with the hotel. I will say that about Judy, even though she wasn't doing other fucked up things. Marge was doing double time. That guy that works with his son, they were both doing it. Kyle was doing it. Yeah. All of the caseworkers were doing it. Right. So, but I mean, some of them were doing it when they weren't, they weren't like scheduled. So if you were at the shelter, you didn't realize these people were going days without sleeping. They were going right from the shelter to the hotel. Oh, yeah. Just when you're at the hotel, you go, You're here now? Okay. Why? And then because that Kyle person showed up then and physically hugged me because they thought that you could do that at the hotel because the shelter's a no touch facility. You're not allowed to touch me at the hotel either. Oh yeah, just it went from that because there was two females doing that to me to another female screaming at other people. She didn't do it to me, but I could hear her doing it. And you're just like, what the fuck is going on? So, anyways, she's up talking stuff, so that makes me a lot more relaxed. Another night relaxation. I won't be outside tomorrow. So, some people begin to get some sort of an arousal out of trying to terrorize people. So, thermonuclear weapons get rid of that. So, like constantly trying to make people like they clearly they abuse children, like trying to get off on making people afraid. Um, no clue in terms of like equating that to a primate behaviorism. All of their behaviors get reduced to a primate behaviorism, by the way. But that's what I'm saying. These are probably people that get off on trying to rape children. Yeah, just who cares when that person has that particular sickness? Who cares what the primate behaviorism is? I think I already checked all the news, didn't I? It looks like I have Boston 25. I didn't do WHDH or WCVB. I didn't do 7 or 5 yet. Oh, Parts of Orange Line. I haven't even read this one yet, but I remember opening it. Let's see. Oh, it's just today and tomorrow. Forest Hills and Ruggles. Free and accessible shuttle buses will make all stops between Forest Hills and Ruggles. Is that one of the places where people are camping outside, probably? The commuter rail will provide free rides between Forest Hills, Ruggles, Back Bay, and South Station. That's not really going to do anything for me because I'd have to walk to Forest Hills. I guess if I wanted to go downtown for some reason, I don't see any reason why I would need to be doing that other than having something different to do. Right. I could walk to Forest Hills, but we're not supposed to be walking that way, I thought. I could walk to Forest Hills, get off at South Station, and then what? I know, walk around Boston. That's a lot of walking. Walk around Boston Common, do a loop down there, and then go from South Station to Forest Hills, and then I got to walk all the way back. That's a long ass day. That's a long Sunday. Oh, you could have got one of those $10 passes today, and it's good for 3 days because Monday's a holiday. So they're doing that this year too. Okay. For people that have $10, but in something you wanted to do. When's the next? Probably Easter, right? When's the next weekend? Whoops, that's the audio. What's this? Well, it helps if you know when Easter is instead of just looking at a calendar. That's not going to help me. Easter's a Sunday, anyways. It has to be a Monday holiday. It's going to be a while. Unless, is Patriots Day considered a holiday? That's a Friday. That's in April. That's quite a bit of ways. Yeah, we might as well get caught up in that. Let's see. 2024 holidays. They're saying the next holidays is Memorial Day after Monday. That might be the case. My birthday was on Memorial Day last year. It happens like every few years. All right, let's see. Oh my fucking God. This is when you really just, you don't even want to look at this fucking shit, people. I know it's just already that fucking bad. All right, this is why, quote unquote, you people are being fucking put down. Daisy Gatson Bates Day is a fucking holiday in a state here? No. Fucking die. I don't know what the fuck's going on in Arkansas, nor do I care. Erase that off of fucking holidays. African American scientist invented a? Nope. This is the shit these fucking people have been doing. That's why it's only one state. George Rogers Clark Day. This is why you people are being fucking euthanized. Linus Pauling Day. Okay. Fuck you. You're being fucking euthanized. David's Day. Being fucking euthanized. Read Across America Day. Being fucking euthanized. Get it? Okay. I just want to know actual fucking holidays. Yep. This is the shit they've been doing. Have you seen this? Just don't even look at it. These people are so fucking sick. I'm sure it's not the first time retarded fucking monkeys have done this stuff. None of it has any meaning. That none of that's staying on fucking books there. That's not even going into a fucking history book of ever existing. Bet your fucking ass you people won't be here and you don't remember anything. Just know that nothing you're doing is ever going to have any fucking meaning. It's like you're on a fucking acid trip that I will make sure is fucking erased from history. Along with your DNA and your fucking souls. Poof. Anyways, that's why I told you I extincted you. You can't kill me. It's fucking pointless to try, but you have tried. Let's see. Because Almighty God, the Creator, didn't make your kingdom an everlasting fucking kingdom from the time you were created. That's why. Okay? Go ahead. See if you can fucking undo intelligent design. Oh, 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 oh. Just like you don't control nuclear launches. I know it's like I'm in a fine mood trying to figure out a fucking holiday for a 3-day tea pass, and I got to look at this shit that clearly people have not even announced to us because they know how fucking insane it is. They're trying to protect people from fucking completely losing their minds, waiting for the radioactive material to kill you all. You just want to go around shitting all over the American flag, we know. You want to shit all over the American flag. You want to piss on fucking traditional families. We get it. We know. Okay? Because you don't have any fucking brain matter left. Okay, Easter Sunday is March 31st. I would say that's you pissing and shitting all over Martin Luther King Jr. I would say that's what it is. Just all of this shit, you're just so fucking sick. It is. It's really fucking sickening. It's every month of the year. I'm not even going to keep fucking looking at it. It's sort of as fucked up and as gross as people thinking that if you say a person's name, their soul doesn't die. It means you just die, don't tell you. So it becomes more difficult to try to figure out. Okay, Patriots Day is the 15th of April. Okay, so that's probably one of the days. Do they have their own schedule? The MBTA? Yeah, because that's clearly enraging right there. Whoever even wrote that shit. Right? We don't need to know that. We don't need to know the fucked up shit that these things are doing. Okay, just let the radioactive material kill them all. We really don't need to know the shit that they're doing. That's why it's not on a television. Even that is so fucked up. People won't report on it. Okay, this one is U.S. federal holidays. So Patriots Day is not a federal holiday. So it depends on how Massachusetts is doing it. So if it's not Patriots Day, the 15th, then it's Memorial Day is the next one after Monday. And then this June 19th thing is not part of the MBTA thing. And I don't know what the fuck that is, and nor do I care or how it became a federal holiday. Okay. Just, I don't know what the fuck that is. And I told you I don't care what it is. So then after that is 4th of July is on a Thursday. So that's not going to matter. So then it's Labor Day, Columbus Day, Veterans Day. And then that's it. Yeah. See, last year, I think it was both Christmas and Christmas Eve were on a hall, like New Year's Eve and Christmas Eve were on a weekend. Yeah, it's not going to be like that this year because Christmas is on a Wednesday. Well, in terms of the Christmas lights and stuff, it worked out for first night and all that. Yeah, those were both 3-day weekends, so it's not going to do that this year. So that was like a Was Thanksgiving one of those too? No, because Thanksgiving's always on a Thursday. Yeah, so last year was the year to get those weekend passes, but I didn't even do anything on, no, because the last time I used it was the 23rd, right? And I don't even wanna know. It wouldn't even surprise me if those people didn't even pay to ice skate, nobody told me that. But it kind of works out for the best in terms of people understanding that they're not part of my species. Yeah. Especially what went on in Quincy. Um, right, like, you're told that I'm never going back to your city, so you make ice skating free so your children can ice skate. And then do they not die because it's free? Okay. Well, people make up things. That to me sounds like it's that. That's why they did it. So for all I know, it was free in Boston, and none of those people told me that it was free. The workers or the people ice skating. So it's again sort of like 2020. So only you guys know if it was free or not. So I'm explaining it to you. If it was free on the 23rd of December in Boston when I went there and none of you told me that, God's explaining it to you. That's why thermonuclear weapons are being used. And you can never be freed because that's what you do. It's the same thing as 2020. You have something wrong with you internally. You would literally try to free yourselves and still keep me a hostage. You would just make up that only Mary Lagore has to pay for ice skating when you don't have to. You're profoundly insane. It's pretty much what you've been doing for 13 years. So when you can't stop being profoundly insane, it's like the Julianne Moore thing. I have to conclude that God's explaining it to you why you every time you want to know why you're dying and why your children are dying and why you can't be forgiven, he explains it to you again. And it's sort of like at times nerve-wracking to me. It's not as bad as it used to be. I understand it more. It's just he's getting you all into an acceptance, and so you don't want to stay here, like you understand why you can't be forgiven. Right, like you'd have to go, yeah, I mean, why are we doing that? You seem to never question it why you're doing it. Like, why did you make up this thing where you're gonna try to give yourselves everything free and then still hold me a hostage? Me specifically, why are you doing that? Are you still claiming you're not doing that? Okay, well, you're either lying purposely or you're that mentally insane that every time God shows it to you like you're on a walkabout, you deny it's going on. You deny you're doing it. Again, you'd never be able to complete a walkabout. You'd never be able to complete any type of learning like that. It's just you're a different species, so I know, you don't. It's like 320 million people, but I'm not saying everybody, but not everyone is asked questions like that. Okay. So, each and every time for 13 years, you keep acting like I'm crazy or you don't know what I'm talking about. So you could never learn to be my species. You just can't. I feel that God is asking you that, not just I'm asking you that. That's what I'm explaining to you. That's God's way of asking you that. You don't even know what a walkabout is. I'm the person here that explains it to you because you didn't complete a lesson. So, anyways, so you don't hear him when he's talking per se. Like I explained it to you, like you go when you go places you don't go. Why does this seem sort of like um, weird or unfair or unequal or what else am I going to do with myself? Like now that I'm not sort of like in the process of getting a job in getting a house and stuff, you never get to that point. Ever in your lives do you ever do that? Like, I mean, this is so wildly insane in the fact that you don't even question what's going on. You're definitely not my species. Just what is this? Like, how are there people laying on the ground and you're doing what you're doing for 13 years? You just will never question it. You probably just keep making up something like we're in a car. I'm in a coma or I'm a drug addict. I'm the Virgin Mother. I'm not a drug addict. I'm not in a coma. I don't drink. I don't smoke cigarettes. I'm not a criminal. So, anywho, I guess because I wouldn't lie to do the laundry is probably a good answer. Maybe that was coming from God. And just the brains interpreted it as one simple thing when it's really the only thing. So, some of you, if you're wondering why you can't be a prophet, because given that situation, you would lie and say you were lying and God wasn't talking. So, you clearly can't be a prophet. You don't go straight to a psychiatrist and explain that God is talking. You don't do that. So, you're not really helpful to God as a messenger and as a prophet. That's, I mean, logic above all else. How could you possibly be a prophet when you lie to get laundry done at a homeless shelter?
Good boy. Good boy. Good boy.
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe some of the psychiatrists go, bingo. Okay, so God isn't talking. Okay. It's kind of like what I said no voices, nothing at all. There's nothing going on in there. Okay. What do you think about this? So you think something about this by no voices? Okay. Next. Check off. 12 million people, whole planet. Check off. I'm not a board certified psychiatrist, so I couldn't start doing interviews like that. Okay, so what's this business about God talking? Yeah, God talking. What's this business about override? God letting you override your binder. What's this business? Anyways, I know it's been 8 hours and 38 minutes, but I don't know, man. Just Charles Manson shows up in your dreams from watching his. And it's, you will not go past, and it's like a brick wall too, just like Salem. You will not go past here, and this is where I am. And now you can't find the doorway to, I think it was like the package store. I swear, I think it was like a package store. I wasn't planning on going to a package store. I saw a package store, and then I'm trying to go, all right, that's it. I'm going over here. And it's nothing but coffees. It's got to be because of Charles Manson, because his beard looked like it had white, and it had to be like, I'm going to watch it tonight. I'm going to shut this live stream off, use the toilet, turn the overhead light on because I'm not going to bed at 8:30, although I have done it. I don't know if it was last week. I went to bed at like 9 o'clock. No, I'm definitely going to eat another meal before I go to bed. So I'm definitely not ready to eat again. I literally just 9 o'clock right to sleep. It was, yeah, because last weekend it was like 61 degrees. So it was probably last weekend. I'm not doing that today. So I'll probably do that. Oh yeah, I've got to do the other newses first. Okay, so well, I don't see how that's going to help me. If you say that you're living in a tent at Ruggles, anywhere there's a commuter rail. No, I mean, I know you're like, what are you going to go and attack homeless people? I wouldn't set out to think you're going to go attack homeless people, because some people pretend that they're homeless people when they're not, to catch people that prey upon homeless people. All it takes is one of those incidents for that to happen. So I would advise people to never get that in your heads. But yeah, anywhere there's a train station like that, that they can get on a train, because it's the trains, apparently they just go right through that thing. Like, it might be at a commuter rail, but they don't take the commuter rail because you can't do that on the commuter rail. Right, but Ruggles apparently, yeah, Ruggles has Orange Line and it has a commuter rail. It has both. I didn't know that about Braintree. I don't know why, but they like to be, there's an area to, or something there for them. I thought he was talking about the Braintree Red Line station. That's what I thought he was talking about. I know you go, well, he had to have been talking about the Braintree commuter rail, because I saw that there was people that set up something right there, but it's right in the open. You go, people were letting you sleep there. That's kind of amazing. That's kind of amazeballs. And that's not a step, by the way. Did anybody see a step there? I know. I think everything he said was an effing lie. You're sleeping on a step at the Braintree train station, and then people keep showing up there and sleeping where you're sleeping on a step. I know, the second he told me that he was there with that Craig Ryan guy and another chick, the three people were sleeping on a step at Braintree train station. He will keep lying to you. Oh, well, he was on, there's different floors. He was here and I was there. Are you talking about a parking garage in Braintree? Because I realized it when he drove me to get my Mass ID, which was at the beginning of June. He drove me to the registry, which I was going to walk from the shelter because I made the appointment when I was at the shelter. And I go, that entire thing is closed off. Is he sleeping over there? I don't think he was sleeping at the Braintree train station. I think the whole entire thing was a lie. And for some reason, none of those people told me that. Martin, was there with them. He said Martin showed up where he sleeps. Why didn't Martin tell me that you're not sleeping at the Braintree train station? I know, you go, you people are so mentally ill. And then there's a porta potty and this and that on a step at the Braintree train station. Oh, yeah, just never come near me. Never come near me. I think honestly that God put me in an effing trance so that I could report to people how sick you people are. And just there would be no ending to it. There would be no ending to it. If I didn't say that on a phone call on June 25th, he would still be doing it today. Right? You go, you're never going to stop lying? Okay. So am I stupid because you're never going to stop lying and God's just going to kill you? Does that make me stupid? So you were sleeping on a step at the Braintree train station with Greg Ryan and another female, and they were having sex acts on a step at the Braintree train station. And then you and him slept there until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a step at the Braintree train station. Suspicious death investigation underway after 2 people found dead in Salem. How were the Quincy police able to not once but twice 3 day section you while you were hanging around with me? In 6 weeks' time, by his report, the Quincy, I don't know how many times he's been 3 day sectioned by any police department, but he reported within a 6 week period twice, because that means you're mentally ill, dude. That means you're so mentally ill that the cops can just take you and put you in a prison cell for 3 days. It's Massachusetts law. Meaning, whatever it is that you're actually doing, you're so mentally ill that the cops can just pick you up and put you in a prison for 3 days. That's all that is. Did he not know that's why, or he did know why? Making up more bullshit about skimming devices at grocery stores. Just ignore them. Yeah, most of us, like, we've already pretty much got it under control over here at the food pantry that I'm at. So we're all just sort of waiting for these people to keel over and die, in case people were wondering. Uh, it's the same stuff they do every year. Okay, so now they're being heavily bombarded with nuclear material to end their lives. In 2022, they pretty much weren't expecting me to ever be back out in Quincy again. They closed the Orange Line for an entire month. They closed it for 30 days after being told I couldn't walk out there. After being told I attempted to walk to Quincy and they knew I didn't have a telephone, they still shut my SNAP food card off again. Okay, so not everyone lives 7 miles from the SNAP food office, by the way, from a DTA office. Okay, so people are absolutely done, and these people are just being put down. I explained it. I'm not going to play guessing games about the food pantry because the volunteers were talking about it too. I don't think any of us are going to. Like, we're all just ignoring it and waiting for God to put a stop to it. So I would advise people to keep doing that. Today was better than last week. Okay? So, at the root of it, primate behaviorisms that don't make any sense. Okay? So, it's possible. Some of them think I'm playing a role and they're supposed to play a role of devil's advocate. She used to talk like that since I was a little kid. They're mentally ill people. Okay, I don't play a role. They would starve people to death if we didn't have a food pantry and thermonuclear weapons. Right. They were told since 2012 about the issue with the SNAP food cards. So it's been at least 12 years. Yeah, a lot of people would be dead by starvation after 12 years. They're not trying to teach people to share. Okay, like a lot of the things are disassociations, and some of them are primate behaviors. Okay, but I would prefer if people didn't keep doing that and they understand what's going on and stop making excuses for them, even though you try to sort of figure it out. It's part of dementia. I'm living with someone that has that problem. Now she's not mobile, so she can't block the stove and stuff every time I go out there. It was like a process of dodging and weaving. He was going through it too, even to prepare her own food. It's a process of dodging and weaving a person in a house. It's part of dementia. And then they sometimes will literally attack you. Okay, so you're basically experiencing that with people that are glued to computers and stuff. That's what they're doing. So we're just all waiting. The thing with the computer people that's different from her is they're on computers. Even the DTA office is computerized, and they have those phones from their home. They're working from home doing it. They all have dementia, all of it. The giving of the money, the shutting of the money off, the stealing of the money in three increments, the SNAP food stuff, the telling people that people owed Social Security money when you don't even have Social Security and stuff. They all have dementia. So it's a process of God getting them all into a grieve, right? So it is sort of sad if they're also paying someone's rent. So hopefully those people dying will coincide with the problem with the housing, right? So she's not bothering anybody but basically her son at this point. She is not on a computer shutting off people's food. Get it? Okay, so a little bit of a difference when they refuse to stop working. Uh, I don't know if they consider it work when they're shutting off social media and hacking into telephones and hacking into governmental computers and stuff. I don't know if they consider that working. So, right, you have to consider people that did like acorn work and people that think they work for the Weather Underground and stuff, like loons. Yeah, like they're counterculture, and it's their job to overturn the United States of America and stuff. Okay, well, it's the military's turn to job to kill you. You may feel it's your job to destroy America, but it's the military's job to kill you. Not I'm killing you, not I'm a danger to others and myself, but it's the military's job to kill you, right? And then there's an international thing called NATO, where when you attack the United States of America, they kill you. The whole planet does. The whole planet's militaries kill you. So, just a reminder of reality. If you were one of those people, like say you're like Marge in the shelter and you think that um, uh, you all had a secret plan or something to infiltrate the United States of America and destroy it. Okay, well, it's the military's job to kill you. So if you were wondering what's going on, they print you money because it keeps you calm because you're holding US citizens hostage. Okay. But the nuclear material kills you. And some of you, it kills you a lot more rapidly than others. So you might want to lay off of that crack cocaine stuff because there seems to be a little bit of an issue with people's brains that are smoking it. Yeah, like Karen had a little bit of aphasia. That Charmaine's person's brain is mush. Brian Buchanan's brain seems to be mush. That Paul guy with the cane and the hat, his brain is gone. I don't know if that's what it is, if it's in the crack cocaine. Well, I know those are people for fact that use it. They told me. Those are people that told me they've used crack cocaine. I don't know what's going on with Nick. Um, he seemed okay at the shelter, but he was trying to be sober. Yeah, just I don't know if it's a good time to start smoking drugs or go back to smoking drugs. Yeah. There's people that know how to make neurotoxins. Is that what it's called? They assume that people aren't smoking drugs. Right. So there's only so many times I can warn you guys about stuff that's going on before you go. You need to go to a pot. What do they call it? It's not called the distribution thing. It's called the dispensary. You need to go to a marijuana dispensary and buy it, and it should smell like marijuana when you're smoking it. Yeah, like I don't know if right. Like it seems to me, from what I can tell, there could be somebody. Clearly, there's stuff going on, and there's like a brain plague. but they could be putting something in those drugs, right? There's people that actually control the drug supply, even though you don't know that. Okay, so you got people that are psychotic are going to do weird things where they try to get sober people to smoke drugs or whatever. I know you just people can't care about that. I'm just trying to help you. But I mean, when people are psycho, they turn every help into they try to then do it to you. It's like a really horrifying end of life psychopathic trait that they do that. So you're open to it? No? Nope. Well, you would know because say someone like what's her name, Vanessa, all of a sudden she started being like Charmaine. It's something they're smoking. I mean, if the rest of Quincy isn't acting like that quickly, you go, what the hell is going on? I don't know. They're all smoking crack cocaine and they don't have any brains anymore. I don't think that's just crack cocaine they're smoking. Um, what's it called? No, you know that one. Uh, this angel dust stuff came up like a month ago. Um, is it possible that any of these people would have been smoking that? I don't know, man. Someone knows. All you have to do is buy something from someone and then take it to a lab, right? Just Okay. They tried to do a walking program in the States with the high or very high lung virus. Well, before my live stream was shut off for 2 weeks, is it can it be fake news when you can actually tell the difference in my voice and my lungs after I take walks? Is that fake news? Oh yeah, she sounded like she had a set of lungs this morning at 5 o'clock in the morning. So she's not having any issues with the lungs, that's for sure. I did WCBB already, didn't I? And HDH, and then yeah, I went to this one after. Okay. Um, okay, let's see. Let's see. Well, it's supposedly Fox News and they're calling it long COVID, so let's hope they're talking about lung cancer. All right, let's see. West Virginia. Wow, that's kind of surprising to me. Okay. Alabama and Montana. North Dakota, Oklahoma, Wyoming, Tennessee, Mississippi, Iowa, South Dakota, and Utah. So, well, this is the phase out area. So, well, I guess here we're sort of hoping that the majority of the problem is on the coast here, where they're being heavily bombarded with nuclear material to get rid of them. Okay, so letters are coming from Taunton, whether or not they're actually mailed from Taunton, Massachusetts. There's clearly a DTA office in Quincy, like I said, that they displayed to me in May of 2022. They clearly occupied two federal offices, the Social Security office and the DTA office. Okay. And they would not take an application from me, and they're not doing the transition plan that I explained to you. So they're obviously treasonous and insane. From what I could gather, what I just experienced, they will not give anybody Social Security unless that money is being handed right over to another person. Okay. And it seems as if they approve DTA cash to literally anyone if you're going through this Father Bill's housing and they take 30% of your income like they're the new HUD. Okay. So they're extremely ill. Okay. Um, with the phone interviews, both places phone interviews. So they're probably not even located inside an office. Maybe they think there's x-ray machines in there. Okay. From what that lawyer was talking about at 1515, it seemed as if she actually believed that. She still wasn't aware of the thermonuclear weapon. She thought it was putting x-ray machines on trains and buses. Okay, so Taunton, I don't know if that's part of the area because it's not on the coast, right? Obviously, Plymouth, I already told you about the parade, not being able to see, like my eyes were being boiled, and then the flu right after that. Okay, so that's a lot of housing. Did they have a DTA office in Plymouth? Did they have people take it over? Or I don't know what the condition of Plymouth was during the 2020. I know what Quincy was, where they closed everything. Okay, so and then the Capitol was stormed in 2021, and then in 2022 you have Nazis occupying two federal offices in a major city in Massachusetts, making a new government that has nothing to do with my transition plan. They don't even know me. They look at me like I have 5 heads, and they haven't done it like that in over 2 years and still don't issue me a stipend. So last year, I got to talk to one of them, and I'm sure that phone call was monitored. They don't know anything about approving every stipend, and they're not the government, but they're giving money to people. But to get money, you have to partake in a fake court. And that's a fun game they're doing out there. So there's going to be some long COVID, all right. So let's see. What's the demographics of West Virginia? Yeah, there is a lot of driving. I think that's why they told you about Dakota and Montana. If you thought there was no driving out there, or you were buying 18 acres of land and tearing down trees and stuff, okay. That doesn't save you from ionizing radiation. It has to be an agreed upon zone. Yeah, people, I kind of would be surprised if you're actually in the US military. It has to be an agreed upon zone, not you shut off people's communications and stop building things on my land. It has to be an agreed upon zone, not you leave me to be murdered in Quincy, Massachusetts, and then you're in a safe area on my land. Sorry, not sorry. I went over this about people that didn't invite me to their campsite. Was there a misunderstanding that I was talking just about people in Quincy, Massachusetts, as you call it? Okay. They discussed this on the live streams in 2022. Why on earth I was left here to be brutalized by criminals. So there's nowhere on this land piece that you're safe from. You didn't think to do the one thing that would have set up a safe zone for yourselves. Just like the rest of the population didn't dawn on them. They attempted to do it in Florida. That's nope. This is my land. It's not 6 children's land. Okay, so and clearly someone knew what the conditions were. I'm sure you're not treating them too kindly either, because you keep trying to murder me. Okay, so it has to be an agreed upon zone. This was the agreed upon zone, and people here destroyed it. So the other people here are waiting for the military to kill those people. So the agreed upon zone can be set up where eventually people won't be able to drive there. It's an agreed upon zone. You have to have an agreed upon zone. Okay? Agreed upon zone. Agreed upon zone. We're going to make a song. Benjamin Netanyahu, if you're even still living. It has to be an agreed upon zone. Agreed upon zone has to be an agreed upon zone. I don't know why that would not make sense to you, 2 5-star print of the nail. My land has to be an agreed upon zone. I asked these questions in 2013 and 2014. So if you just went, this chick is fucking crazy, I can't help you. I asked these questions then, and I had to just go, well, since you're not talking in the Crazyville, where you're doing shit you're allowed to do outside of, I guess, my command, I assumed you were setting up maybe Los Angeles and this area as an agreed upon zone. And then lo and behold, you're trying to kill me. Oklahoma, not an agreed upon zone. Montana, not an agreed upon zone. North Dakota, not an agreed upon zone. West Virginia, not an agreed upon zone. So I would assume those might be some of the areas where Kookalukas thought they were setting up a safe zone on my land while allowing me to be brutalized by insane animals. That's why they're telling you you actually have the most reported incidents of lung cancer so far on the whole land piece. Okay. So I would advise people of this. If you wandered away from the phase out area, you might want to wander back to the phase out area as your health continues to decline. As you were told in 2013, when you went zoopity doopity doop, we don't need you, Mary Gladys, right under the bus. And you went into an Arton, and hopefully you're coming out of it now when the cough, why is my kid dead videos, you went bonkers. It shouldn't have made any sense. Phase out area. I don't know if LA is still a phase out area. Phase out area. Not the other areas. Just so you know, not part of the phase out. Infrastructure will be maintained in the phase out area. Okay, Japan? Japan on my land piece. 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 You're not in the phase out area. You're not in the phase out area where infrastructure will be maintained. Okay? That is what you were told. Anybody that has a brain in their head that knows how to work water and electricity is going to be in my area. That's the phase out area where infrastructure will be maintained. Maybe they might go, we are going where she is. Sorry, we know it's crowded, but we are realizing now you're the one they used to hate, but they like you now. Fantastic.